angry.
Yeah, the fact that it does this to
It's
you.
more so the impact it's had to the point where an entire nation actually thinks that's what we sound like when you're the ones that made it up.
We're live, by the way.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to Y.A.R.P. I hit the button like as soon as he started just raving about Lucky Charms. I was just like, I gotta just hit the button. Just frantically typing.
I feel like my consent has been violated.
You're a streamer. You don't get. Oh, Jesus.
You're a streamer. I'm just here.
There's the link. We gotta.
An innocent bystander.
Oh, do we gotta have our equivalent of Civil War? Do we gotta have like some guy basically being like, Slayer talking about Lucky Charms. That's the Sokovia thing.
I don't really remember Captain America being like, technically I'm not even a hero. I'm kind of just here. I don't think that would sound right from him.
I
I
mean,
was
maybe
just
for
like,
like Saitama, but
Yeah, that's exactly isn't it? Yeah, in the finale of season 1, that's literally what happened. He was just kind of around when the big heroes were having the meeting, so they just let him in.
Yeah, I love it. That's actually one of my favorite things. The fact he's just a hero for fun, and uh, actually, I need to rewatch all of One Punch Man. Considering the last time I viewed it, it was just completism on my end.
Yeah, and even you trying to explain what you had seen back to us, it was
Yeah,
like you hadn't even seen the correct show. You
Mm-hmm.
saw something else and thought it was One Punch Man or something. It was really weird.
um. On to so today, like actually in preparation for this episode, we watched a little movie called Shazam. What do you guys think about Shazam?
I mean, it's a DC film, so it definitely has a ton of issues.
Yeah,
But I think taking into account the EFAP, the current EFAP arc of going through the DCEU one by one, I'm hoping that they will come to the same hot take of a conclusion that we have. That like it or not, Shazam is pretty much the best of the bunch. That's really as good as the DCEU gets.
yeah. It's like I would almost say just because of the sheer heart it has behind it, that's what makes it earn its place. Like it's got its problems, yeah. That's what bumps it pretty low in general. Well, not even pretty low. It's what basically caused it to still be viewable, I guess. Like, cause I'd rate Shazam either 6 or 7. Like
I don't even think you need to reach into anything that's subjective. If you're just going off of the movie itself, the fact that it's just coherent, the fact that it can meet the minimum requirement to tell a story that actually makes sense and doesn't break itself, already makes it the best thing DC's done in the movies.
yeah, because
Absolutely, it's
yeah,
a very low bar.
Yeah, you'd think it
Aquaman
would
is
be, the bare minimum, but yeah, here we are.
yeah. That's the sad thing is that it's the bare minimum, and it's like that's what counts as passable these days. Um,
Do you
uh,
think it's partially because it's one of the more small scale of the DC universe? Like, there's no global, like, earth shattering, consequences or anything.
I
I
don't know if it's about the scale of the consequences, but I do think that without Zack Snyder trying to go big brain symbolism mode on us, they were able to just focus on things that didn't have to have some grandiose metaphorical meaning. They could
actually
just have things that mean what they look like they mean on screen.
yeah, and it's like when we were watching the final fight and they were just going around buildings and not through them, we were immediately like, oh, wow.
Or even if they did crash into a building, they would just like go through the window. and the
Uh-huh.
rest of the building wouldn't explode. Like, just
Right.
absolute mind-numbing realism right here, boys.
Yeah.
Through the looking glass.
No, it's like that's the weird thing when it comes to Man of Steel. Like you can't like people who defend Man of Steel in BVS, they immediately use the excuse of like it's his first day, and it's like bullshit. And then like in I know it's a bit of a hindsight, but fucking Shazam, that's Billy's like first real encounter with a bad guy, and yet they're not
I'm pretty
destroying
sure it's
everything
like
around him.
probably his first real fight ever.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we see him, the two bully kids who I actually thought were like grown ass adults in like their 20s when I first saw them, but then they just turn up in school with everyone else. It was really weird. Yeah, bully's right out of an 80s movie, but yeah, the first time he meets them, he hits one of them with like a crutch and runs.
Mm-hmm.
That's the closest we get to any idea that like he's familiar with that kind of rough life. Everything else is just implication because he runs away a lot.
I really like the Foster family. Foster family is actually like really good.
Yeah, they're pretty charming.
Well, yeah, and that's one of the great things about this movie is not only does our protagonist, our hero, have a lot of heart and a lot of character to him, so do the supporting characters in the movie. You know,
Mm-hmm.
that family feels like a real foster family. They feel like real human beings instead of just mouthpieces for the writers or background characters, I guess.
Yeah, and whenever one of them does have a trait that's annoying or dickish or just unpleasant, it's an actual character flaw that's addressed in the world of the movie. It's not just something that makes them unpleasant as a character to have to watch, you know? Actual flaws, not just things that make them unbearable to see on screen.
And also like the dialogue was really good about that one. Like we're getting introduced to all the family members. Everybody has their unique like thing going on. Like Eugene's playing video games. Darcy is the hugger and also like is just really affectionate towards her siblings, like regardless of how long they've been in the family. Um.
Well, yeah, she's also like a really young kid in the
Mhm.
foster system, and you get the impression from the parents that they take in the kids who've actually had a lot of trouble with the foster system.
Yes.
So
And
they don't actually say anything explicitly, but just from the vibe, you pick it up, which is nice.
and
It's good attention to detail. I like
and
it.
and also just the parents in general. When I cannot remember the older lady's name. Uh,
Was it Mary?
Mary.
That's
I
the only
think.
one that's coming to mind.
I think
Well,
so.
Mary's the one that was going to college,
Yeah,
if that's the one you're
that.
talking about.
Yes, and she's like trying
Oh,
to
look at
talk.
me! I actually remembered a name.
Yeah, she's talking like about uh she's talking to the college people, and then the fucking dad is just like talk about the foster system college, just eat that up, and then she does it, and then that's what gets her accepted to Caltech, and it's just like because the parents themselves were foster kids, so it's like oh them applying their actual knowledge towards the situation, and and they understand like when Billy runs away, they're just like we did our fair share of running. Like it's honestly the weirdest thing because fiction almost always uh depicts foster parents as like just these evil sons of bitches. Uh
Well, either evil or well-meaning, but ultimately naive or incompetent because they don't get it. So seeing like this very niche aspect of just real competence of like these people who know what they're talking about because they've actually been through it. I mean, competence is just something you love to see on screen anyway because we don't get a lot of it nowadays. But yeah, that it was one of the better parts of the movie, and it really isn't a big part of the movie at all.
At the same time, this film is not without its flaws. I would say almost all of them pop up in the third act.
A bulk of them, yeah.
Well, What pops up in your mind when you think of the major flaws that aren't in the third act?
Seven Deadly Sins.
Yeah,
Pretty
the
much
sins were,
everything with him.
yeah, the sins are kind of flumpy. Like, even if you just start with the real surface level stuff, even though it's a 13's movie, whatever rating it has in the American standard, but they don't look great. And they all kind of look the same, which kind of defeats the point of using something as like a diverse pantheon of demons like the Seven Deadly Sins.
Yeah,
Well, honestly, I feel like if they were just generic demons, it would have been less like offensive or less like disappointing. But because they tried to go with, oh, these are the seven deadly sins, it's like you're talking big shit right there.
mm-hmm.
Yeah, and they did
This is like
nothing
elite demons.
with their personalities. I think the only allusion to it we get is when he's confronting his dad and he's like, "Oh, which sin suits you?" That's the only time it really matters
But
what's in the art.
even then, as much as I enjoy that scene, it's kind of wrong because like greed is your sin. And I immediately went, we like as we were watching the movie, I went, no, it's pride. Like it was first thing that like that he was talking
Yeah.
about was like being a man and all that stuff. Like that's a very bit that's a pride thing.
Yeah, the fact that he was really work orientated and he loved to accumulate wealth, that's not what made him abusive, because we actually saw it in the opening scene.
Yeah,
So, they also did use it at the very end where the last demon he had inside him so he could retain his power. Which
was
it's a bit of a tangent, but the idea is that while he lets the demons out, he's no longer powerful. That's his weakness. That's what they had to use to beat him. But as long as one demon is in him, he's at full power, not
mm,
at 1/7 of his power, which I get because they wanted to have like everybody gets a demon, he gets the big boss, and they're all powerful and stuff. But it felt a little weird.
Yeah,
It
he
felt
should
like the
have been at
rules
like a
were
seventh of
inconsistent.
his normal power.
Mm-hmm.
not to mention I don't even think it worked for his sin to be envy.
I would say it kind of did.
Yeah, envy I could see, especially towards his brother, towards everyone else that he would have seen as like, how come they get to go through life just never feeling inadequate? How come they never had to be beaten over the head as children, being told that they weren't worthy? So why them? Why did they have it good? Why was I never good enough? It's
Yeah,
like
that's
you
true.
see where the dad plants the seeds of the complex, and then you see how it pays off. Especially
Mm-hmm.
when he meets the champion, when he meets Shazam, is like his first question, first thing he does. He doesn't even like attack him at first. He just walks up to him and he's like, "What made you worthy?"
Yeah, he just wants to know. Um,
Yeah. So yeah, I
Oh
absolutely
my
see
god.
envy being the thing that got his claws into him.
yeah, proper character
Does this
motivation.
mean that Thaddeus that Mark Strong is the best DCEU villain?
I mean,
Uh,
like
You know what?
that's the thing when you're
I'll
competing
take it.
against Stephen Wolf, which is nothing.
No, I
Ares,
think
which
the
didn't show up
next one
until the last
down is
second.
uh fuck it, Pedro Pascal's character in
Maxwell
84.
Lord.
I, yeah, and even then that's only
Ugh,
for some of the scenes.
that's only
He
because
gets real bad towards the end.
I was going to say, and I think that's only due to his performance. Like because
Yeah.
the writing behind Maxwell Lord is absolutely shit.
It
Um,
gets shit. You know, at the start, like the concept of him as a
he
villain,
starts
it
really
works
well.
just fine. It's where he goes with it once he has the power and he becomes
Hmm.
Magic Rock Man. That's when it starts going off the fucking cliff. God, that
Um,
is such a weird movie.
this isn't a flaw, but I could not help but laugh my ass off when like the dad's being like yelling at a young Thaddeus, and he's just being like, "You miserable little shit! You almost got us killed!" Then the truck just hits them like it's just the perfect amount of time. It's like, is this a comedy?
Well, yeah,
It's
it was played off with that like very sudden tone shift kind of humor, which they use. I pointed this out when we were watching. It came off as funny that time because it was just so out of the blue and unexpected, but it was not played as a joke in that scene. That was like a tragic thing that had just happened. But later in the movie, they use sudden truck as a punchline, so they clearly knew what they were doing, and they just did it anyway. It's not a plot hole or anything like that, but it is a little it's a little weird thing I noticed.
yeah. Um, it's and to the Mark Strong thing, it's like, well, when you want good quality acting, hire a fucking space marine. Like that's just what happens apparently.
I mean,
Um,
he's just good in basically anything I've seen him do. I wouldn't say he has the best range, but what he does really well.
I mean,
He was a
yeah.
good casting choice.
I mean, have you seen him in Kingsman? He's really fucking good in that too.
He is. I've also seen him in the what was Sacha Baron Cohen? He did a whole spy movie with him. I've also seen him in a couple of other
Brothers
things as well.
Grimsby. That's a really good one. We need to watch that
He,
together.
he was also the bad guy in Kick Ass.
Yeah. And of course, the aforementioned Captain Titus from 40K Space Marine. Um.
Mm-hmm.
Uh. So. So, anybody got anything else to say before we move on to the video about Shazam, or should we just talk about Shazam when the points come up in
Uh,
the videos?
I think the points as they come up will kind of prompt us, but just to preface some of the criticisms less on the technical end of things that I know are going to come up is a lot of it's going to be the humor, and a lot of it's going to be people judging him for acting like a 12-year-old in a man's body and how that is going to be really weird for a lot of people.
Mm-hmm.
Understandably, it's like we were all pretty fine just to like mentally categorize it as like, yeah, he looks like a grown man, but that is in fact, was he 14? It was a 14-year-old. That is a
Yeah.
14-year-old in a grown man's body. He acts really selfish and immature and dopey and goofy, and I, it
Yet very
makes sense,
realistic.
but I can see it not working for a lot of people.
Yeah, it's also very realistic because let's face it, if we all got superpowers, we'd all exploit it just a tiny bit.
Oh yeah,
Like hell, if we
and the
all.
way he exploits them as well is like he uses it to do just cool little tricks to
Mm-hmm.
get free shit and to destroy random objects in an abandoned factory or something.
Yeah,
Which at age 14, that's like point for point everything I'm doing with superpowers.
Shazam the influencer. Because it
I
like they.
didn't like the Fortnite dancing because he was a foster kid who was constantly on the run. That kid never played fucking Fortnite. It was just in there as a cultural reference, and I hated it. I also hated the fact that even though the other DC heroes actually exist in that world, the toys and merch of them also exist. That was also
Yeah, a
it
little
was
weird.
another little fourth wall breaking thing that didn't sit right with me. But
Mm-hmm.
again, these are all little things. None of them destroy the plot or anything, which is why this movie just easily tops the others.
All right, so we've got multiple videos today. It's been quite a while since we've had more than one. I think it was actually like before we hit the tens that we actually had a. How we that's when we started doing single videos for the longest bit. But now we got shorties, but I don't want necessarily want to call them goodies. So let's start with a little reviewer called Cosmonaut Variety Hour. You guys have heard of that guy?
Mm-hmm.
Uh,
His name spoken with dread and doom.
yeah, I
The
used to
bad
watch.
take on the horizon.
What's weird is like I find his takes on like things like Warhammer very informative, but that's only because he's like, hey, if you want to like start off on the hobby, like here's some ways you can do it. And I was just like, oh, the only reason I like this is because it's an informative style video. It's like it's not his like opinions or anything.
Yeah, it's just practical advice about doing a thing.
Yeah,
It's
it's like,
not really his
hey, if,
interpretation of art.
yeah, it's like, hey, you don't want to spend like $17,000 on an entire army. Just buy a whole squad and play the smaller version of 40K. And I was just like, oh, that's nice. I might actually do that. Yeah, I'm trying. Because there's of course the infamous nobody likes Joel take that he did, where it's just like Joel's a murdering psychopath who just murders for fun. And it's just like that's not how the game goes like at all.
Now, if he released that before anything about Last of Us 2 ever came out, I would have a whole different kind of respect for him. It'd be the kind of respect you usually have for someone in a straitjacket in a padded room, but it would be respect.
All right.
Well, we can be glad that this is going to be one of Cosmonaut's quickies. So it's like should
All right.
be relatively brief video.
So Shazam came out, and people are already saying that it's the best DC movie so far. And if you ask me, yeah, that's probably a good assessment. I will agree that
Hmm?
Should we be hearing
Got
anything?
no sound.
Hold on.
this is probably
Okay, hold on. I'll just switch the window for you guys because that means that OBS doesn't trick because they're viewing it the same way you guys are. So let me switch the window to the actual for them so we can actually they could actually have that thing called sound. All right,
Be nice.
we'll restart it.
I don't know if it's going to make the video better, but it'll help.
So Shazam came out, and people are already saying that it's the best DC movie so far. And if you ask me, yeah, that's probably a good assessment. I will agree that this is probably the best DC movie. This movie is just about exactly what you'd expect, and that's not really a bad thing. This is the first DC superhero movie that feels like a genuine superhero story. I like one.
Okay,
Yeah.
he had me up until that last sentence.
What, that it genuinely feels
Yeah.
like a superhero movie?
No, he said it feels like a superhero story. Not being a superhero story is not what was wrong with the other movies.
Yeah, that's true.
Correct.
In fact, one would argue. I don't know. I would almost argue the opposite. That like them being superhero stories kind of really fucked with them. Like, or
How
just
so?
What?
I don't know. I'm trying to like let me really dive into that because then you have Man of Steel, which is supposed to basically be this really thematic intro to Superman in this like darkened version of his story. You've got
Yeah, but it was still just that version of his superhero story. It didn't make it any less a superhero story. It was also a Jesus allegory
right,
in the form of a superhero story.
right. I
Like
guess
he got
that
20 seconds in, like spot on. It's like I'm with you so far, you're nailing it, and then he just goes hard left right at the very end. Like,
right.
bruh,
I guess I
why?
was more approaching the Phase 2 Marvel logic where it wasn't they weren't necessarily considered superhero movies the way they were described to me. They were always described as like Winter Soldier is a spy espionage movie with superheroes. Ant-Man is a heist movie with superheroes.
Yeah, but they were still superhero movies. Like Winter
Right.
Soldier is a superhero movie,
Mhm.
but it's a superhero movie in the form of this espionage plot. Like the espionage plot is more just the framework that the superhero is fitting into.
Right.
Because as you see from things like Justice League or anything like that, we've got an ensemble cast. Superheroes fit a lot of very different molds.
Yes, they do.
the thing that makes them superheroes is the extraordinary abilities, the identity of their costume, the icon that they actually represent a concept higher than themselves when they fight for whatever it is they're fighting for. It's like those elements are what make it a superhero movie, not whether or not, they're spying or they're boxing or they're flying or that's the superficial shit. That's not the definition.
All right. Also, the first Wonder Woman movie, it's actually kind of shit. Like
Yeah, we were all way too generous on that thing when it came out just because it was almost competent compared to what the others were. We all just went so easy on it.
Well, that's because it had the benefit of being right after Batman vs Superman, which is actually the 100% low point of superhero storytelling. Fucking piss jars in courtrooms. And fucking.
I mean, I
Grammys
wouldn't say
peach
it's even the worst of the DCEU, but I get where you're going. It was pretty bad up to that point.
Well, now the worst is either Wonder Woman 84, or just Justice League. Those are both pretty shit now.
Suicide Squad's up there.
Yeah, Suicide Squad
I have to keep
is
being reminded that Suicide Squad even exists.
Suicide Squad is a weird one because it's just so fascinating in how bad it is and the ways in which it's bad.
Yeah.
It's uniquely awful.
Does not help what happened to it as well. It not only was it possibly not that good in general, then the studio ripped it to ever-loving shreds when they asked that trailer company to edit the movie for them.
Yeah. And it was also just really hyped up. Like, they hyped the shit out of that movie.
Yeah, the Bohemian Rhapsody trailer for a lot of people is probably what sold them on the movie.
Mm-hmm.
It's sad because that guy was a really good director too.
Have you seen Bright?
Have you seen End of Watch?
No, I have not. So fair enough.
Wonder Woman, but for the most part, she doesn't really have much of an arc in her movie. She doesn't have any lessons to learn other than the fact that war is bad, which she already knew. As far as Shazam is concerned,
Diana has an arc, it's just a bad arc.
Well, no, she almost had an arc, and then she doubles back on it at the very last second and has a boss fight in an airport.
Yeah.
That doesn't kill Dr. Poison, despite the fact that Dr. Poison super needed to die.
Yeah, but all those random, conscripted 19-year-olds, fuck them.
Yeah, fuck that 16-year-old she booted through a fucking window with her superpowered knee.
Yeah, not through a window. That was through a brick wall.
Hey, those conscripts had their chance.
Oh my god. In terms of just how the DCEU has just handled these characters for the most part, it's just been shit. He's not Clark Kent, he's Kal-El from Krypton. It's like, what?
Think about this, right? Kryptonese, first of all, yeah.
Okay.
The Trinity. The Trinity of DC, Wonder Woman, Batman, and Superman have the shittiest movies out of them all.
Well, Batman doesn't have a movie yet. So he's kind of like...
But all the ones that he's in suck.
With the Snyder, if the Snyder Cut turns out to be pretty good, there's rumors that Batfleck's coming back. He still might get his movie.
Yeah, Batfleck has one nostril above water because he has the best scene in BVS.
And
That's
also,
the only thing saving him.
Also, he's practically amongst the cast. He's one of the only competent directors. Because fucking with Argo, didn't he direct Gone Girl? No, wait, that was David Lynch.
Yeah,
but either way,
Gone Girl.
The Trinity, you would think DC would at least know how to handle them. They don't. Shazam is unironically the best, and that's probably because it had some of the least involvement. Everyone was like, "Oh, who gives a shit about Shazam?"
Yeah, and meanwhile, the director was like, "I give a shit about Shazam." The guy playing both the young and adult versions of Billy. Yeah, I give a shit.
Dude, Zachary Levi put his all into this character. It literally prevented him from committing suicide.
Yeah, and if when
And it
quarantine's over,
shows.
I'm going to give him a hug. Just
I
see
don't know
Zach.
if that's the line on which you wanted to say that it shows. Like, you can see him actively not committing suicide at every second he's on screen.
Yes, exactly.
It's
No,
like
it's
just
about
a
the heart
bunch of
and soul he
screenshots of the
put into
movie.
this
See, he's
movie.
like not a gun in
See,
his mouth.
he's
anything.
alive. Yeah.
Knife to his throat, just a fucking not some pills in his hand. Like, you go,
See,
Zachary Levi.
you can see his forearm. There's no slash marks, so he's
Yeah.
doing okay.
He was almost gonna put on some Alanis Morissette and take a toaster to the bath, but he said no.
He said, "No, I'm gonna fucking floss and then punch a wall."
Yeah.
Which is not always, an encouraging answer, but it is an improvement. It is not suicide, not
I was
one.
It's empirically better.
it's objectively better than suicide. Oh, jeez.
Is that the hot take of this episode? That flossing
He
is
chose
objectively better
not to
than
be a
suicide?
Suicide Squad member.
Oh yeah, he
Yeah,
could have
what
been
are we,
attached
some
to
kind of
that.
Suicide Squad? No, because Zachary Levi said no.
Exactly. Say no to Suicide Squad.
Ezra Miller didn't even say no to Suicide Squad. He had a fucking cameo as the Flash in that. Also, another thing I just realized out of another part of the outside the main Trinity, we haven't even gotten a Flash movie, and Ezra Miller is actually like, I think he's a pretty competent actor, and yet for some reason they won't give him a Flash movie. Is it just because the TV show is going on at the same time, or
Yeah, he's had more actual screen time than any of them, and I'll be honest, I couldn't make it through the entire first season. It's not a good show.
Yeah, that's because it's
Nope.
CW.
Mhm.
Oh, I like what somebody just said in chat. What are we, some kind of reaction podcast?
Yes.
Unironically, even.
Well, holy shit.
So, which one of us is Harley Quinn? Which one of us gets to put on the weird skimpy outfit?
I mean, since for absolutely no reason at all you brought it up, I'm leaving that one on your card, buddy.
Oh no! My attempt to push it on
Why
somebody else.
would you even say something like that?
It's like as I'm like trying to push it onto somebody else, it just starts getting onto my skin. Like, no.
Yeah. And I insist that you introduce me every single time as like, this is Slur. His fucked up avatar steals the soul of everyone he kills.
No, then I'm Rick Flag. This is Kitana. She's got my. I'm the guy who has the least amount of personality in a movie that's supposed to be about personality.
I mean, can I be Slipknot? Like, my climbing skills are just so mind-blowing that I leave the movie early.
You die.
Yeah, because they're mind-blowing.
The man can climb
God, that
anything.
movie is so fucking weird.
Well,
It really is.
It's supposed to be able to fight possibly like Kryptonians, and I'm like, what is Slipknot gonna do against a Kryptonian?
Not fucking much, he's dead.
They can't even do shit against the fucking normies.
Yeah.
Yeah, they killed him before even the first action scene. He didn't even get that far. He
And
literally.
even Harley Quinn is only in there because in Assault on Arkham she served a role. In this, she's just some random thought with a bat. Like, okay. Take that, aliens.
Inspired so many horrible Halloween costumes, guys.
And
To be fair, so did the Joker from The Dark Knight.
Hold on.
That's
And then
true.
there's that fucking shitty meme of like, she was the queen, and anyone died who insulted the queen, and it was just like, ugh. Yeesh.
Oh
I mean,
yeah, when they were trying to
Every
play up their
single
relationship.
line about the Joker is a meme at this point because, good
Oh,
God.
it wasn't even. No, this was like Amanda Waller talking about Harley Quinn and her
Oh,
relationship
yeah.
with the Joker. Because I remember fucking it was somebody's birthday. I think it was River's birthday. She had never seen Suicide Squad, so myself, Ninja, and I think it was Yaski and her. We all sat down and fucking watched Suicide Squad, and Ninja and I were just losing our minds while watching the film. And it was just like,
What a way to spend a birthday.
she asked for it.
It was an event.
She requested it. So let's so I'm not. I guess I guess the fucking torturous relationship, it goes back and forth, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see.
I don't know if that's comforting.
That's not
And I
comforting in
feel
the slightest, and
trying
now,
to-
in fact, that just makes it even worse. That makes it sound like, oh, it's fine because we're both abusive. When it's like that's not it in the slightest.
Oh no, it's fine. I'm doubling down. It's like,
uh,
what?
it's fine. We both set each other on fire. What?
So Cosmonaut.
Yeah, Cosmonaut. So I don't even remember what he was fucking saying. He was saying how like it's got a
Basically, he
perfect
said,
superhero story.
yeah, it was the first one that actually felt like a superhero story. And then here we are.
Hopefully he's gonna, you know, back that up.
Qualify that.
If you've seen the trailer of this movie and you think,
That's I just realized how loud that's probably peaking on OBS. Let's try that again.
oh, I might like that, then yeah, you probably will. It's a very charming and cute superhero movie.
What a
However,
worthless
I'm gonna go ahead.
statement. If you saw the ad for this product and thought, I might like that, then yes, you probably will. As is exemplified by the entire purpose of the existence of the fucking ad.
Doesn't
Why
Yeah,
include that in your script?
Also, it doesn't help that with how loud he is in my headphones, I'm hearing the vocal fry even harsher than like everything else. So it's just like,
yeah, it's called audio balancing, dude.
yeah,
But charming and cute wouldn't exactly be my go-tos for descriptives for this movie.
I mean, I'd call Shazam charming, but that's only because
Yeah, I
like-
could go for charming. Charming, I think, is applicable.
it's because like you can like I don't know if charm is even subjective or not, because like with things like the Jungle Book, that whole film oozes charm. And yet, like, we have people like Lily Orchard who were bored throughout the entire thing, couldn't even finish it. With like Shazam, we're feeling the charm of like the family and how much they genuinely care about their kids.
I mean, if you try and break it down as to why it's charming, you're really just explaining why the characters are well-rounded and well-written.
Mm-hmm.
Whether or not you're charmed by them, I'd say, is objective.
Mm-hmm.
Just like the humor. It's like, we can deconstruct the joke, we can say they mechanically they work, but if you just don't find this movie funny at all, well, then that's on you, and that's fair enough, you know?
Yeah, this is totally subjectivisms. I think the amount of the one joke of like Billy does something heroic and then immediately gets owned, I think they did it a little too much.
Yeah, I could see that. But they did also like balance it out a little bit towards the end, where when he had the heroic moments he earned, they gave them to him.
Yeah.
But the immediate, I'm gonna be heroic. Oh no, no, I'm not. It's like, yeah, that they did that a few times.
Yeah, like when he finally tried, like he had the moment where it's like he finally embraced it, like when all superheroisms fought for a second, then they threw him into the little booth, handed the tiger thing, heroic moment, flies towards deadly sin, he goes right through it and immediately kicks his ass for a second. It's like, all right, yeah, that's where I basically went like, enough.
I mean, that specific one I didn't have a problem with because it showed the areas that he had grown and the areas he still had room to grow. It's like that contrast was fine. I would actually point more towards okay, when he first started like really learning how to use his powers, he still had those moments where, okay, I'm getting used to them now. Wait, no, I'm not. Okay, now I'm actually getting used to them. Oh, wait, nope, still not. And they
Mhm.
kind of used that a few times over that second act.
Yeah, there was also the scene with the bus where he's trying to shoo the dog away, and you just went like, just turn, set the bus
Yeah,
somewhere
just
else.
literally turn 90 degrees and just put it down. There's nothing else anywhere around you.
ahead and be a butthead again and tell you what's wrong with this movie. But don't freak out, because there's really only one problem that I have with this movie. The main thing that I didn't like in this movie was probably the pacing, and not like
What? I'm trying.
Um,
I'm trying to think like the pacing of Shazam. The pacing, like
it was fine.
I'd only seen it once, so Ninja, feel free to jump in here since you've seen it more than once. The pacing seems pretty decent.
I mean, a pacing
Yeah,
issue
I
is
mean,
something you're
there's
probably
probably
going to notice pretty quick. So, and I didn't notice anything wrong with the
Yeah,
pacing,
I
really.
didn't. Yeah, I didn't notice anything. Um, Pacing seemed pretty decent.
Is this going to be like last week with High Top? Just the fact that we don't really see him be Shazam until towards the end, even though it's his fucking origin story.
Hey,
Is that where he's
remember,
going with this?
Batman '89 isn't a Bruce Wayne story.
Jesus Christ.
Like a overall pacing issue that most movies have. In this movie, individual scenes are paced strangely. It's kind of hard to explain, but I feel like some scenes went on just a few minutes longer than they should have. In my opinion, to have a really tight...
Wait, hold on. No. The fucking gas station scene's a good example
is
on
he
how
going
pacing.
to? Is he going to give us an example? Because that would be
Yeah.
fantastic.
Yeah.
Examples absolutely make or break this, because if he can point at specific scenes
Yeah.
and highlight little bits that could have been cut or that didn't really add anything, he might have a solid argument. I don't know, but just on its own, nothing really comes to mind as any one thing that went on too long.
Yeah, okay, let's see if he can name an example.
tight screenplay, you have to cut your scenes once the point of the scene is established. Now, there aren't any
That's
overall
not true at
rules.
all.
Not true in the fucking slightest.
In fact, a lot of the time you will actually linger on things longer than you absolutely have to in order to highlight how important they are. Or to really show the emotion on people's faces, or really just to set the mood and tone of the story overall.
I'm going to say,
If you look at the original Ghost in the Shell, there are a lot of scenes where the establishing shots go on longer than they have to because they really want to build out the world just by showing you what it's like and how people live there. Because that's what sets up how, the characters move around.
I was going to say, if you kind of just cut the second the point is made, that's kind of how you do Spider-Man 2 editing, where it's just like, point happens, bam, next scene. Like Peter's having struggle with his powers, bam, Doc Ock's assembling the machine. It's just like, all right, okay, I guess we're just gonna immediately just slap us into the scene, regardless of what our mood was from the previous scene. Like, that's like, not only is that's an editing choice that I don't understand why Cosmonaut thinks is the way it is. It's just kind of just, I don't want to just say wrong, because editing is just one of those things that's like, it can both work and not work at the same time. Depends on the genre.
Yeah, it's an art form unto itself.
Yes.
And if you do edit like that, you usually have a reason. It's because we're in the climax, everything's already been established, and we're actually just seeing them play out shot by shot by shot. But as a general rule, as a blanket statement as to this is how editing is done, nah.
Yeah.
Rules to how to write a screenplay, but I think that it would have worked in this situation. The first third of this movie is pretty sluggish, and it drags in some weird places.
What? No.
Like where?
For instance, in the opening scene of this movie, we have a flashback, and usually when a movie starts with a flashback, it'll cut right when it gets to the point of the scene. If we understand the purpose of the flashback, usually it's gonna...
That's, what were you saying?
It's not a flashback so much as a establishing origin for the villain.
Yeah, the movie starts in 1970 something, and then it jumps forward to the present day.
I think he's talking about when Billy gets lost. I think that we were talking about that.
Oh, but yeah, that also cut once we got the point. It's like, yeah, he got lost in the crowd, and he ended up with the police, and his mother never came for him. And then we cut to the older Billy.
It literally establishes how he's an orphan.
Mm-hmm.
It also establishes that, yeah, because even as the little toddler, no mom, here he is older, looking for the mom. It's like,
yeah, he never gave up.
History did the thing
he wanted. Source of his motivation.
what would he have cut from that? Would he have cut, like, as soon as he lets go of the hand, disappears into the crowd, and now with no explanation or fleshing out, he's just older looking for his mom?
That
That would have been really weird.
that would have been really jarring, and I actually probably would have given. I probably would have given an insane amount of shit during our viewing if that was the case. I would have been like,
Exactly, because there's just a lot of gaps that aren't filled in that, as we saw in the version of the movie we got, that were very easy to fill in.
Gonna stop right there. However, once we already learned the entire purpose of this scene, it kind of just keeps going for a few more minutes. If we've established the
Also, notice how he's not necessarily going into specifics. He's just going, there's a scene that lasts for too long.
Yeah,
And it was
he's
just
not
like-
even showing us a screenshot from the scene, so he's not actually giving us the example that would make or break the argument.
Yeah, hence why we're making the guess that it's because if it's the Thaddeus flashback, because it's not even like we were saying, it's not even a flashback. It's like the setting up shot, and then we go forward from there.
Yeah. But even if we
Well, you're
do treat it
literally
like a
setting up
flashback,
your
still,
your
so-
main source of motivation and conflict for your villain, and you're setting up your main source of motivation and conflict for your protagonist right off the bat.
I will say with the beginning that dad is almost cartoonishly evil.
He is. He's cartoonishly dickish. Like,
Like-
very on the nose and blunt about being an abusive asshole.
Yeah, and like I almost wanted to give him shit for the miserable little shit thing, but then I realized like, oh wait, they almost went through a car crash, so you're kind of gonna be a tiny bit
No, that part made sense. You know,
Yeah.
very high stress situation. Our parents fucking yelled at us. It's just a thing that happens.
yeah,
It's
because they just
before that. It's like he's a little boy and his like 20-odd-year-old brother who had a 5 o'clock shadow took his toy off him, and the dad just basically calls him a little bitch. It's like,
Yeah,
what the
and
fuck?
then even then when his brother's like, will Thaddeus ever be a man? And it's like no, and the dad chuckles. It's just like, what the fuck? It almost makes you because he's just like defend yourself, and he was just like, okay, so he's clearly bigger than me, and we're in a car. But for most of this film, like the motivation still makes sense, and actually, like a lot of the scenes involving like Thaddeus, like the boardroom scene, yeah, it's got a bit of the tone problem with the Sins eating everybody, but the moment where he throws the magic 8 ball back at the adult version of his brother, and he's just like, is he man enough to fucking throw me out of this room? And then
Yeah.
he just chucks him out the fucking window.
That was probably one of the funniest parts of the movie, to be honest. But yeah, even if you just go back and you treat the entire prologue like it's a flashback, what do you cut from that that you think is unnecessary? Because they have the crash, the dad is there fucking crippled on the ground because he's just been in a car accident.
And
Still looking probably better for wear than he probably should, but you know, it's fine.
he was thrown clear of
And
that
then,
car.
yeah.
He should have been dead.
Yeah, he absolutely
I mean,
should
I
have,
guess you could have cut when his brother is like, "This is all your fault."
But even then, like that sets him up for like seeing the magic 8 ball, and the magic 8 ball says, "Come find us."
Yeah,
Right.
and that actually sets up how this will then connect to everything later on.
Yep.
And then it immediately cuts after that. So once every single point it wanted to make was made, it cut. What the fuck does he want?
Yeah, that's really weird. Also, Jake, I don't know. So, like the scene with the Sins can be hilarious up to a point. I just felt like when is the Sins just eating people, that was just really jarring because how much of a tonal shift that was. Because it was just like, what the? And then Slar brought up how like it's kind of confined to PG-13 violence.
Yeah, it was confined to no violence at all. So the fact that he walks in, he's got all these demons at his disposal, he unleashes them on the board and they go ham and they eat everybody. That didn't jar me at all. That was absolutely
Yeah.
perfectly fine. That's what I assumed
Yeah,
he
it
would
was-
do with that power. What threw me off was after we have like the horror shot from outside the office and we go back in, all of the people that were just killed
They're just
are
a little
all just
tussled.
kind of Yeah, slightly disheveled, but fully intact and still like
Yeah,
clean
not even
and freshly showered and permed,
yeah,
just
not even having like
on the
ketchup on
ground.
them, basically.
Yeah, pretty much. And it wasn't even a lack of gore. It's like there are ways to do it that are horrifying with no gore at all.
Yeah,
Like all that's left is just clothes and shoes just scattered and strewn about the room because nothing of the people is left.
yeah,
That would have also been PG-13 and would have also implied the horror of what had happened.
yeah, and then
But
blood
what we got was
splatter.
just very weird.
Maybe a blood splatter hits the window as the secretary is looking in because you're allowed to do that in PG-13. We watched Alien vs Predator. Remember that guy that gets killed and it just shows the blood splatter on the rocks? Like,
Hmm.
there's certain limitations you can do.
But yeah, it
Else,
looks like they just didn't even try. They
hold
just
on.
went, okay, everyone in this room, you're dead now. Just either lie on the ground or prop
S-
yourself up against a wall and close your eyes until the shot's done. Go.
Stardust
It's like,
has a
oh,
fucking
mm,
like throat slitting scene, and like but because the blood is blue, it's just perfectly fine to show.
yeah, it's the Samurai Jack rule.
Yeah,
The motivations of the characters in the scene and we've established the purpose of the scene, then we should just cut. I feel like less is more in most cases, but in this movie, the scenes just drag on a little too long. And this makes the pacing awkward because it makes the movie feel a lot longer than it actually is. This is like a 2-hour movie that feels like it's 2.5 hours long. Now, this
I don't even
What
know
does
what that
that
means.
even mean?
Please, for the love of God, give us an example to work with here
One of
because
a good example
I don't know
of the
what he's even on
pacing.
about.
A good example of the pacing is the fucking convenience store scene. So what's the first thing they want to do? We find out. Well, like Billy Batson has the body of an adult. What's the first thing he's gonna want to do? Oh yeah, buy some fucking beer. Uh,
Yeah, and he looks awkward as fuck doing it.
yeah, he
But
gets the
I would even say that the pacing moves a little too quickly once he turns into Shazam because he turns into Shazam, he goes back to the house, and like the superhero nerd kid is just immediately on board. Like, obviously,
yeah.
it needed to be for anything to work, but I would still that say happened too quickly, if
I
anything.
yeah, and I think that may just be unfortunately like that's it. It happens almost with the same with Big, which Big is one of them inspirations for Shazam.
Hmm.
Um, and the like Tom Hanks kid version's friend like was super on board once he found out as well. And I don't even remember Big that much.
Well,
Like
that's why
I
they had
saw
the
it a
whole
few
piano
times
bit
when I
in
was
the
a kid,
movie.
yeah.
yeah, I thought that was actually a really odd point to put in that reference. The
Mm,
piano.
I can see it as a
It was
nice
subtle.
homage since it's one of the things that inspired the character, you know?
Right. Um wait, I could have sworn that that mall is in New York.
Yeah, the actual place is in New York because it was a right seeing it in this movie is a big nostalgia thingy for me because Big is one of my dad's favorite movies from when he was younger. And then when we were in New York, we actually went to that toy store and they still had the piano there. So yeah, I will recognize that on site immediately every single goddamn time.
pacing issue
Oh, and what I mean by like, so they get the alcohol. The robbers come in. He like Billy, who still hasn't quite gotten used to the fact he's a superhero, kind of also hides with Freddy. Freddy's like, "Get out there!" And he's like trying to stop them. They shoot him. It's like establishes that he is bulletproof. So then Freddy starts recording it. They shoot him a bunch. Then they're just like, "Hey, is he bulletproof in the face? Shoot him in the face." It's like, "Shoot me!" What? Bang, 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 and it's just like, and it's so they find out that he's bulletproof even further. They throw him through the window. They get the beer, and then like, oh, that tastes like actual vomit. Then, like kids, they just get a bunch of snacks.
Yeah. And that entire scene actually sets up a lot about their attitude towards the powers, the way they're going to use them, the fact that he starts recording it is like it sets up a whole lot of stuff in a way that actually feels just like a natural progression of what they were already doing. It's a good scene.
Also, another good scene is like when they're talking about like at the dinner table, Shazam, and it was just like they don't think he's necessarily a good superhero because when you think about it, they've been doing like zero superhero shit. They've just been hanging out at like a fucking warehouse breaking shit.
Well, they've been charging people's phone batteries with only the occasional explosion.
Well, right. Then when you think about it, it's like when he saves the bus, like not only he's the one who caused it to wreck in the first place, but then when he stops, it's like that's actually the only that in the convenience store. That's kind of when he tries to also stop the mugger, but turns out the lady could have handled it herself.
Yeah, the get woke bro moment.
That was a little weird. Yeah, I was just like, is this supposed to be like a not everybody needs saving thing? Because I don't care if somebody. I don't
I
care
think
if
it
a
was more
turn.
just to set up the comedy of him. Here's my opportunity to be a hero. Actually, no, this situation was already being handled perfectly fine because everyone kind of just gets on with their life without superheroes around. This
Yeah,
is a
it was
little
meant to be
weird.
the awkwardness of trying to save somebody that didn't ask for help or ask to be saved, you know?
Yeah, well,
Right.
he's still even just trying to figure out what the fuck he's even doing.
Mm-hmm.
But I will say, it's like, for even in current year, there's no 14-year-old who talks like that.
What the like when
Get
he was
woke,
trying.
bro.
Oh.
And even like the entire conversation, like, I know 14-year-olds aren't quite the Call of Duty lobby ilk that we grew up with, but they're still not that soft. They're still teenagers. They're still young teenagers. They're fucking vicious.
She was mostly prominent in the beginning and end of the movie. Before Billy gets his powers, the movie takes its sweet time getting to the point. It's also a problem that the
What? No. Before Billy gets his powers is also another great moment of like character establishment. Cosmonaut, were you paying attention?
I think this literally is the same take as Batman. It's because it took a while for him to be in the suit. That's just a whole lot of movie that doesn't even count as a Shazam movie. It is the most smooth brain, surface level bullshit take you can have.
Ugh.
Yeah, just let it play so we can see if the next video is any much better.
The first third of this movie is mostly ruined by the trailer. If you've seen the trailer, you already know how the first chunk of this movie is gonna go. And while the middle
But
of the
that's
movie
what.
is really
Oh,
The
dear
fuck does that
fucking lord.
mean? That like that kind of
The
just happens
first
with
third of the movie is the establishment of the characters, the stakes, and the world. The fact that the trailer told you the
I'll
bulk
be
of
right
this
back.
is a good thing. If you said the last third of the movie is spoiled by the trailer, now you've got a problem. But the first third, the intro and the establishment, yeah, that's fine. In fact,
Well,
that's
and what
almost what you
kind
would
of
expect.
spoiler is that? It's like, oh, Billy's gonna meet a wizard, and the wizard's gonna give him superpowers, and it's like, yeah, that's kind of the whole concept. Like that would be ruined for you by the little words on the back of the DVD case. You know what I mean? It's like this is not a spoiler.
Yeah, it's not a spoiler, it's the fucking premise. Although I have noticed that, not so much lately, but when people being hyper vigilant about spoilers was at an all-time high, there were people who would start bitching and whining about spoilers because you just told them like something that happens in the first minute of a movie or a TV show. Like, why? That's not a spoiler. It You're receiving the same amount of information as if you were just told what it was. It's like, oh yeah, in RoboCop, it's about this guy. He has like a horrific accident in the line of duty, and they turn him into a robot. It's like, oh my god, spoiler! I didn't know that was gonna happen. Motherfucker! It's how
Yeah.
he becomes RoboCop. It's the name of the movie.
Yeah, it's literally the whole thing. Like,
Or did he want this movie to just be Billy Batson and for the Shazam thing to be a surprise?
I
I
think
mean,
when it
I
comes to
guess.
when it comes to spoilers, I mean this is different from like the Doomsday thing from BBS. We all remember that infamous trailer where it just showed like basically one of the last shots of the film, where
Yeah.
Doomsday like rips up that building. Batman says, "Oh shit," and then Doomsday fires a laser at him. Like that's you could do that with trailers, and those are shit. Because I really hate it
Yeah,
when
that's load way too early.
what was like oh yeah. Then there when it comes to spoilers, I remember when I was talking to somebody about Star Wars, and I was talking about the OT, and somebody went like, "Don't spoil it. I haven't seen it yet." I looked them dead in the fucking eye and went, "Those films have been out for 40 plus years. I'm going to spoil it. If you haven't seen Star Wars and you're like 25 years old, like I'm not gonna just fucking not spoil it."
Even if you haven't seen them, there's such
Yeah,
cultural
there's
touchstones that you'll
yeah,
have just absorbed most of the plot through osmosis.
yeah, and they just went like, "Oh, I didn't know that Darth Vader was Luke Skywalker's father." I immediately just went
Yes,
like,
you fucking did.
"Yeah, I fucking like." I looked them dead in the eyes, like that is ingrained in so much pop culture. There is no way you didn't know. It's like fuck off. Uh, what's your guys' spoiler time limit? When it comes to movies, for me, it's like the second it leaves theaters, it's open season.
I think that's a decent rule of thumb, especially for anything new, or if you're going to be talking about it, something where the title is going to give away that you're going to be talking about it. In general, I'd say it's like once it's been out long enough that most people have seen it. Anyone who's going to see it has seen it. You know, that kind of window.
Yeah, normally I don't care about that stuff. When EFAP was talking about Underwater, for some reason, like I was just like, I don't want it spoiled. For some reason, like I normally don't give a shit, but it's just like, oh, I don't want Underwater spoiled.
Well, because you care more about spoilers if it's for something good than if it's for shit.
That's true.
Mm-hmm.
Really good. The ending starts to mess things up again. I don't know what's wrong with DC, but all their movies have big, dumb, long CGI battles at the end. People have been making fun of this trend since.
Hold on. So there isn't a big dumb CGI. Well, hold on. Are they talking about as opposed to like Wonder Woman?
I think
where
what
she
he's
fights
referring
Ares?
to is like the blue beam kind of thing, which a lot of superhero movies struggled with, or like like the Wonder Woman fight at the airport, and it's like there's CGI in this fight too, but I would argue that like there's more connected stakes. Like we were
Yeah.
talking about earlier, it's like the whole world isn't at risk here, but it's a more personal conflict between the characters. Like we kind of give a shit.
Not to mention, there also is kind of the potential for this to become like a worldwide problem. if Thaddeus had been successful in absorbing the champion's power, that would have been
Yeah,
a
the
meaning.
world was kind of fucked, or at least
Yeah,
millions would have died, according to the wizard. But I here's the problem: I can't tell if the footage we're seeing on screen is the scene he's actually talking about because he's just not that consistent with his editing. Because the first thing that came to my mind was the demons versus
was the
the
rest
other
of
kids.
this Shazam gang?
Yeah,
Yeah,
is
I
that what
was
they're actually called?
no, that's what I just
No.
called them.
Okay, fair enough.
Kids, because they're just a gang of kids that all have Shazam's powers.
The Shazam gang. Yeah, I that's what stood out to me because it's a bit of a CGI fest, but there
Yeah, it
isn't actually
is.
that much of it. A lot of it is these two flying around punching each other. We're using their very similar powers and just clashing until one of them gives in,
And I
and
actually
it doesn't
very
really go on that long.
and it shows how like the powers that they've gotten that they are the most comfortable with and how they're using them. Like Darla, fucking used super speed the best, and like was saving all the people. She saved, and also very charming scene of like when she saves the guy dressed up as Santa, and she thinks it like because she's still like a 6-year old in that body. She's like, I've been really good this year. Because to her, as you were saying during our viewing, Slayer, is like, oh yeah, she just totally just saved Santa in her mind.
Yeah, to her mind, she actually just saved Santa Claus.
It's just like, oh, since I saved you, could I have the stuff I wanted?
Or when what the fuck is his name?
When
It's
Freddy
superhero
saved
nerd kid.
when
Yeah,
Freddy
he
saved
saves the
the
bully
bullies,
by
he
giving
gives them the
both
wedgies.
wedgies.
Yeah, suitcase wedgies. Yeah. The guy the kid who was just trying to get swole. I don't remember his name.
Yeah, he actually gets swole.
Yeah, and he's the one holding up the Ferris wheel, and then he's the one who fights. I think it would be Wrath. Is the one That's the problem. They made the sins look so generic that we just
Yeah,
The only one we
I
could
do
kind of
think it was
tell.
Wrath because the and this was another thing I pointed out as well. It's like all the kids when they get the Shazam power, they turn into adult Adonis god versions themselves, except like the college girl because she was already perfect apparently because she doesn't change at all.
The problem being is that it doesn't necessarily turn you into an Adonis. It just turns you into what you'll look like as an adult. So Billy Batson's gonna look like that when he becomes an adult.
That's not entirely everything it does, is it? Because it also makes all of them like extremely physically fit versions themselves, except her.
Uh, that's kind of the problem because I almost drew from the comics, and it's like that's not what we're doing here.
No, it is not.
Yes.
Stick to what's on screen.
Right. Oh, fuck off with Mary Marvel. Is that actually what they? Because they couldn't call him Captain Marvel, despite the fact that he's the one who held that title for the longest time. Now he's just Shazam. I'm trying to remember.
I think I prefer just calling him Shazam, to be honest. It's easier to
Well,
remember.
well, that's
It's
fine
got a bit more
because
pizzazz.
well, yeah. Now that he's called Shazam, it's pretty okay. But for most of his comic run, he was Captain Marvel, and then that got taken away by not by not by Carol Danvers, but more so Marvel, which is really dumb.
It is, and honestly, she can go down with that ship all she wants.
Yep.
She can have it. Fuck it.
Since Man of Steel, and they still keep doing it. Now, granted,
Okay, first off, no, don't fucking compare Shazam to Man of Steel. That is
Also, what
way.
he has on screen is very specifically them not doing that by
Yeah,
breaking it up with a bit of comedy, a bit of back and forth,
this was a
not just an endless slog of destructive horror.
yeah, this was a great scene because they were going around the buildings, and not to mention like Thaddeus is trying to give like his evil speech, and Billy is just like, "What the hell are you saying?"
Yeah, it's a very Venture Brothers moment. I liked it.
And at one point, yeah, Billy's just like, "Screw it."
I think the final battle in this movie is the most bearable one so far, but it feels like the fight is supposed to end way sooner than it does. It really drags on, and since there isn't really any fight choreography in this movie like there are in other DC movies, it gets kind of boring to watch. We are officially at the point where DC movies have evil robot Jeff Bridges moments. Because without fail, every single DC movie at this point has had an ERJB, a big dumb CGI final battle that comes out of.
So this is exactly what Shazam isn't doing right here. What's on screen?
And
Like,
what did he mean by Jeff Bridges' moment? He
oh,
didn't define that up and said it.
that's because that's a watch one of my previous videos and you'll know. So the evil Jeff Bridges problem is the fact that like they don't know how to end the film, so they just make the hero fight a bigger version of the thing. Like in the case of Iron Man 1, or no, not a bigger version of them, but they just fight a big thing. In the case of Iron Man 1, it was Jeff Bridges' character. In the case of Iron Man 2, it was Whiplash, who literally just had a big Iron Man version of his whips. Thor had the Destroyer machine thing. Captain America didn't have this problem because that was a personal battle between Cap and Red Skull inside the plane.
Yeah, he didn't really have a final boss. His big thing was the assault on Hydra's base with the energy weapons.
Yeah, and not to mention like the climax of that story was fighting Red Skull on the plane. He's trying to save the He's trying to save the planet because the bombs are like all gonna drop on like New York, Berlin, DC, London. I in terms of what Shadow's saying, I'm trying to think of like the problem with the CGI. I don't know. I guess it kind of in a little bit of the Shazam versus Thaddeus fight, it kind of turns into a bit of a slap fest. Like
It's a bit of a slapfest, and like you said, there isn't much choreography. Like, I'll more than happily give him that one because a lot of it is either clashing midair or firing energy beams at each other, Dragon Ball Z style, but
right.
without the speed or excitement.
Well, that's kind of the problem with a lot. Like okay, I'm going to give a tiny bit of a merit to that one guy who said the flying video. That if it's done poorly, yeah, if you don't choreograph the flying fight very well, it just does, and especially with the camera work, it looks like two people just flailing into each other. Even the Matrix Revolution, the third one, even has this problem when Neo and Smith are in midair flying, the camera's just all over the place, so you can't tell if they're actually fighting or just flailing at each other while they're fighting midair. Except for the clashes, of course. That's why I was like, I'll give you the tiny, tiny merit, guy. But then that's it.
Nowhere. I'm not going to spoil how the final battle goes in Shazam, just know that that was probably my least favorite part of the whole movie. However, despite the pacing, I think the movie still works.
I
He
won't
could mean a
spoil
few
it.
different things by that. We'll happily spoil everything because this movie came out fucking years ago. If
Yeah.
you haven't seen it yet, that's on you.
Mm-hmm.
But is he talking about when he draws out envy and that's how he gets like the last little edge on him, or is he talking about how it finally ends?
I mean, I thought the whole envy thing was actually pretty fucking smart.
Yeah, 'cause
Yeah,
he's got the wisdom
Uh,
of I don't want to say Solomon.
Solomon. It is Solomon.
Mhm.
Okay, it is Solomon. Okay,
Yep.
Yeah, the wisdom of King Solomon.
all right.
And stamina of Atlas. And strength of Hercules. Yeah, it was a whole bunch of Greek heroes, but yeah, that was actually a really clever way of taking it out of just the clashing midair with the energy beams and bringing it back to the actual characters and the clash between
Yeah.
them.
Because he realizes very quickly that, you know, they keep clashing, they keep going after each other, and basically nothing is really happening on either side. And so he's like, okay, I've got to get, you know, envy out so that I can have the advantage.
Right.
In a lot of other areas. The movie is actually pretty well written as far as the dialogue is concerned. It was actually really funny and sharp, and that's about what I expected, and it's what I wanted going into this movie. The kids in this movie all act their age, which is always a relief. The kid from It, who plays Billy's friend, is amazing, and he deserves way more love because I was totally into his performance. Zachary Levi is so convincing as Big Billy that I honestly...
The kid did a good job.
Yeah.
He was a good actor.
Who was he in It? I don't remember because
He's one of the kids.
Well, yes, I know he's
Yeah,
one
I
of the kids.
assume
But
he's
which
one of the Losers Club. I haven't actually seen the new It movies. I don't know.
I watched it once and it was bootleg Russian version.
Don't do that to yourself.
I wonder why I haven't actually seen it like the legit version because it's pretty good even when it's in potato Russian version. It's still a pretty good film.
That says a lot, I think.
Well, it says the quality of the film that even when you're viewing it on like the lowest possible like I don't want to say device. I was still looking at it on a computer, but on like back alley theater recording, it's still fucking scary and can actually still be a good quality film. Like it's actually pretty amazing.
Forgot he was a separate actor playing the same character. They blended together perfectly. The story is actually a lot of fun too. The movie feels like a fresh, modern superhero movie. It really...
Jake's saying he played the overprotected kid. Maybe.
Yeah,
could see
the
that.
one that had like asthma or whatever. I forget his name, but yeah.
The one that got his arm broken.
Yeah.
Okay.
He feels like this is how a teenager would react to getting these new powers. He isn't a perfect person either, and he doesn't go save people right away. He uses his powers for selfish reasons because he's a selfish person. It's fun seeing Billy have an actual believable character arc because God knows DC still has problems giving their characters real character arcs. Like I said, while the first act is slow and weirdly paced, once Billy
Which is false.
gets his powers, the movie gets way better. Showing Billy reacting to his new powers and getting used to them and adjusting to his new life is the most interesting aspect of the movie. There's a point in the movie where Billy and his friend have a personal disagreement, and I really like that both of their sides of the argument were equally valid. It's kind of a
I'm not sure. Bill, no, that whole scene was that Billy had no argument. Was that Billy was just kind of just? I'm assuming he's talking about after.
What are you talking about?
I'm assuming that Cosmonaut is talking about the scene after he saved the bus, and it was the scene where Freddy goes like,
He's talking about the lunchroom stuff.
Yeah,
Hold
in
on.
which case, yeah, comic nerd kid was absolutely in the wrong,
well, yes,
but Billy didn't respond well to it or treat that situation with any level of maturity, nor would we really expect him to.
all right,
Yeah, that's kind of the point. Is
Yeah,
they're both
fair.
wrong.
yeah, they're in terms of that, yeah, they're both wrong. I thought they were talking about the when he catches the bus, because Freddy definitely has the argument.
Well,
in
and
that
that's what
scene.
makes it endearing later on when like he actually does show up to the lunchroom. You know,
Yeah.
everything that's set up is paid off in this movie. It's kind of nice. None of our expectations are fucking subverted. It's great.
And you know what would make all of this a lot clearer?
What?
If this idiot used footage from the movie that actually matched the point he's trying to make.
What's unfortunate is that's what happens when you make reviews for things when you only have access to trailer footage. When
Well, but I mean,
appreciate the
use a
Mueller
still
approach.
fucking image if that's all you've got.
I
I
was
mean,
gonna
it's a
say
5-minute video.
I was going to say do the
Yeah,
Mueller
use
approach.
MS Paint if you really have to make a point.
Yeah, because that's one thing I actually really love about some of Mueller's reviews is that even though it's a potato quality picture, it still gives enough of a context to understand what's going on. Or he'll play like the potato footage, like you are a Palpatine. Oh fuck me. Yeah, take a sip of coffee.
a bummer though because all this good stuff in the middle of the movie gets overshadowed by a supervillain plot. But I should mention that I actually
Wow.
Okay.
That's fucking what? This gets overshadowed by a supervillain. Like that.
Wasn't one of his compliments at the start of this video that this is the first one that really feels like a superhero story?
You can't have a
Yes.
superhero story without a supervillain. Because, in all honesty, if it was just like Shazam versus like the Mob or something, Shazam would just go right through him because he's bulletproof.
Yeah, and then we just have to watch a 14-year-old Billy Batson reconcile the fact that he's killed people now. I don't know if I want to see that movie.
He's just freaking out in the corner like Zachary Levi. Oh, jeez.
actually didn't mind the villain in this movie. People seem to be kind of split on him, but I think he worked fine enough for what this movie is. But yeah, this movie was a lot of fun, and honestly, I'm just glad it exists.
A
If
weird
this
way to phrase it, but yeah, Mark Strong as a villain, he worked perfectly fine.
Yeah, motivation works out. Like his whole thing about not being worthy and
How that would lead him to like trying to take a shortcut to the power, making him susceptible to the demons. So yeah, it all tracks. It's not very complicated or big brain imaginative or anything, but it works.
Yeah, and it shows how like
Functional.
how the Sins were
Yeah.
using him to get even more power. Like when he's telling him to touch the staff, he's just like, and Billy's just going like, they're using you, right?
Yeah, and it even pays off down to the fact that we can even see through the dialogue which sin specifically it was that helped, that made it work, that made him the one that they were able to get their claws into. Like,
Right.
of all the people who were tested, most of them were just confused because they were in the middle of living their normal life. When this wizard randomly zapped. The wizard's plan, the more you look back on it, the more that actually sticks out as one of the things that have really tipped me about the whole movie.
He was just
But
like, no matter how long it takes, we got to find somebody who's worthy. Asian lady who's just hanging out in a room and then is just transported there. Oh, what's going on? Are you worthy? I don't know who you are. You're not worthy. And it's just like, how are you?
yeah, and he put them all through the same test where he gives them all the same rehearsed speech in front of all the demons and just lets each one of them almost get tempted when he knows that's what the demons do, and he knows that every human, regardless of how pure they are, is still going to have some bullshit they want to resolve. Like, what was
well,
he doing?
well, I don't the eye thing. I don't know if they get all tested the same way, but I like to think most of that has just been, what is going on? Are you worthy? I don't know where I am. Oh, I guess you're not worthy.
No, I don't think it's that. I do think that they were all put against the temptation of the deep. Because remember, he says that
Oh, that's right.
in the
You will be
past
tested.
they chose a champion who was not pure of heart or whatever the fuck, and that's how the demons got let loose in the first place.
I don't know how you're
So
gonna.
he's testing all of them against that temptation. But the whole point of the demons, and this is why it gets extra annoying that they use the seven deadly sins, because I think I've mentioned this to you before when those sins came up, but those seven deadly sins are the seven inherent vices of mankind that lead to our downfall.
Mhm.
They're the seven things in us that will lead us to sin. They're
Right.
just inherent traits like sloth, gluttony, lust. Like these are just natural feelings. The
Also,
sin is the indulgence.
right.
So,
I love the
yeah,
fact
it's
that I love the fact that Billy makes that side comment of like, "There's lust. I thought would be way hotter."
yeah.
And it's just like, fair enough. I immediately think Full Metal Alchemist, where lust is just a complete babe, and it's just like, oh, that's not fair. To be fair,
I
lust,
mean,
yeah, it's
personally, I would have gone full Dante's Inferno in their asses, but I don't think the 13-year-olds would have been ready.
what, just a bunch of tits attached to a body. I'm pretty sure that's what it looks
That's
like in the
actually
game.
not how lust is depicted in Dante's Inferno. It's how it's depicted in Dante's Inferno, the God of War like game, but that's its own thing.
Right. Well, sorry. I know yeah, you're talking about the Divine Comedy when I'm just like, oh yeah, the video game where it's just a God of War ripoff and Lust has like 13 tits and is voiced by Mark Hamill.
I will say the interpretations they did in that game were actually pretty fucking good.
A cutscene where
It's
he's
like,
like sewing the cross into his body. God!
I mean, but that was a very edgy boy moment. It's
Yeah.
very crawling in my skin.
Yeah.
I meant
So
more the depiction of the nine circles of hell, like all
yes,
the artwork
yeah.
for it was very cool and all that sort of stuff.
Yeah, I know what you mean. It's just immediately I can't help but think of that fucking shit tier video game. Um, I so those certain versions, those sins that I actually really did like, gluttony with the big mouth. It's like, oh yeah, that was pretty neat. I kind of understood where they were going with lust with the big ass tentacle tongue.
Except it, but it was attached to something that looked like Mortal Kombat
Yeah,
1 reptile.
that's the problem. Yeah. Um,
So I didn't really get that thing could have easily have been gluttony because it was always so scrawny and famished looking. It's always hungry. It's like you could have easily taken that exact angle on it and it would have tracked just as well.
oh, that actually would have been a very cool interpretation of gluttony instead of the big fat fuck. It's this person that's just like malnourished in there, then just needs to eat.
Yeah.
And that's an interesting take.
Like there's a lot of different ways you could do it, but we've already said it, we've covered it that the
Yep.
design of
Yep.
the Seven Sin is just
Mhm.
not good.
Oh, I forgot what he was talking about because I'd rather talk about anything than this fucking video. We're almost done, guys.
Almost.
Movie does super well, then it'll show Warner Brothers that it's okay to have a bright and fun superhero movie for once. This movie felt a lot like how superhero movies
That
used to
is-
be.
Ooh, that
Hold on.
comment did not
What was
age
that-
poorly.
what
Or
was
did
that-
not age well. Sorry.
I'm gonna rewind because I didn't understand that comment. That comment was
It exists. If this movie does super well, then it'll show Warner Brothers that it's okay to have a bright and fun superhero movie for once. This
And they took that lesson right to the 1984 bank.
I was gonna say, like, that's the problem with '84 was that it's
Well, or
diabetic
Birds
level.
of Prey, or
Oh,
any of
that's
the movies
right.
that came out after this.
I forgot about Birds of Prey. God damn. I don't know if Birds of Prey
Oh,
was
that's
just
another one I haven't seen yet, actually.
I haven't seen Birds of
God
Prey
damn.
either, but I don't want to because it's got Ewan McGregor, and I'm like, Obi-Wan, why are you in this film?
Yeah, I really like Ewan McGregor.
I'm like, like, what did you please tell me you fired your agent after that?
Oh no, he was entirely on board, or at least he was when he was on the press tour.
Mm-hmm. And now we're gonna get
But,
the Obi-Wan show, yay!
Oh yeah, that's happening. Everything's happening. It's all happening. And there's nothing we can do about it except sit back and watch the fire.
Well, with that, at least we're probably gonna get a good performance out of Ewan McGregor. Well, there's at least that, because there's one thing it's the one thing people enjoyed from the prequels, like consistently enjoyed. I mean, they all enjoyed Ewan McGregor's performance as Obi-Wan. So at the very least,
Mhm.
like regardless of the fact they're probably gonna have Ewan McGregor fight Darth Vader, at the very least we'll have like Ewan McGregor doing his damnedest to try to sell that to us.
Just on them taking the lesson that, it would actually sell and perform well if they did something brighter and more cheerful.
Yeah.
Was this before Suicide Squad?
No, this was after. Way after.
Okay. I was just trying to gauge how poorly the comment aged.
So Jake just said something funny earlier where it was like, if Steve Irwin was alive, he would have been worthy for the wizard. I just like to imagine if that happening, he's just fighting a crocodile.
Fucking lootly.
He's just fighting a crocodile, and then suddenly like Stephen Irwin.
He would have let out the fucking sins just to wrestle them. And he would have put them right back in again.
Hold on.
He wouldn't even
Mike.
look
Boy,
at the
Raph
eye.
is a big fella.
He lets them out one at a time. Oh, there's gluttony. I'm gonna poke him with a stick. He's angry.
Just Raph flailing around. It's like, I've got 4 arms. How does he have me in a master lock? What the
Hell, the wizard's just like, what is he doing? I don't think he needs to be a champion. I think if I gave
Oh,
him,
dude, just like all of the quote unquote greats of the human race. You got like, fucking
Mr.
what was his
Rogers,
name? Mr. Rogers. You got Steve Irwin.
Bob
You got
Ross.
Bob Ross, and they're all just in Shazam get-ups.
Yeah,
Except Steve Irwin, because he can't actually activate the powers because he always says it in his weird accent.
Shazam.
Shazam!
They don't understand. Yeah, like
Shazam!
And the wizard's just getting really annoyed, like, no, my name is Shazam. Shazam! Shazam!
I love that the wizard just getting so frustrated. It's like, at least attempt how I say it.
It's like he
Like,
still
"Do
has
you
the
see my
he
mouth?"
just has the lightning bolt on like the sleeve or something.
When like Thaddeus is like holding him underwater so he can't say the name, Steve Irwin just punches him anyway. That gets him off. Yeah, that really hit. Oh.
This movie felt a lot like how superhero movies used to be. Honestly, I got big time Spider-Man 1 vibes. It's a whimsical, action-packed adventure.
Yeah, Spider-Man 1's alright, but I wouldn't say we get Spider-Man 1 vibes because, like, he does. Most of this movie is like prologue to when he has the great power, great responsibility thing. I don't know. That statement just sounded weird to me.
In terms of the superhero origin with a lot of the campiness of 90s comics and stuff intact, I can kind of see where he's coming from, but it's not the first comparison I'd make, really.
That I think just about anybody can enjoy. Yeah, you can put that on the back of the box. And I mean it when I say that, too. I think this is a movie like Guardians of the Galaxy where just about anybody can watch it and probably have a good time. So with that said, I'm going to go ahead and give Shazam a solid 7 out of 10. Please watch it so I can get actual good DC movies.
Only like a point or half a point off of where, because I think we said like 6 to 6.5 at the highest. So
Yeah,
I
that was
was
you guys.
about a 6.
Yeah, that's what you guys
So
said.
it's just about above average, I think is where I put it.
Yeah, I'm being super generous when I give it a 7. It's probably a 6.5, 7.
And even now, thinking back, and like the more you think about it, it's like you'll see some problems you didn't before. It's like at most it's being bumped down to a 5 if I'm being particularly harsh about the wizard.
If I'm being like, if I really want to fucking like give this movie a lot of shit, this final act has some like massive problems. Like the when Thaddeus is preventing Billy from saying Shazam, it's really weird considering the other. I don't know if it's an adaptation argument or just the fact that we've seen the character before. So it's like whenever you want to prevent Billy from turning into Shazam, he has to not be able to just say the word at all. Hence why his mouth is normally covered or something.
Yeah, that's
But when
something we pointed out while we were watching as well.
but
It's
when
like
he's
we
holding his
actually
mouth,
hear him say the word.
yeah.
That's
So
what
when
makes it
Thaddeus is
weird.
holding him under, he's saying Shazam. It's just muffled by the water, and it's just like, but and I just kept thinking like, that's not the problem though, Thaddeus. The fact he's still saying the word. Why isn't his powers activating?
Yeah, and the thing, like, this was mainly just us being real sticklers with the rules because we were just like, no, we could still hear him say the word.
Yeah. It was like a moment of inconsistency. It was like,
Yeah.
Uh, what was another problem that I had overall with the film? Like I said, I had a bit of a problem with its comedy, but comedy is subjective at the end of the day. That's all I can really think about. But that's because I don't. It's because it's easier for mistakes to kind of pass by me. That's why I appreciate when you guys are there, because so you guys be like, nope, this is a problem. Hold on. Yeah, that's what gets Cosmonaut. I let's see. Does he say anything else? Nope. It's just his other videos. Let me throw up the cover.
Okay, so we don't actually hugely disagree with his takeaway from the movie. We just had some issues with how he got there.
I had a bit of a problem because he wasn't saying anything.
But it's not even that. If he did say anything, he was keeping it so vague that we actually had to do a lot of guesswork as to what he could even be talking about in the movie.
I sometimes wonder why people even do reviews if they're not going to spoil shit. It's like, if you're really going to just keep like being so vague to prevent spoilers, it's, I don't know, it turns me off. Like, I'm just like,
why do you think you're gonna have something to say about it if you can't talk about it?
all right, brown table or high top for the next Shazam review.
Oh god, they're both so exhausting.
just flip a coin.
Heads for high top.
It literally doesn't matter.
Flip a coin.
Who, me?
It was heads, so high top.
All right. How long is it?
Alexa,
About 10 minutes.
shut up. It was just like my Echo just immediately just went, by the way, I can tell you the news and all that other shit, and it was just like, could you not?
Well, this is
Alexa,
what happens when you let the robot into your home.
Yeah, it's like, I don't remember asking you a goddamn thing. All right, Shazam is the perfect DC film by High Top Films, who we covered last week.
I'm wondering if this is going to be a similar issue as what we had with the Cosmonaut video, where we mostly agree with the outcome. We just don't necessarily agree with how he got there.
Yeah, that's probably
I
gonna.
don't know if we do agree with the outcome, if he's building it up to be the perfect DC movie. I think he's going to take an angle on this that is I think he's aiming for the weeds.
Hold on.
That's
I think he's
we
gonna
wouldn't
compare it to
even say it's
Spider-Man 2.
perfect. We would just say it's the best of the DC movies.
Yeah,
Yeah,
You
but
know
I
what I mean?
think what he's going for, even just off the title and nothing he said yet, is just the direction and tone that they were going for is what DC as a whole should be going for, and I don't agree with that either.
mm-hmm.
I think it's kind of like, I think one of the things that really goes in this movie's favor is a bit of the Guardians of the Galaxy syndrome, where they took something obscure enough and isolated enough that it was allowed to just be its own weird thing,
Yeah, and
and
it's
that's
not,
what made it work.
and it's not like an example of like the Guardians of the Galaxy thing not working is of course Suicide Squad. And Suicide Squad ended up being super formulaic. They thought that they could break Guardians of the Galaxy down into a formula with like
So, like,
No,
taking your DC property like Martian Manhunter, if the Martian Manhunter movie, if they make it with the same attitude, the same general tone, or the same vibe as the Shazam movie, it's gonna be weird as fuck.
right. Well, I was more just saying like when it comes to the comparisons because a lot of people like to compare Guardians of the Galaxy and Suicide Squad. The formula in how they tried to break it down with the formula was group of people we've never seen before and a bunch of like a weird kooky soundtrack uh, like that almost constantly battles itself, and that's why
yeah, but
that's why I said the formula. That's what happens when you break it down to a formula. Because with Guardians of the Galaxy, the soundtrack works in its favor because the soundtrack's tied to the characters.
I
Like,
think you're being so generous by even calling that a formula. It's not. It's like
mhm.
a fistful of superficial elements that a studio exec got away from like a trailer, and that's about it. That's not a formula. A formula has steps and an outline and a plot structure.
well, and I wouldn't even agree that. I mean, yeah, there's definitely a lot of comparisons you can draw between the two, but Suicide Squad is nowhere near as disconnected from the rest of the universe as Guardians of the Galaxy
that's
was.
that's true. That's normally the normie take is that their comparison is why they get compared. And I'm like, no, the Guardians of the Galaxy is good. Not to mention like all the comparisons of it to the MCU is like at large as opposed like Guardians is its own story. Like and that's how like as you were saying, Ninja, it's so detached. Like the Avengers and the Guardians don't even meet until Infinity War. So, high top films. Let's get this one over with. I think when he saw Shazam, do you think he bought a toy?
Probably,
I hope
but
not, because that just means he's going to be really bitter about it 20 years from now, and it's going to be a shit movie because of how much he liked it.
This
That is
video
still
was
like the weirdest take I think we've heard. I am the problem with this movie. Like,
It's like,
bro,
whoa,
what?
What the fuck?
Like, that should have been the whole video, just explaining what the fuck that means.
brought to you by Squarespace. Whether you need a domain, website, or online store, make it with Squarespace.
No.
Shazam!
How much did he have to pay that kid to fucking help him with
I'm
his
pretty sure
YouTube
that's just
intro?
like a young relative or something. I don't think he actually paid a child.
Wow, I'm kind of blown away. I knew this was going to be good. I assumed this was going to be great. But Shazam is, well, Shazam is kind of perfect? Shazam is indeed the perfect DC film.
you keep
So-
using that word. I
Yeah.
do not think it means what you think it means.
Yeah, like you can't help but do the
Yeah.
Inigo Montoya thing. It's just like it's not perfect. If it has a flaw, it is inherently not perfect.
Perfect is
Also,
one of
the-
those words to be
yeah.
avoided like the plague.
Yeah.
Yeah, unless you're really gonna lock it into a specific definition, it's like with this criteria, this is what it absolutely nails. Then I think you can go for like, yeah, it executed that perfectly.
Yeah.
It
I
requires a lot of
normally
qualification.
I normally just say like with I get into the specifics when it's like Avatar Blue People is very good design wise, like with the effects. It's got a lot of good effects. Empire Strikes Back is very well written. Uh, like because I don't want to say it's a perfect film because like it's such a generalization and also is almost fucking impossible.
Yeah, it's also we use the word hyperbolically, but if you try and tie yourself to that as your actual take, any flaw, anything at all means you're wrong, which is I know it's it's kind of pedantic and bit of an asshole-ish way to like, oh well, yeah, technically, he's like, we know what you mean. You're being hyperbolic, but why put yourself in that position in the first place? Just
Yeah.
be specific with your language. Say what you mean. Also, his attitude going into this movie and mine were completely different.
I was actually uh so I'll admit here on the podcast that when Ninja was like we should watch no wait when we were all sitting down to finally watch it and for like a video for specifically this stream, I was very much expecting to hate Shazam because I had never seen it and I was told it was complete shit. And
One of
then
these days, you'll learn to trust me.
I
I don't
didn't
trust
think it was going to
gingers.
be shit, but my expectations going in is like, okay, I've heard that this is good relative to the rest of the DC, so I was expecting like, okay, maybe it makes some coherent sense. Like
I mean,
that's how low the bar was.
I
So the
mean,
fact that it ended up being decent was like,
no,
big pleasant surprise.
that's why as we were all watching it and a thing really got me, like I just burst into laughter as if I was like just fucking gut punched with laughter. And it was just like, why?
Yeah, you kept being like, "Damn you, movie, you got me again."
Yeah, like yeah, that's what I repeatedly kept saying. Like, God damn it, you got me. It's like when you laugh at a pun. Like we all know, like we try not to smile despite the fact we don't really hate them. Uh, and we're just like, and then just eventually like smiles like, all right, that one got me. DC. I don't want to say just make more films like this, but just be better written just in general.
I mean, more films like this is not going to hurt you.
Or at least try to take the right notes from the fact that this one turned
Yes,
out okay.
that's what I meant. Because if they made Martian Manhunter like Shazam, it wouldn't fucking work.
Before we get into the why factor of that statement, can we take a second to acknowledge how much of an inspiration the director of Shazam is? This guy right here, David F. Sandberg.
I'm David F. Sandberg, director of such films as Jump Scare the Movie.
My fucking boy. Less than 10 years ago, this genius was making horror shorts and YouTube videos. Super helpful YouTube videos that all you aspiring filmmakers need to check out right now. And now he's making a
I'm good. Also, talk about the film.
Well,
Yeah, I mean it's a nice
just
shout out, but it's a bit of a tangent.
yeah. Lights Out, the short was much better than Lights Out the film. I'm just gonna throw that out there.
I have not seen either.
Yeah, same.
We might watch that after the stream then.
freaking
I would be
superhero
too tired.
movie. His career is my goal. It's one thing to move from low budget shorts to a fairly low budget film to another fairly low budget film to an $80 million superhero movie, but what's crazy is how fantastic this $80 million superhero movie is. Shazam isn't just fine or good, it's not just another superhero film, it's something truly unique, something that's so full of heart and soul.
So,
Well, I mean, he's not wrong per se, but there is clearly a level of
Yeah.
bias here because he's kind of a fanboy of the director the same way that like I like Quentin Tarantino and Kevin Smith. You know, I'm going to be
or how
more
I-
partial to their movies.
or like how I'm partial to Spielberg and Lucas, to the point I end
Yeah,
up
it's
liking
like it
some of
is
them.
unique and it does have a lot of heart and soul. That we're with you so far, but we're still like
I'm
we're
I
on the edge of our seats waiting for you to circle back because you've even said so yourself that saying it's the perfect DC movie is going to require a lot of qualification.
I I don't want to say it's unique actually, because if another film has done it, it is not unique. Because doesn't unique like the actual definition mean it's been done like it's unique for its individual thing.
Eh,
Am I am I getting
You
lost in the
can
weeds
mean it
here?
in different ways. Like, it is technically unique by default because it's the only Shazam movie we have.
Okay, well in
So
live
it
action.
depends on usage. So if he says it's unique in terms of like its style or its presentation, it's like, yeah, it is unique, but that's actually not a very high bar. It doesn't actually say a lot until he qualifies it, you know?
Shazam is everything I look for in these cape stories. It's a heartfelt love letter to the genre. It's a reinvention that remains faithful to the sincerity of Billy Batson and his world. It's goofy, it's hilarious, and it's touching. I was surprised by how many emotions Shazam made me feel. I'm jaded, I'm cynical, I've seen an
No, you're not.
Doubt.
You are not cynical. Like we're part of the
Yeah,
toxic brood. We are the definition of cynical. Uh,
except we're
I'm kidding.
not. We're
I'm
just
kidding.
critical. But yeah, this guy he eats, drinks, shits, and breathes consume.
Yeah. Like I almost want. It's like I'm trying to remember. It's like when we saw like, the toy thing. Yeah, he is just a fucking consumer. He saw a thing and he's just like, I gotta have all those toys for a film
Now,
I've
as
never
a
wasn't even alive.
kid, when he got most of them, that's fine. It's what kids do. But even in the video, the fact that he had like the Batman mask to fit and everything, and the fact that he still kept all those toys as the decor of his room and stuff, it's like,
It is once again kind of like I joke about it all the time, and to River, it's like they all collect DVDs and figurines. That guy.
oh yeah,
Then
pop figures are the ultimate heretical sin of the consumer.
oh yeah, oh and guess who has a bunch of them? Not 20
I
feet
know,
away
River
from me.
does.
She's got a Daenerys one, her on the Iron Throne. She got like a Gandalf one.
Oh, Dragon Hitler. And truly an inspiring figure.
She's got Deadpool as Bob Ross. I kind of like that one only because it makes me think of the trailer. Like that's kind of ultimately the problem though. It's like, hey, I remember that thing. This
Yeah,
very
from an ad.
yeah.
You have merch from an ad. What the fuck are you doing?
Yeah, that's why. Yeah, that's my problem with Funkos is honestly how like shit detailed they are. Like, there's no definition. The eyes are fucking soulless. The bodies are tiny, as opposed to like my Deku figure, where it's actually one of those highly detailed figurine things
I
on the
I
stand.
don't know if that's really the issue. If you took pop figures and you just made them like a one-to-one actual little statuette of the character, I would still think exactly the same about them. It wouldn't change anything about what they are.
I don't know. It's definitely an art style preference. I don't like the
Oh yeah, they do
minimalist.
look shit, don't get me wrong. It's
Yeah.
just the principle that wouldn't change.
Mhm.
They would look better, but that doesn't, make a big difference. I still wouldn't want them. And what they are and how they're used and the way people buy them, keep them in their boxes so that they can stack
Oh
them and build
fuck
little
that.
pillars or walls of them just for backdrops in their YouTube videos and shit like that. It's like
Oh
all
yeah,
of that would be
that's
the
shit.
exact same as it is now. The figures would just be a little more high effort.
Dude, I
That's
hate
all
the
that would
fucking
change.
like not taking it out of the box and shit to the point that when I got my Deku statue, I ripped up the box. I was just like, all right, I have no way of containing this thing now. Here you go. You're
It's
on
a
my desk. That's the end of it.
weird place to draw the line in the sand, but at least you've got a principle I guess.
Well, I don't believe in things being in the box. It's fucking weird. People like Peanut Butter Gamer that's like, I opened up one of my amiibos, and I'm just like, oh, for fuck's sake. It almost makes me want to just walk up and just start ripping them out of the box. Because it's just like,
I
play with them.
don't know
Play with
who
them.
that is or what that reference means, and I think I'm happier for it.
He's just one of those, like, he's like JonTron. They were part of the same, like, group. And he really doesn't, like, amiibos are like the Skylanders, but Nintendo characters. And he...
Okay.
we got lost in the weeds there for a second. Back to Shazam-tisms.
Analyzed a shit ton of these movies, but about halfway through the film I stopped analyzing. I stopped being a film critic. I freaking Shazammed back into being a little kid watching Sam Raimi's Spider-Man. I was completely emotional.
That was actually kind of a cool little reverse edit shot.
Yeah.
Where he rewound the footage and,
Yeah, I'll give him credit for that one.
And coming right from Cosmos, like the things on screen matching what he says, like, oh my god, editing?
Well, it's because fucking Cosmonaut not only was doing the fucking trailer footage thing, because this is all trailer footage too, but he was also like zooming in and putting the film grain over it to avoid copyright. Meanwhile, fucking High Top isn't giving a shit right now, and doing some proper editing with what he's got. Because
it's like
that
whatever problems we may have had with his argumentation, at least he's making an effort, and we do admire that.
Well, it's like Unusual Suspect. We love the shit out of his editing.
Do we?
Well, with the Star Wars video, that was pretty good editing. Like the conversation between Kylo Ren and Ghost Han Solo, and he just edited it out and then inserted the Simpsons clip. Slur and I at least complimented it.
I have no recollection of this.
It was one of our earliest fucking episodes of us all three of us working together, so fair enough. Yeah.
Emotionally invested in what was happening on the big screen. I grinned, I laughed, and I teared up, and that's because of how perfectly crafted Shazam is. Henry Gayden's screenplay.
It's perfect because it made me cry. Okay, not the strongest effort so far, but we're only fifth of the way in.
He's in the weeds, lads.
He's in the subjective
He can
weeds.
pull it back. He can pull it back. He's not too far gone
But
yet.
is he gonna pull it back? That's the thing.
Probably not, but
there we go.
We'll give him the chance.
Play is perfect. I can't really go into exactly why it's perfect without getting into spoilers, but I can say that Shazam...
Well, then what the fuck is the rest of his video then?
Are you a film critic or not? Fucking goddamn it.
Like, it's perfect. I can't go into why because that would be spoilers, but stick around for the other 8 minutes of this 10-minute video.
I don't even... That's why we don't...
Why?
That's why when I did my fucking... when I did my generic hot take reviews, I never gave spoiler warnings because I just don't care. Like, I think film critics should stop dancing. They should stop trying to step on eggshells when it comes to spoilers. Like, because
I don't even mind putting in a spoiler warning just in case, but just making the video, but putting the restriction on yourself that you can't actually say anything about the thing that is the subject.
Yeah,
that is so backwards.
Yeah, I feel like by definition a review is going to contain spoilers.
It has
and that's
to.
Fine.
It would have to, yeah.
Yeah, that's why I genuinely didn't care, because I was like, because I don't know if this is like consumer type attitude, but it's like, just see the fucking film and like don't worry about reviews.
So what we've got so far is the spoiler-free review. It is, I liked it, it made me feel things. And that's maybe a number figure to just throw it in. It's like, yeah, I think it's an 8. And then that's it. That's all he can actually say.
Yeah,
so that's, what, a 1-minute video maybe? If he trims it down?
This is why, yeah, and then when we've got reviewers like Jeremy Johns or Chris Stuckman, like, at the very least, they're containing their, like, fucking, like, can't spoil shit within, like, a 2-second video. Like, Jeremy Johns, like, his longest videos are, like, what, 10 minutes? and he gets into some spoilers, but then like he edits out all his breathing and shit.
Yeah, and it makes it really weird. But yeah, that's a whole other thing.
I used to be a really big fan of that. Then I realized the more editing skills that I acquired, I was like, oh no, that actually isn't. Like it creates this odd pacing.
Isn't really a superhero movie, it's really a film about two boys desperately searching for love. How those boys find love, find fulfillment.
And he just said Shazam isn't a superhero movie.
An unusual take. He said it's not a superhero movie, it's a movie about two boys looking for love. I think this goes back to what we were literally saying earlier about how just because it's also a spy movie or a romance movie,
yeah, that doesn't
or
disqualify
a
it
fucking
from
pirate
being
adventure movie, yeah, it can be both. One does not disqualify the other.
right. It's when you get stuck in the weeds of mindsets being told to you by like critics. It's like, which is exactly what happened with like someone like me, where it's like, no, it's not a superhero movie, it's a spy movie with superheroes in it. It's like, oh no,
Or you
that's
just consume too many reviews that are like, the thing that makes this such a great hero movie is that at its heart, it's not really a hero movie at all.
yeah.
On
Then
just
you're
by
just
just
like,
fake fucking like gobsmacked, like, oh my god, how insightful moment, and they want people to think that about what they do.
which
When
combining this with how much I've already consumed it in the first place before this, it's why it's so easy for me to accidentally go into the film the video essayist voice. The day we shall discover the secret to Mario's jump, and it's just like, stop it.
how to turn movement into a mechanic in
Oh,
video games.
fucking Mark Brown over here. Timing tests your timing.
Oh, good
Not
episode.
to be an enemy of the long here, but we do have 2 more videos to get through today.
Oh,
Oh shit, yeah.
Fulfillment is what defines them as people. The dialogue is very natural, any exposition dumps are dumped with a sense of comic booky fun, and we see why the characters are the way they are instead of being told who they are. A lot happens in 2 hours and 12.
that's
That's
actually
actually a
that's a
good
point.
point.
Yeah.
Hey, look at him go.
12
So
minutes.
proud.
And the only time like we have like things told to us instead of shown, probably it's Darla. Darla explaining to other kids. That's only because she's a little kid. So little kid's
Yeah,
going to
and
basically be like, he's the video game guy. That's Eugene.
because that is actually just how she sees the world, because
Mhm.
she's a very small child. Yeah.
Yeah.
But things never feel like they are moving too fast or too slow. Maybe the final battle sticks around a little longer than it should, but I have to give props to Sandberg, and I'm going to be giving him and the screenplay a lot of props for establishing the big red cheese in his entire world in such a short time. By the end of the film, you feel like you know the city of Philadelphia, not just the key players, but the average folk. I really appreciated it.
What?
Yeah. I'm okay. The point I think he's going towards is how they make the world feel lived in, like how it's not just completely isolated to just him.
Yeah, as
Like the Man of
opposed to,
Steel thing, you don't really get any kind of sense of what Metropolis is actually like to live in.
or even
But
in
just because he starts on the ground, just going around talking to people, we kind of get a sense of what the people are like and what it's like to live there.
yeah, that problem also happens with BBS, the regular version, because you don't really understand what that Gotham is like,
Mm-hmm.
or hell, even that Metropolis. You know, when it's not being reduced to rubble.
That. You get to know the Fawcett high schoolers, the Philadelphia police, and you get to know how the average man reacts to the Superman. Shazam is constantly reminding you that regular people do exist in this crazy DC universe, which helps ground some of the more absurd elements. Stylistically, Shazam nails it with just the perfect amount of goof and youthful energy. Think Sam Raimi Spidey meets Big meets a little bit of Chronicle. The flick feels like a pre-MCU superhero film. What I mean by that is it doesn't feel the need to fit into a certain mold or set up the next movie or a grand universe. Is it connected to the
Okay, so two big points there. The
Okay.
first is the mix of Spidey 1, Big, and Chronicle.
So,
I don't hate that comparison, to be honest. It's not bad.
am I the only one that's not a fan of Chronicle?
Probably.
I quite liked it.
I haven't seen it in such a long time, so I feel like I'll need to rewatch it. When I watched
I
it,
mean, I'd have to rewatch to like make any kind of proper assessment of it, but I remember liking it a fair bit.
I remember watching it and it's just like just nothing clicked. That's why I was like, okay, I guess I'll just need to rewatch it to see if
It's one of those slow burn found footage movies, so I could see it not being your style.
I'm not a fan of found
Oh
footage in
yeah,
the first
I think
place,
it's one of
so I
the
think
the only found footage movie I think I actually liked. Because beside it, you've got Cloverfield and Blair Witch are the big ones, and I hate them both.
I was going to say, yeah, I think it doesn't help that it came out during the found footage craze. So immediately I was just like, fuck this. Cause yeah, Cloverfield, Blair Witch, I'm like, nope. Cloverfield is shit.
The
You guys
DCU,
go ahead. I'll just go grab some coffee.
Okay.
yeah. Does it contain references to other DC heroes? Hell yes, tons of them. But it doesn't feel like another entry in a franchise. I've been using this word a lot recently. Fresh, just entertaining and fresh. Characters are fresh and exciting. Fresh, fun creativity. Fresh. But Shazam is a
Okay. So don't just jump cut to you using a word without giving the context, because then you just jar everyone watching the
Well,
video.
he kind of did. He said, I've been using this word a lot lately, and then
Yeah.
cuts to examples of him using the word.
I know, it's just like it's a like a mini pacing thing where
He
just
could have given it a second or two before he did the
Yeah.
jump cut.
Yeah, that's why I was like,
a huge inhale and exhale of fresh air. We need things that are continuously fresh. Otherwise, the genre will indeed become tiresome, especially because of how many fucking superhero movies came out this year and last year alone. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
Okay.
so no comment.
How many of something come out does not determine the quality.
Yeah, I guess he's trying to make the saturation argument.
Yeah, he is. But I think that's a shitty argument. There was a time when the majority of movies that came out were either musicals or westerns.
Yeah. Saturation has always just kind of been the name of the game. Right after Star Wars came out, there were a bunch of sci-fi movies that were just releasing, that were just trying to be the next Star Wars. Hell, even Star Trek attempted to do that because, in terms of its actual style, motion picture just tried to be 2001, but it was made specifically because Star Wars was made.
Well, it's people trying to cash in on whatever's hot, whatever's popular.
Exactly. That's why now as an adult I'm never bothered by the saturation argument, because it's like it all just depends on the quality. The spaghetti western is a perfect example of this. They were being released all over the 70s and the 60s probably as well. I'm not sure, because in terms of westerns, I've only seen the Clint Eastwood ones. So Good, Bad, and the Ugly, Fistful of Dollars. Why am I forgetting the third one out of the Man with No Name? So I don't know. I don't like the saturation argument.
We all knew that Zachary Levi was going to kill it as Captain Marvel. I mean Shazam. I'm just gonna call Shazam, but I guess the wizard is named Shazam. How many times have I said Shazam in this video? Anyways, we all knew that Levi was going to kill it as Shazam, and he does. You never for a second don't believe that he's the grown-up version of Asher Angel's Billy Batson. Levi's performance is full of youthful energy, emotional sincerity, and is just gosh darn great. There are plenty of scenes where Billy switches back and forth between his adult superpowered self and his kid self, and if those didn't work, the movie wouldn't work. Luckily, they do work and are performed and executed with flying freaking colors. What really...
Yeah, he's pretty good. Zachary Levi's performance is pretty good. In terms of like he's doing a good job of being the kid, I'm sure the kid was like constantly telling him like how he, like, I'm sure he was just asking like, how would you act during this scene? And then like he took notes in his head and then worked from there.
Well, I mean, Zachary Levi himself is fairly,
Yeah,
I would describe him as young at heart. So I
yeah,
would see him
that also
working very
helps.
well with the kid.
Yeah, like there's multiple elements that probably went into that.
Really took me by surprise. What really tickled my storytelling pickle was how engaging Dr. Savannah was. The trailers made it seem like Savannah was going to be another generic punching bag for the hero, but that's not the case. Not at all. Shazam goes out of its way to develop a sympathetic antagonist that is essentially the dark reflection of Billy Batson. That lack of parental love I mentioned earlier is what makes Savannah a villain and Billy a hero. It's pretty powerful stuff for a movie that could just be about a kid who turns super. Instead, the movie is about why that kid turns into a hero. Billy...
I mean, yeah, this is actually a pretty decent point. Like, he's actually saying the thing that we've been giving it, and that's oddly enough, Cosmonaut didn't say anything about the villain, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, and it's something that is, you can find it a lot in fiction. It's how basically the hero and the villain had very similar circumstances, but they are the two different choices. You know, good example would be like in Naruto. You know, both Naruto and Sasuke were alone as children. They had no one. One chose to be an asshole and seek revenge, and one decided he wanted to be the hero. And
Right.
that choice set them on the path that, determined their entire lives.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a great writing tool, especially for your villain or your antagonist, because it instantly makes them relatable. It instantly kind of ties them to the hero. But I don't know. It's again, it's all about the execution. I
Yeah.
wouldn't say that Savannah was as sympathetic as he could have been. Um, he is good. I mean, I think he's one of the better DCEU villains, but there were definitely some other steps they could have taken to flesh him out just a little bit more.
How so? How would you recommend they show a tiny bit more sympathetic?
Well, either we needed to see a little bit more of him as the child, or I would have liked to see just a little bit more of him as the adult, like him and more of him and Billy talking, more interaction with them, and kind of getting to the root of why he's so obsessed with the powers of the champion. And because some of the best moments in the film are like kind of what you were talking about, where they're fighting and Billy's like, can't you see the demons are using you?
Yeah,
Like that's one of the best moments between them.
yeah, they're about to transfer the power. The demons are just like, do it, and Billy's just like, do you not see this? Like, because at the end of the day, yeah, it was showing how at the end of the day, Thaddeus was just being used because that's what demons took advantage of. They took advantage of the fact that he was not loved, or at the very least, he was abused, whatever wording you want to use. Um, and Billy can clearly see that because he's gone through his pain. Like,
Yeah, and that's what you get so much more in like, you know, anime does this really well because they have time to flesh things out, but it's like those emotional moments, those sort of being able to share in that pain is what ties these characters and what makes them able to relate to one another so well, when more than likely no one else in his entire life, even his own family, has understood where Dr. Savannah is coming from.
mm.
No one understands him the way Billy can understand him.
Also,
What they oh, sorry, go ahead.
no, you go ahead. I was just gonna bring up the threatening the family thing and how that actually works. They don't do the over
Oh, I was just
dramatic thing.
gonna say that without even getting it to Naruto length, what they could have just added in to flesh that out is just a scene here or there of him as an adult struggling with the fact that him reconciling with himself that this was the only option he had. Just something like that that made him more aware of his own situation.
Would a
would have
scene
made him more human.
would a scene of him talking to the Sins, would that have been a bit much?
I don't
Honestly,
think
what I
so.
would have liked to have seen would have been like him sort of seeing Billy's rise to popularity and
Yeah.
seeing like and him being like, not only he chose someone else and I wasn't good enough, but now this is what we get. Like they kind of hinted at it in some of the dialogue, but just
Yeah.
I wanted to see more of like how pissed off he would have gotten, that not only did I not get chosen, but they chose you, and you waste it. Like you have all this potential and you're just fucking off.
Yeah, and not to mention, I thought it's a bit weird how Thaddeus is like it's I don't know, maybe I would have been enjoyed a slight hesitation the idea of killing some kids. It's almost like a certain other thing that we'll talk about next week. The hesitation towards wanting to harm children is honestly what turns you from a good a good quote unquote villain to like just a complete bastard. Like the second he finds
Well,
out,
a good villain kind of should be a complete bastard, and I'm okay with that.
I think it
I
should ramp up to that, but I don't
right,
think it needs to start that way. Like
like
when he first meets Billy, we actually talked about earlier how it was a really good moment, how the first thing he did wasn't just go on the offensive. He, as a person, just wanted to know why. What made
mm,
you so much more worthy than me? And even then, could just go like through conversation before it became to the fist, because it was always going to end up being a fist fight. But
right,
before there, he could have just made the appeal like, look, you don't understand the power that's been thrust on you. You're only 14. It's too much
well, he
responsibility.
doesn't even know that.
I have worked for this. I have studied this. I've spent my life needing this. So
Yeah,
please just hand it over. And then, there could have been a moment where they were actually on that same level of understanding, but the demons inside him kind of showed themselves in some way, and that's what kind of sets him off. Is like, oh,
mm,
I absolutely cannot give this power to you. That would be fucking horrific. And
yeah.
then more aggravated, more confrontational, build it up, and now we're fighting in the sky.
Yeah,
You know,
is there even a moment where like Thaddeus even hesitates for a second once he finds out Billy's a kid? Because he spends most of that first fight in the mall
a
thinking he's
little
just
bit.
fighting an adult. Because if you're because even Superman when he was fighting Captain Marvel in the Justice League animated series, as soon as he found out he was a kid, he immediately was like he kind of just stopped the fight and he's like, all right, that's enough, because he knew he wasn't just gonna let the fight continue so he could keep punching him. He's like, oh shit, there's a kid in there? Fuck. Like I know Superman's a hero, so
Even
therefore he's got that
instantly
level of
after that
strength.
fight, yeah, the fight was it had its own issues, but as soon as it was over, it's just like, okay, we're not going to keep doing this. I'm not going to get into a punch up with a child. This is silly.
Yeah.
I'm going to be the adult here and just end it. But yeah, in the movie, you have that moment where I can't remember exactly when it was. It's like you act like a child, and he actually says, I am a child. And you do get just a brief moment of confusion, shock. We're not actually sure what
But
the
the,
emotion is, but he
but then he
does
goes right
kind of
back to punching.
hesitate a little. But yeah, it's like, oh, that you kind of see the gears turning in his head. It's like that explains a lot, but doesn't actually change anything. Is kind of the conclusion he seems to land on.
Mm. I don't know. Maybe it's because unlike Thaddeus, I actually probably have some morals, so that therefore it's just like, wait, you're a kid? Fuck.
Well, you also don't have 7 demons in your eyeball,
Yeah, it's the separation of like circumstance.
which is
Versus
another thing that if we are going to criticize Thaddeus, I think that would be the thing to really latch onto specifically, is the fact that a certain amount of agency and therefore accountability is taken away from him because it's
Mhm.
the demons making him do them, not necessarily him using the demons to do things, you know?
Right.
Billy doesn't just say the word and immediately become a superhero. He has to earn it.
What? No, he does. That's what? Hold on, I'm rewinding
You know, he
that.
becomes powerful. He doesn't become a hero until
Well,
he's
yeah,
earned it.
well, that part, yes. But okay, I think I got stuck in the weeds of technicality because like he technically does become like a superhero, but like the hero part is lowercase instead of capital.
Billy doesn't just say the word and immediately become a superhero. He has to earn it. He's a very flawed protagonist who doesn't start out with the purest of intentions, the purest of hearts. His character arc is learning what it means to open your heart. In fact, he starts out a little prick with mommy issues. He's still charming and endearing, but it's a kid who's making...
Okay, a little harsh, but all right.
Yeah,
Yeah,
very much so.
fuck
I mean,
me.
I guess slapping orphans is, you know.
I mean, we are from the EFAP community. We are already anti-orphan.
I mean, we know he doesn't have a soul, but that doesn't mean he's a little bitch. I mean, give him a break. God damn.
all the wrong choices. Sandberg and Gaiden understand how cheap it would be to make all those character flaws go away once he becomes Captain Sparklefinger, so instead of those flaws going away, they are brought to the forefront. If anything, the powers of Shazam start out as the embodiment of Billy's ego, similar to Peter Parker, but just like Spider-
That's not so much an ego as much as he could figure out how to use it to then get into MJ's pants. Because that, like,
It started off as the power fantasy and not so much the responsibility fantasy.
yeah, and it's why when you really look at this scene, not this scene from Spider-Man 2, but the scene from the first one that this is trying to be, that scene is actually kind of a bit weird because if you surround the circumstances behind it, like Uncle Ben saying, like, you start fights at school, I didn't start that fight, well, he sure as hell finished it, and it's just like, what's the, like, the circumstances around it are just a bit odd when you just dive into it, like, you really think about it.
It wasn't that he finished the fight, it was that you sure as hell finished it. As in,
Yeah, when you send him across the
you've
fucking
got
room.
some muscles now, you've had whatever the fuck growth spurt is going on with you, and now you've let it change you.
Right.
You've let yourself step into a role that doesn't fit you because you think that now you get to be the one stepping on other people, and that's not how that's supposed to work. And that's the lesson he was trying to give him.
Right. The problem being is that it was just one incident and him being a little late to paint the ceiling. If they had
I think that was more just he was recognizing a change in his personality overall.
yeah, and
Those are just the examples.
yeah, and he was trying to clearly maybe he was just trying to prevent a future issue. It's like, if I give you the talk now, this might stop whatever might be happening. Okay, fair
Like
enough.
you have a teenage kid, he starts lifting, he's getting a bit more swole, and you notice his attitude is starting to change. That's when you have the talk, not 10 years down the line when he's in prison.
I was going to say another good example of this probably actually would be Hawk from Cobra Kai. Hawk was like bullied,
absolutely.
and then Johnny gave him like karate lessons, and Hawk almost immediately became a bully himself.
Mm-hmm.
Spider-Man, Billy needs his Uncle Ben moment. He needs that moment that's going to transform him from a superpowered 15-year-old prick to a superpowered responsible man. It's a literal coming-of-age story about what it means to be heroic. Imagine that, a superhero movie that focuses on the hero element, the human element. Shazam himself doesn't show up until what felt like a third of the way through the movie, instead of rushing to the zany power.
This is such a weird thing to watch after Cosmonaut. But he just kind of summed up in his own words what we've kind of been saying this whole time.
Yeah.
The fact that it focuses on like the actual motivations and how he has a character arc that leads him to be heroic rather than he just is. But this is just so contrasted against everything Cosmonaut was saying.
Well, that's because Cosmonaut was saying like it's a 7 out of 10, but it's got a pacing problem. It's got a flashback, and it's just like, what are you talking about?
Yeah, and all of his examples were exactly the same things that High Top is saying. High Top is actually why those things are actually, which is what we said.
No, Cosmonaut didn't even give an example. He just said a flashback happens.
And we infer the example, but also mainly the how late Shazam actually turns up in the movie.
Mm-hmm.
Hours, the film takes its time introducing you to these people, lots of people. We have a compelling Billy Batson, a compelling Dr. Savannah, a compelling Freddy, a compelling foster family consisting of 6 compelling characters, each with their own compelling personality traits, all before the word Shazam is
Okay,
even
his word repetition thing is
Yeah, it's a bit weird.
spoken. You could make a movie about any of these characters and it would be a compelling watch from start to finish. But once Billy does say
Shazam?
for the first time, the movie becomes a riot. We spend a lot of time with Billy and Freddy just being kids, and I think that's where the film really shines. The direction, the performances, the writing, all of it comes together beautifully when it's just 2 14-year-olds trying to buy beers, skipping school, and going viral on YouTube. That's when Shazam starts wearing its heart on its sleeve. Everything about these scenes is so genuine, so sincere, so real. I was 15.
I'm just gonna pause for a second just so the video isn't playing for that long and it just becomes us just sitting in silence. Yeah,
but it's more just that this sentence is it runs on a bit.
yeah. Um,
It's fine. It's like
Yeah.
I pretty much agree with what he's getting at.
I'm agreeing.
Again, this is
I'm just trying to figure out, but how does that make this film perfect? Because there are flaws in general.
yeah, I think the closest to an explanation we're gonna get about the perfect thing is back in the first 2 minutes when he said how much it made him feel things,
And
and that's about it.
okay, that's a very subjectivism when he used a very declarative statement.
I mean, it's not even that he's saying things that are incorrect or that we disagree or anything like that. It's just
Right.
it's a very shallow reading of it, and it feels like he's ignoring any problems it might have because it also had good things about it too.
This is
And those things do not cancel each other out.
If this is shallow, what the hell was Cosmonaut? Was it not even skipping on the pond? Was it
Oh
just
yeah, that
flying?
cosmonaut video was just nothing. It was a vacuum.
All right.
Not too long ago, and I saw myself in those scenes. That's the magic of Shazam. No matter how old you are, you will see your younger self in these kids. You will feel the hilariousness, the wackiness, the heartbreak, the conflict, the wide range of emotions involved with being that young and trying to find your place in the world, trying to find acceptance. Yes, the film could have a more vibrant looking city, it could have more flashy cinematography, it could have more engaging action scenes, but
Okay,
that's not
hold on.
Hold on. No.
So-
You're giving criticism. It's not perfect then.
Wait, about I mean, that's the technical asshole thing I was on about earlier. That's not where I'm going. Now he's actually addressing is like, okay, it's not really perfect. It does have some things, but in order to not take away from any of the praise he gave it, he's choosing the most milk toast criticisms he can, the most nothing things to point out that don't actually affect the quality of the movie.
Yeah, saying like
It
the
seems a
cinematography
little
is
disingenuous.
Yeah.
the focus. The focus is on the relationships. The movie shines brighter than the symbol on Shazam's chest when it's just 2 orphan boys talking. Please, go see this movie. Please give your money to something special. DC needs to make more movies like this. Filmmakers like Sandberg need to direct more movies like this. Writers like Gayden need to write more movies like this. Please! Shazam is the perfect DC movie because it perfectly understands that we don't go see these things for the super, we don't go see these things for the action, we go see these things for the people. Shazam is
Fair enough. That's but the problem
Yeah.
being is that this is High Top we're talking about, who's been very inconsistent about this.
Well, and he makes it sound. I don't think he's doing it intentionally, but he makes it sound like you can't have both.
Yeah, which is like that creates like I believe false dichotomy. It's like you can't have both.
Yeah, and if his whole thing is like, okay, everything I just laid out, where you have this story where yes, there's powers and there's all this going on, but the actual meat and potatoes of the story is focused on what that actually means to the people in that world, and that's what movies going forward need to focus more on. That's not a bad point, and I don't disagree with it. It's just, how do I even phrase this? Yeah, I'm gonna go back to when he did point out that, yeah, it's not perfect, it does have these problems. He chose the most shallow problems imaginable. So it just like when you take the sum total of his entire argument, it comes to this movie made me feel things because it focused on the people. Do that more. And it's like, bruh, it's not that you're wrong, it's just that it's vague to the point of not useful.
Right, and then in I don't know if this hurts his video in general when you think about how inconsistent High Top is as a critic.
I I hesitate to use that against him in the case of one specific video. I will always try to keep it just to the one we're watching.
Hey Ton, uh, I try not to, though the problem is that since we've watched all of us have consumed so much EFAP, sometimes that leaks back in. So with High Top and his Wonder Woman takes, like it's not about the damn rock, and it's just like no, the damn rock is a fucking problem. All right, we're almost done with this. Then we can move on to Brown Table.
It's all about being
Holy shit,
human.
look at this
Shaz-
go.
Yeah, we're almost 2.5 hours into this.
Shazam is all about what it means to accept yourself. Shazam is about being given a shit hand and rising above that to become a hero. Shazam isn't about saying the magic word. Shazam is about what it means to say,
It's about what it means to be worthy of saying the magic word, but yeah, okay, yeah, fine,
I was going
fine.
to say he was
We're
going for
nitpicking.
the subjectivisms there at the end, and he went a little off the rail, but I get what he was going for.
Yeah, so do I.
Overall, especially from what we've seen before from High Top, that actually wasn't bad.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it was a
Overall,
pretty
yeah.
solid, take on it.
Yeah, there
yeah,
were
not
good
his
points
worst.
in there. Very little that we actually disagreed on.
Do we think that's going to continue with Brown Table?
No,
Wait, what's
think
the title of the next one?
let me take a look. So are we gonna stick around for the Squarespace ad, or are we just
No.
They ain't paying us.
well the
Yeah,
well,
no.
okay,
Let's move on to the next one.
fair enough. I've always thought it's weird when it's like even when I see EFAP cover like the ads from people. I was glad we did the Dollar Shave Club ad, but that's only because that was just so fucking funny.
Yeah, it depends on what it is. If it's just an ad read, then
Manscaped.
yeah, no. But if it's
Manscaped,
something
sorry.
that they actually put some production into, then there's actually something for us.
This video is sponsored by.
That over there. What do you guys think about Brown Table? I've only seen his Captain Marvel. We've seen like Ninja and I have watched one of his videos. It was the Avatar one, wasn't it?
Well, yeah, the one where he was trying to rewrite some of the stuff from Avatar: The Last Airbender, and
Yeah,
it was really shit.
yeah, because he
So
basically
I haven't seen any takes from him that aren't really shit.
yeah, because
Okay,
there's the
I
infamous Captain
think
Marvel
I'm gonna regret this, but what were his suggestions to rewrite Avatar?
No,
So,
no.
so in terms of like, I'll just give the one example that I remember the most. So you know the episode where Team Avatar is being chased by Azula, and they're getting fucking
Mhm.
exhausted. In the
Yeah.
episode where Iroh gets hurt,
Yep.
one of his suggestions that was that he lingered on the shot of Zuko being sad with Iroh instead of the shot we actually got in the show, which was showing the Team Avatar finally getting some sleep. And it was and all I thought that one was really tismy because it's like at the end of the day the story was about how exhausted Team Avatar was getting from their chase.
Yeah, the A plot of that episode was Team Avatar taking this drawn out L. Iroh and Zuko is kind of like your C plot. Making it the implied point of the whole episode seems really weird.
Then we should have seen Aang cool down immediately after losing Appa and then saying I'm sorry to everybody. It was really weird.
Oh no, fuck that. That would immediately take away from
The
some
following
of the core
episode.
humanity.
Yeah.
But not even from future episode. If you just look at it as a moment in and of itself, how much he loses his cool it just reminds you how he is just a person at the end of the day.
Yeah, it's really good.
He's on this
Yeah, how
journey of
much he cares
enlightenment. He has
about
all
Appa.
this power. Yeah, he's the Avatar, but the point is, the Avatar is a person,
It's why
and you know,
it's why one of my
At-
favorite scenes is actually when Aang finds out that they muzzled Appa, and he immediately goes in the Avatar state. It's like, oh, that's Kyoshi coming out for like a split second. Aang's about to kill these motherfuckers.
well, I don't even think it is Kyoshi. I think
No, it's a
sometimes the
meme.
Avatar state is the past avatars, but going into it to tap into it all, that's him.
Yeah, I know that.
And I think a lot of people, I know you're just memeing, but in terms of the show in general, a lot of people seem to forget that. They get latched onto the idea that you're not the one in control when you're in the state, therefore it's not really you doing it, and that's not how it works.
Depends on how he gets into it. Like when Katara was in danger, like when she was sinking into the dirt, Aang just kind of just went all berserk, so he wasn't really in control of that time. He was definitely in control when he did the giant fish thing.
But it's his emotional state, whether
True.
it's a
Mhm.
conscious decision or not, to
Right.
go into
Yeah.
the Avatar state.
Correct.
It's like the spirits of all previous incarnations of the avatars, they're a resource that lives within him because they are him.
Right.
But because he is the current iteration of himself, he's the one doing it. It's because it's such a circular thing to try and explain just what he is because he's reincarnated so many times. It sounds like I'm talking in circles, but
Well, at the
he
same
is
time,
going into the avatar state.
it's just
He's
better.
not turning into Kyoshi.
Well, the problem being is that like also future media really fucked this over. Like when Korra was just given the Avatar state at the end of season 1.
Oh god, yeah, no, just don't even try not to think of it as canon. It makes
It's not.
everything so much more sense.
It's not, but she's the Avatar. You got to deal with it.
No, I really don't. Actually,
I like that. It's just
I decided that I don't have to deal with it at
yeah.
all.
It's just that's just all of our collective response. Like, no, I don't think I will. Then of course Brown Table is responsible for the classic like sexual harassment with Captain Marvel and the Dawn. All right, throwing up the video. Let's do this.
This video is sponsored by Pedal. Go to pedalcard.com/browntable to find out more and get started right away. There's something special about...
Okay, I was about to pause due to copyright, but hold on, I'll rewind for a second to let him actually talk.
There's something special about simple movies, more specifically, simple superhero movies. If you've ever heard the expression, the simpler the better, that saying reminds me a lot of what 2000's superhero movies were. Simple and concise. Films like Spider-Man, X-Men, Batman Begins, even all the way to Iron Man. They were simple stories that weren't focusing on being grand epics or interweaving multiple plot lines from other movies or teasing a future installment extremely heavily.
Don't you fucking dare show Captain Marvel in that list.
Yeah, also, how does she count? She wasn't even of that era nor of that ilk.
That's my point. Like he's like I could kind of give him the benefit of the doubt on like stuff like Iron Man or the old school Spider-Man movies. It's like, okay, fine. That was before the whole franchise thing and the cinematic everything was linked together.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah.
But then he's showing stuff like Justice League, Captain Marvel, and it's like, no, these are exactly the thing that you're saying you don't like.
Okay, so run that back a little bit, because like I said,
on,
it's a very long sentence with a lot of words that he says the word simple a lot of times in.
Simple movies, more specifically, simple superhero movies. If you've ever heard the expression, the simpler the better, that saying reminds me a lot of...
Also, that's not the expression. It's called Keep It Simple Stupid. Fuck's sake.
Well, either that or less is more, I think, is the more
Yes.
common version.
Yeah. I
would just go with
Which is
like
not the
Occam's
same thing.
razor. Yeah.
Yeah, I mainly know keep it simple, stupid through music. Because as I was in jazz band, when it comes to creating solos, just keep it simple, stupid, or kiss.
Ew.
That's what it was. Yeah, just kiss the person next to you. That's how
No,
you
no,
make
don't
it
do
simple.
that. You'll wetten up your sax.
Out of what 2000 superhero movies were. Simple and concise. Films like Spider-Man, X-Men, Batman Begins, even all the way to Iron Man. They were simple stories that weren't focusing on being grand epics or interweaving multiple plot lines from other movies or teasing a future installment extremely heavily.
Okay, so
he is
yeah,
using
those
Captain
examples
Marvel,
are actually showing.
like
Yeah,
the thing
Talon says
itself.
it in chat as well. It's like those are the examples of when he's saying they weren't focused on being
True, but we
interconnected,
know
blah blah
he's
blah
a
blah blah blah.
huge Captain Marvel fan. So
Yeah,
what is
but
he
he can
saying?
still be a fan of it while also recognizing that it's an interconnected, complicated thing that only makes sense in reference to other things.
All right, I'll give him that, I guess.
Okay, but just going to they didn't need to be grandiose or epic. The classic superhero movies that kickstarted this whole thing where they dominate the entire media sphere, they were all simple stories. I think that requires a little bit of clarification as to what he
Yeah,
Yeah, a
means
little
by
bit. Yeah.
simple.
because
Because if you look at the examples, we've got Batman Begins, Iron Man, X Men
Spider-Man.
1, Spider Man 1. And if you just take those forward, those are very different in terms of scale or what they're trying to do or how complex those stories are.
Yeah.
So in terms of the simple one, I would actually argue that out of all of them, X1 is the most simple because we get introduced to mutants through Magneto ripping down the doors of the concentration camp. Then Rogue, then then we get introduced to Wolverine. Then the X-Men get introduced. We learn what mutation is, like the school. Then conflict happens. Then resolution happens. Like it's a very A to B to C type film.
You realize that
I know.
what you just did, you could basically
Yeah.
do with all 4 of these.
No,
Yeah, you just
I
laid
was.
out very a
I know,
simplified
very
plot
simple.
structure that
I
doesn't
know.
actually.
I
That's why I was
was
looking for clarification there
right.
because
I know because it just becomes generic the more you boil it down. I was trying to think like they're the ones that it's the more obvious that they're doing that. I'm
okay,
'cause-
let's compare the first Avengers movie to the first X-Men movie.
okay.
So the first Avengers movie is an ensemble thing. In order to understand a lot of the finer details, there's a bunch of other stuff that you need to also know.
You would
It's
have
a
had to kind of do
complicated
your
movie in
homework.
that way. Yeah. I mean, you could go in without it, but in order to actually fully get what it's doing, a lot of homework would really help.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a complicated movie. It's got a lot of moving parts that are meeting for the first time. Okay. But in terms of how complicated it is, it depends on what you mean. Narratively, it's not actually that complicated at all.
Right.
But from like a directional standpoint, you're trying to take all these well-established characters, make sure they have enough screen time each, balance it all out in one coherent thing, which worked the way it did because the actual plot was so simple. It gave them a lot of room to have the characters bounce off of one another.
Right.
That's kind of why I'm really honing in on what do you mean by simple exactly.
Right. And I was trying to generalize just like him, and it's like, oh no, if you this one that's an example of like showing like if you generalize, you end up in the weeds. Where's my space? Oh, there. I accidentally went over here.
These films were way more like character studies, more focused on the characters that inhabit a world rather than the world surrounding a character. And don't get me wrong, there's nothing wrong with focusing more on plot. It just feels as if these past years, the superhero movie market has been extremely crowded with movies more focused on a connected universe rather than a single individual, the driving force of a story.
Okay,
Up
hold
until
on.
Whoa.
I wanted to let him finish his point, but what he said was like the earlier movies were focused on a character inhabiting a world as opposed to the world around a character. Like that's what he's saying. Basically, the earlier movies focus on the characters, the later movies focus on the world at large, and I
That's not
just
true.
don't think that's true at all. At all.
Mm-hmm.
No.
No, especially not with like X-Men. Like X-Men is absolutely about the world that these characters inhabit.
Yeah.
And then it actually focused in later on because it ended with Logan, which is just focused almost uncomfortably close on the characters.
Well,
It's just
and then
Logan and Professor X.
on top of that, if you rewind him a few seconds here, or you don't even do that, but he basically was like talking about how it focused on these individual characters that lead these stories. And then he shows fucking Logan and Rogue from X-Men. And it's like, bruh, not exactly a great example of your point there.
It's not.
Yeah, because she's the very thing that kind of ties him into the broader world and a whole bunch of other mutants and makes the entire story more complicated for him. It's like, yeah, I don't think that works in the direction you thought it was working.
Well, if you were going to do that, it would have been better to show like a clip from Iron Man or Spider-Man. Like X-Men is a big ensemble film. Like you can't. I wouldn't say X-Men is a character study the same way that those other ones are.
It's
'Cause
not.
No.
If
You're not
anything,
able to just focus on one character. There really isn't a single lead.
Yeah, that's why I almost wanted to say like it's like the movie. You can see the clockwork going. You could see the movie, and then you can just slightly turn. It's like, oh yeah, there's the clockwork, and that's why it's simple, because it's a straightforward ensemble movie as opposed to like the Avengers. The problem being is that what he's just saying, yeah, it's wrong. It's so weird.
Okay, this is a little bit of a tangent, but I know if I don't say anything, we're probably not going to cycle back to it. There in chat, Ton is saying that book 2 of Atla was mostly about him trying to get the Avatar state under control. I remember that being an element of book 2, but the way I remember it, book 2 was mainly him really knuckling down and trying to get his handle on the other elements. It was about him actually really focusing on the point of his quest and
It was
the expansion of the war and the loss of territory and how the world is actually changing around them, how they're running out of time, they formulate all their final plans.
when did
It's a
book
lot of
two?
that.
When did book 2 end? Did book 2 end after the eclipse, or did book 2 end when Aang got blasted by the bolt of lightning?
I think it ends with the blasted by the bolt of lightning.
Okay, so
think.
it's I was going to say book 2 whose whole point was when they find the goal of the eclipse was basically buckle down and get all that shit ready for war. But if book 2 ends with the lightning strike, then it's like, okay, then that can't really be it.
See, I don't think any part of the whole story is purely about the Avatar state. It's always just a thing that's there. It's a part of the lore, but it's not really central to the goal of his quest.
Hell, he spends a good chunk of book 3 without it.
Yeah. So, yeah, I don't think any part of it is about him getting under control.
Hell,
getting under control is more an extension of like his spiritual mastery of himself, etc., etc.
Also,
what the books are actually about is, the quest of mastering the elements.
I was about to say, even the whole like his plan to get Ozai was literally just beat him up while he's depowered, and that'll be the end of the war. When it's like you realize as soon as the thing would be over, you still have to fight the most powerful firebender of all time. He'll just break out of his cuffs.
It was a simple plan, but I could also argue that if you're going up against a foe like that, the simpler you keep it, the less room you give it to fuck up. So, but yeah, that just wanted to address that so it didn't absolutely get left forgotten.
That's why I was talking. That's why I messaged Sean in the chat. I was like, "Oh, which one are you talking about?" And then I just kind of filed it away. Let's let Brown Table continue.
Brown Table superhero movies.
Well, now, actually, surprisingly and thankfully, films like Spider-Verse and Bumblebee completely tore away from the established formula.
So don't fucking.
Spider-Verse is probably one of the most complex superhero movies I've ever seen.
Yeah, and also
It's
Bumblebee.
masterfully done, but good God.
Also, Bumblebee, from what I have seen of it, because I know Optimus Prime shows up, Bumblebee is just a reboot of the Transformers universe. They're just redoing it. So it can't be simple if it's restarting the universe.
Is it completely
It's
restarting, or is it
no,
continuing?
it's kind of trying to retcon some of it, but it is a much simpler story in that it's on a much smaller scale.
Okay.
It doesn't, you know, tie in with like the greater war for Cybertron and all this shit. It's mostly just about like Bumblebee and this character and how the Transformers aren't all bad, and it's actually like the best of the Transformers movies.
How was John
So it's
Cena in
just
that?
about robots
He's fine.
disguises and the being in thereof.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, I mean, it's I would say like unironically, it is the best Transformers movie.
Wow. I'm not even a huge
Yeah,
Transformers fan.
it's like either this. It would either be Bumblebee or the original Transformers.
I was
Like
about to
it's
say
those
one.
those two are up there. Yeah.
Formula. The formula now being make things huge and connected with maybe a sassy main character thrown in there, and took a page from 2000s movies, which were more focused on making a character relatable to the audience, sarcastic or not, and making the audience care about their journey, their struggle.
Okay,
DC's
hold on.
I
He's identified what is actually a fairly irritating trope in Marvel movies, and he's kind of just saying that that's what modern superhero movies are, and that's not equivalent at all.
yeah, it's no.
Well, and I wouldn't even say that what he's asking for or what he's saying is better is something that was isolated to the 2000s. Like that's kind of how it was even in previous eras of storytelling. It was always about character and about why their journey mattered. I mean, maybe he's specifically limiting his scope to superhero stuff, in which case, you know, it doesn't go back much further than that. But I mean, still.
Also, the sassiness of a character kind of just it depends on either what state they're in. Like with Doctor Strange, of course he's gonna be sassy before he gets in the accident, because that's what he showed in that footage. It was before the accident, so of course he's gonna be sassy and arrogant. He hasn't had that moment that shatters his ego.
You could say the same about Star-Lord. He's also one of the sassy protagonists he
Thinks he-
listed, but the first Guardians of the Galaxy movie is very focused on the characters and their relations and stuff.
Hold
Who
on.
among you is having that banging in the background?
Hold on a second. I'm gonna bring up the thing.
huge and connected with maybe
Okay. I think that's Iron Man before. I think that might actually be after the chest thing in his injury.
Yeah,
So-
that looks like when he's at that party and he's in his tuxedo.
Yeah. So Tony is always gonna have a bit of an ego. That's kind of actually one of his most endearing qualities.
Mhm.
It's just how the ego gets focused. Instead of him not giving a shit, it's him caring, like him just kind of using it as a bit of a defense mechanism. The problem with that, I think, was with the sassiness is things like Age of Ultron, where they're just sassing it up when they're like in the life or death situation, and it's just like, could you guys kind of take this seriously, please? It's why.
Well, if this image actually does prove anything, it's more just the trend he started and how hard Marvel would try and hit that nail over and over and over. Because he was kind of the first one to do it. So
Yeah.
you start off with Tony Stark and his movie, sassiness aside, it's fucking character study from start to
It's
finish.
great.
And then you get Star-Lord, which I've already covered, is also about, how he grows from the relationships he forms with the people around him, found family, etc., etc. Thor, he's really not sassy at all.
This is the only movie he is sassy, and I hate Ragnarok for it. Because it's not
I
Thor,
think
it's just Chris
Doctor
Hemsworth.
Strange might, Doctor Strange and Captain Marvel might exemplify his point best.
Well,
because Doctor Strange, even though it is his personality, it's just how he is and all, he is kind of another sassy smart ass. throwing quips out.
he's another Tony Stark type character until his accident. Then it almost completely goes away.
Not completely. He
I'm
does
tr-
get humbled, like he does get taken down
Well,
several pegs,
yes,
but
but
he's still got the attitude that
yeah,
he's
he's
smarter than everybody.
a little bit, but he's not outright being like I'm better than you. Like another example would probably be when he's having the conversation with Tony inside the Sanctum Sanctorum, where he's like, "What exactly do you do other than make balloon animals? Protecting your realm, douchebag." Or he's just like, where he's like he's like puffing up his own chest to the guy who's just trying to sass him.
Yeah, that moment to me just read as just how similar they are and why
Yeah.
that makes them have friction.
Ant-Man, that's just Paul Rudd. Unfortunately they didn't hire Paul Rudd to be Scott Lang. They hired Paul Rudd to just act like Paul Rudd and put him in a superhero costume.
Which, again, it just comes back down to they hired someone for the role who they know would be able to pull off the quippy humor they were going with.
Yeah,
Again.
that is an example where the formula got a little bit tired. And then with Captain
Mhm.
Marvel,
The
it's
formula had
inconsistent.
absolutely gone stale in the fridge and was growing mold.
Well, not only
Though
that,
she was not primed for great things if they were going to go with that humor again, anyways. And then what we got was the just so above it attitude that she has throughout the whole movie.
yeah, and not to mention just the blatant inconsistency. She's quirky when she wants to be. She's stoic when she needs to be, and it's just like, oh, okay.
Mm-hmm.
The sassy main character thrown in there, and took a page from 2000s movies, which were more focused on making a character relatable to the audience, sarcastic or not, and making the audience care about their journey, their struggle.
Okay, so
These
he just admitted that the sarcasm and the sassiness doesn't matter. It's about them being relatable or not.
Right.
And we kind of just went over that at least the first few on that list
Or relatable.
definitely still fall in that.
Mm-hmm.
In fact, Iron Man did come out in the early 2000s. So how is that being counted as one of the...
I don't know.
is
It's
it just because he
irritating because some
stuck
of these
around
are
long
trends.
enough to count in both categories? What's happening?
I don't know. And it's the trend starter. Like it worked for like a few of them. Like it definitely works for Tony. It definitely works for Star Lord. Hell, his
Mhm.
quippiness is completely a defense mechanism. Like because basically, if I remember correctly, another themes of Guardians 1 is being able to kind of accept what you are. Like it's a bunch of damaged people kind of like accepting that. If I remember correctly,
Yeah, what's the speech he gives before the big battle? Where it's
Oh,
like,
you know what I see I see a bunch of losers, and this is our chance. Our chance for what? To give a shit. Like
Yeah.
it's basically like let's use our pain and actually do something positive with it instead of just the general like anarchy that we've been living our lives for this whole time. It's what makes them a
In fact,
team.
one of my favorite moments in Marvel is still just this simple exchange of like, why are we gonna save the galaxy? Because we're the assholes who live in it.
Yeah, it's actually like it's the most relatable sentence I've ever heard in my life. It's like, yeah, I don't want the universe to get
Sometimes the best answer is the simple one. It's
Mhm.
because we fucking live here, dude, and we have a ship with guns on it. Let's go.
Yeah. If I had to, this just made me think about Guardians 2. If I had to think about one point that I was iffy on with Guardians 2, it was the whole like dick measuring contest between Star Lord and Rocket with controlling the ship.
That was a little weird.
I almost wanted to be like, now is not the time. Or
I,
like, have you?
I, that was kind of the point how they were both being really immature in their own ways, but it felt forced
Yeah,
and
but
not
when they're
built up to it all.
But we've proven through like the previous movie that when things get dangerous enough, they all actually do kind of shut up and do the thing that they need to do.
Yeah.
So they wouldn't have argued in that scene. They actually would have been like they would have probably argued for a second, but then they would just be like, all right, fine.
Yeah, and then they would have been bitching at each other later when they actually had room to breathe.
Yeah,
And
they would have been like, I could have done that, you know. It's like I don't think you could have.
it was just a really weird way for them to introduce that conflict. But we are Off topic.
Yes, I know. That's was a tangent. That's why I was like, I was trying to resist it, but it's like I couldn't.
DC's Joker also seems to be heading in this direction. And again, there's nothing wrong with making things huge and connected and having a sassy main.
Wait, whoa.
Hold on. Let's rewind that, because that was so. Yeah, Joker did a really good job of showing the struggle and how Arthur Fleck became the Joker.
Well, no, that's not where he's
I know
going.
that's
with
not where he's
this.
going at
With
all.
this, as in, like, it looks like Joker's going towards the direction of being all huge, grandiose, and connected when it is the
when it's like
exact opposite.
Most people consider it part of the DCEU, when we have to constantly remind them, like, no, it's not. Like,
It's a complete standalone. It is the most disconnected one we've got in modern time.
it's why the River and I have had this conversation that if they fucking pull this shit and bring Joaquin Phoenix into the DCEU and have Robert Pattinson fight him, that's gonna be really fucking sad. One, because Robert Pattinson's gonna wipe the floor with him.
Well, it's kind of like everybody thought that Jared Leto's Joker was gonna end up fighting Batfleck when Batfleck is roided up like a motherfucker.
Oh yeah, the funny thing being, like, the reason he's got the grill is because this Batman easily just punched his fucking teeth out.
So yeah, roll the clip back and
okay, let's
make
try
the
that
whole point, just to make sure.
Okay, what's unfortunate is he's not separating his sentences. That's why I have to rewind so far.
So he's either saying it's like, oh, they're going to try and make them more relatable, and that's the direction they're going, or they're trying to make them more interconnected and complex. That's the direction. So just to clarify.
Try this again.
Movies, which were more focused on making a character relatable to the audience, sarcastic or not, and making the audience care about their journey, their struggle. DC's Joker also seems to be heading in this direction.
Okay.
And again, there's nothing wrong.
A lot more sense. Jesus Christ.
Yeah. Okay.
With making
okay. We're good.
Yeah, he made sense, but we got a little confused because he's not separating his sentences enough.
Things huge and connected and having a sassy main character, but it's refreshing to see an older concept and execution of the superhero narrative told today, with a fresher perspective, and a viewpoint that accepts.
Did you say something? I thought you did.
No.
The caricaturistic nature of superheroes and comic books, rather than having the superheroes all don leather.
You actually go outside in these things?
I mean, the edginess of the early 2000s is, it's a cringe we remember fondly.
Yeah, and
but it is cringe nonetheless.
As we were watching this, and like Cyclops is going like, "What did you expect? Yellow spandex?"
I mean, it would have been nice, you know, just once.
Prefer yellow spandex.
So now that we got that out of the way, let's talk about Shazam, because Shazam was absolutely excellent.
Oh, snap!
There's of course pacing issues, and the visual effects.
What is with this fucking pacing problem? It doesn't have one.
Yeah, this is the second time that somebody's mentioned it, and I'm hoping he's going to give some more specific examples so we don't have to do as much fucking guesswork this time.
Oh, hold on a second. Like, River's awake, and I want to ask her, since she's the most normie, come here for a second. Would you say Shazam, since you're the most normal out of all of us, would you say Shazam has a pacing problem?
No.
There we have it. I don't even know if she was picked up because she was so far away from the mic.
No, she could be heard. Her valuable input has been recorded.
the simple word "no" has been put on record.
Yep.
Yeah, it doesn't have a pacing problem. I don't know why they keep saying this.
If he gives specific examples,
yeah,
maybe he can make an argument out of it. But
yeah, but he's not. He's just saying.
Cosmonaut did not.
Yeah. Okay, come on, please give us an example.
Other than that, though, Shazam is completely character focused.
So no, he didn't give an example, just like Cosmonaut.
I mean, he's got 8 minutes left. He might double back to it.
Alright.
So character focused, in fact, that the movie actually begins with the antagonist of the film, allowing the audience to understand the antagonist's point of view, as well as introducing us to several important characters that we see later on in the film. It isn't some sort of flashback that is meant to indicate some sort of plot element, like, for example, Doctor Strange, It's a flashback which heavily explains why a character is that character. And honestly, for being a fantasy superhero movie, Shazam has some really incredibly serious and almost frightening moments layered throughout.
Wait, frightening. What would the frightening moments be? Like, are we talking about the boardroom scene? Because that, like, I can understand how it kind of has a horror element, but I wasn't terrified. I'm a little confused
Yeah, I'm not
here.
exactly. This is where examples really bolster up a point.
I don't understand what's with these video essayists and just not fucking giving examples to their shit.
Oh, because 10 minutes is the video length that gets you ads.
Hmm.
Why would you make your video longer than that?
Well, it's like when we were talking about Look at the Young Defiant thing. Even when he was saying things he likes, he was just not giving examples. He was just like, because it is. It's like it's not good enough.
Mr. Angel as Billy Batson is some of the best casting I've ever seen. The character Billy Batson is very endearing while doing some incredibly douchey things. And that's not just because the acting is excellent.
This is
This is like him like learning to fucking be a good person.
But yeah, it's like he's a 14-year-old kid who feels like he's just out there on his own. He has this like very naive obsessions, like if I can just find my mom,
Everything
things will be
get
okay.
better.
I can get out of the foster system. It's like, yeah. It's like for a 14-year-old kid, it's like who he would think that the main problem of my entire life is no mom. I fix no mom, I fix my life.
Which is like
That's
that's
a
not how
very
that works.
childlike way to see the world.
Yeah. I think it's a little weird how when it comes to like showing the examples, they aren't bringing up the mom at all actually, and how like the struggle of like finds out that she really did kind of just leave him.
That's
Well, yeah.
delving into spoiler territory.
Jesus, are we still doing the no spoiler thing?
It's like
Always.
stop with the no
I
spoilers.
feel like both of these YouTubers hitting on the whole pacing thing, either a larger YouTuber or some kind of media outlet, you know, one of those quote unquote real critics, mentioned a pacing issue. And so now they're just parroting the same thing. Hence
You
why they
think?
don't give any specific examples.
Did all these videos come out around the same time, or
let me
are
throw
they
up the
spread out, or
cover.
what's the thing?
Let me throw up the cover because I'm pretty sure I have all of them right next.
Just a working theory is all
Two-
I'm saying. Like
2000, so May 2019, March 2019, April 20. So they were all separated like a month. Cosmonaut being the first.
no, the March one would be
I'm
the
sorry.
first.
I'm sorry. Yeah. Fucking High Top was first. Sorry, I got my months confused.
It's curious.
Yeah, it's really weird.
Excellent, but also because the audience goes on an emotional journey with Billy, one that can be sometimes sloppily edited, in my opinion, but once we reach his arc's climax, it is
Sloppily edited.
There's nothing that comes to mind specifically.
It's almost like another
Which
like
is odd because it seems like a very specific criticism.
Yeah, it's
yeah,
something
that's the kind of thing you say with something in mind.
Yeah, I don't want to say like I'm the master of editing, but if there was an editing mistake, I probably would have pointed it out.
Or I didn't even recognize the editing in the movie as being like particularly great or special, but
it was passable.
I didn't notice any problem with it. It was entirely serviceable.
That's the thing about like I don't want to say about good editing, but it's just like passable editing is something you don't notice because it means
and I didn't really notice it
because it means that the story has its time to breathe, it has its time to flow. Like everything just can just happen naturally. Whereas if you take like if you basically just start jump cutting or like unnaturally transitioning, then that's when you like get taken out of the movie sometimes.
Or if they took Cosmonaut's advice and they just ended every scene as soon as it got its main point out and just left nothing with any room to breathe.
If it jump cutted the second that Billy let go of the thing and he went like "Mom," the cut. I'd be like whoa.
Apparently, you didn't put the video back on screen.
Yeah, no, I know. I just wait, did I? How long did I? Now I confused myself there for a second because I thought we weren't talking or even let the video play for a bit because they would have heard it at least. Sorry about that. This pacing problem is just fucking.
Incredibly
If they
rewarding and
just gave examples, it
Yeah.
would give us something to work with.
Just it's a constant just battle for citation needed, please.
And we spent like the entire preamble for this stream talking about the problems we do have with the movie.
Mm-hmm.
It's just the pacing never came up because
Yeah,
it was perfectly fine.
In fact, if anything, I was kind of in love with the movie's pacing. The only time that I really had a problem with pacing was the pacing of the jokes, but that's only because like that again becomes a comedy is subjective argument.
Yeah, not every joke lands.
Yeah.
It'd be like that sometimes.
Yeah, it literally does just do that. That's the thing. Fuck.
satisfying. The film's driving theme is family, and that's what Billy Batson is searching for, really. He just doesn't really understand that yet. He wants to belong, and is searching for something in the incorrect way, but since he's so naive, and we spend the movie understanding why he feels this way, no one can really blame him. On the subject of family, Billy Batson's foster family feels extremely warm and friendly. They have squabbles amongst each other, but you can tell that they all do care about each other, and that's very hard to portray. Jack Dylan Grazer as Freddie Freeman is probably the standout star.
A complete point, and
Yeah.
one that we all agree with. We also pointed this out earlier on as well before we watched any of the videos that the foster family, one of the strongest points of the movie. They are very endearing.
Yeah, they're really good.
Star in this film, and that's no exaggeration. The dude is very expressive and energetic and has a charisma about him that just cannot be ignored. And when he and Zachary Levi, or Zachary Levi, I say Levi, I have no idea, are in the same scene, the movie absolutely shines because they play off each other so naturally, it's phenomenal.
You want to try invisibility?
Forget it. Okay.
Oh my god! It worked!
Zachary Levi as Billy Batson.
I enjoyed the hell out of that scene, actually.
Yeah, when he starts just prancing around like an asshole.
And then it's like a nice outfit. And he's just like, oh, fucker. Then the lightning zap. It was really, that scene was so well paced.
I mean, it was very lucky that he did not point more accurately.
Oh yeah, he would have just fucking killed Fred. Freddy's just a fucking skeleton in front of him. Like the fucking Mortal Kombat fatality.
Popped his head like a balloon, like Raiden.
Batson's adult form, or Shazam, is marvelous. I think the toughest challenge for this movie was to make Zachary Levi and Ashtor Angel feel like the same person, because Shazam is just Billy in adult form. And this is always great. Every single time. It's not an ongoing gag, the fun shenanigans end at just the right time to keep things moving, and I respect the movie for not milking the whole big idea. So I keep talking about the main protagonists.
Seeing the contrast again, I do think there might be a little bit of a point to make that when we see him as Shazam, we see him being more playful, more outgoing, more happy. Because we don't see him like that as a kid, really, it makes it a little harder to see the similarities.
Well,
so we're more seeing like the 14-year-old boy within more than we're seeing the Billy within.
Well, that kind of makes
It's
sense.
a nitpick, but
I would almost say it's not a nitpick because it makes sense. If you're somebody that honestly has a bit of a fucking like a very down view of fucking everything, and you were like given superpowers, yeah, your day's gonna
it's
certainly
gonna put a
brighten
pep
up.
in your step.
Yeah, because you now basically. I don't want to say you just have the freedom to just do whatever you want, but it's like you now, like some doors have now opened, per se.
Also, it's just kind of fucking cool to play around with and distract you from the shit that is your life. And it's not like we don't get anything. We get like the mischievousness when he beats the bullies with a crutch, runs off, and he escapes on the train. He has the little,
Like,
prideful chuckle to himself, like. And then when he meets the wizard and he's like giggling at this goofy name.
He's like,
We
what?
do see some of it. We get a
Mhm.
little flavor to compare, but it's not a lot, and I think that is deliberate, so we're not drawing too close comparison. I don't think it hurts the movie too much, but it is something I could see being a problem for somebody.
And their acting, but the truth is, every single person in this movie is fantastic in their role. Mark Strong as Dr. Savannah is definitely a standout. You know, it's weird, I don't want to really spoil too much, but he's great. He's actually threatening.
God damn it! Stop with the no spoiling thing.
Yeah, if you want to talk about the movie, just talk about the fucking movie. Jesus Christ.
Also, the one complaint that we have about Savannah is actually at this moment. Like, so, and yeah, when we keep seeing this scene over and over, it really fucks with me. Like, 'cause it's just like, no, this scene actually could have been a little bit longer, and finally, like, them sat down instead of Savant being like, "Why'd he choose you?" and then he immediately hits Billy. It's like, okay, it's
I don't know if a sit down is where to go. I think that's a little too
well,
Oprah Winfrey's couch kind
no,
of
not
approach, but
not the sit
just
down,
a
but
little
the more
more back and
conversation.
forth.
Yeah, that's what I was talking
Yeah.
about, because I believe this is the scene we keep talking about where it's like they should have had more of a conversation instead of going right into the punching.
Yeah. Like they did some really good shit with it, but that really good shit could have been
Yeah,
excuse
just
me. It could have
yeah,
been expanded just a little bit.
yeah, it's missing
But this
like
is like missed opportunity, not an actual problem.
yeah,
You know,
missed yeah, it's definitely a missed opportunity.
His backstory is fantastic, and I wish Green Lantern succeeded because he would have been a great Sinestro. Supposedly, the direction.
Oh, that's right, because yeah, Mark Strong played Sinestro. Also,
Dang.
no, we don't
I
want Green Lantern.
absolutely forget the Green Lantern movie.
I don't want it to even exist anymore. I'm glad that Deadpool shot Ryan Reynolds in the face when he accepted Green Lantern. I love how the fact that even the actor is just like, I fucking regret the shit out of this. I think it honestly was just because of the amount of backlash he got. He probably thought it was okay at the time, but then when all the backlash happened, he's like, fuck this.
Well, I mean, at the time, he had absolutely no eyes in the finished product. He had just done all his filming against the green screens and all that, so he didn't know.
And that,
And
he was
every
still,
actor definitely has those roles they actually regret, but not all of them can have the sense of humor better he does.
it's also like I really don't understand with like certain roles, like why did fucking Clooney apologize for Batman and Robin when he barely like his role, what he did in that film was like the least offensive thing in terms of like it was just boring kind of.
Yeah, I think if anyone needed to apologize, it was the costume designers.
Yeah, it was the set designer who decided to cover Gotham City in neon. Yeah, can I help you? Okay. River's gonna join us. I'll need to modify the Discord overlay. How's your day going, Slayer?
I mean, I'm mostly just doing this. You've been here for most of my day.
Hmm. It's very
Why
interesting.
doing small talk?
I'm not very good at it, as you guys have known. I don't do small talk. I just go right into my points. Though I understand how that could definitely be a conversational problem.
It's got to be out there in the weeds fighting the straw man,
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
beating it
I
up.
mean, my small talk skills are mostly just how I trained myself to just kind of smile and nod at fucking coworkers that want to talk about the
Right.
weather that we can clearly see.
Nice weather we're having. I wish it was raining. Fuck you. Well, I actually do find that interesting because since you're only 6 hours ahead? Question mark.
Mm-hmm.
Like, and this is like the last part of your day. So, hold on.
Well, yeah, before this, I was playing Vermintide since late last night, and I just didn't sleep because I knew I wouldn't be up in time. And before that, I was just doing coursework shit. Because Gotta be productive sometime.
Yep. Jeez. No, on your actual like computer sound settings.
Every single time.
Yeah, it,
How is
does
she not a master of it at this point?
because she hasn't touched it. Like she makes the thumbnails, then she goes right back to playing on the Switch. Meanwhile, if I buy anything, I'm like glued to that thing for a good a good chunk of time. It's why when
No, what he means is every time she turns it on to use it, we go through this same thing of the audio settings. So you would think she would be quicker at doing it by now because she's had to do it like 4 or 5 times.
I
Yeah, and
also
she's setting the settings to the exact same thing every time.
it does make me chuckle how it's not just her default to do it. She just immediately just assumes everything is working and then just goes right into it. When meanwhile I
There's
double
no convenience in the cult of Apple.
there's none.
Nope.
You always gotta just make sure. I don't even think does she even know her headset is on. I wonder. Oh, she just turned it on. It's the worries of hold on, don't switch. Just make sure everything's still working, because then if you switch it to the microphone that's on the headset, you're gonna sound like crap. All right, go ahead and join the call. Microphone's still muted. Still on push to talk.
Hi.
Oh dear.
Hi.
Someday you will remember what your audio settings are.
I'm just not used to having to fiddle with 3 different things before I can fucking talk. I don't like it.
You're the one with the Apple device. You're the one that bought the thing.
Yeah, as we did warn you.
Yeah, we very much warned you what you were getting into.
Eh, whatever.
Sign that the argument has been lost.
So, we've been talking about Shazam for a while.
Yeah, sweetie, what did you think of Shazam?
Yeah, I heard that.
Have you been keeping track of like what the videos have been at all, or do you know what's been happening, or
Well, I
where
mean, I
you at?
heard a lot about pacing and no citations
Mm.
and basically just different people not liking the film for reasons that aren't good enough with the
Well, the
usual.
second movie really did like the movie. In
Oh,
fact, even
okay.
Cosmonaut liked the movie. It's just how he got there was weird, and
Oh, okay.
he still came in with a lot of citation-less complaints about pacing that he
Yeah.
gave allusions to examples, and we had to do a lot of guesswork as to what those might be. And we reasoned out every possible iteration of what scenes we thought he was talking about, which made a 5-minute video take up, I think, like the first hour and a half, the whole stream.
So Ton's bringing up an interesting point. It's like, I do think it's a problem that Shazam's and Billy's child actor didn't even try to play the same character. I disagree. Like,
Yeah, it's kind of what I was saying earlier about how when we look at Shazam, we were a little bit wowed at how easily we could see the 14-year-old boy underneath, but not so easily see Billy. I don't think it's necessarily fair to say they didn't try, but I do think an argument could be made that they didn't succeed.
all right.
Especially because we don't really see Shazam deal with any of Billy's emotional baggage as much.
Well,
Whenever he's in the Shazam form, it's kind of escapism mode, and
I
he
was going to say it's
doesn't.
because
Yeah,
he's
yeah,
using
I can see
Shazam
that.
as like an escape thing. Like he now has
Yeah,
power. He's
so
not going to worry about any of that shit.
towards the end, when in his Shazam form, he has to go save his found family as Billy, and that scene where he jumps off the roof to become Shazam because it's very much what Billy cares about that's driving him. It's like that connects it better,
Mm-hmm.
but building up how the escapism doesn't quite work before that, I think, could have really helped. How even though it's like, yes, it's fun and all that for a while, he goes to the abandoned factory, he destroys things, he's going around, he's charging people's phones, he's having a good time. Just, I think, one moment of him being Shazam, but still dealing with the no mom problem, I think could have connected it really well. Just something to really hone in that underneath that, he's not just a 14-year-old boy, he's that 14-year-old boy.
Right.
Just to hammer it home a bit better. But we're getting into like very small tweaks.
Mm-hmm.
But even then, yeah, I can absolutely see how that would make somebody not really click with it as well.
Oh, the bully characters. I realized this. Freddy and the bully characters where they're like, you don't know Captain Sparklefingers like this, since they haven't figured out his name yet. And it's like he's like, oh, he'll show up for lunch. I immediately thought, I was like, just pull up your phone. You clearly have like access, like the login to the YouTube channel.
Oh
Show
yeah,
them
he
that.
just kept not showing them the YouTube videos of like, it's like, see, this is my channel. Here's all my admin privileges. It's mine. I own it. I'm the one who does the recording.
Yeah,
It's still a really bad idea because
well, yeah, it's a bad idea
the
no
whole
matter what.
stupid identity was his idea in the first place.
Yeah, he's the one that's fucking. It's just if he was really going to like really fuck with the thing, like in Homecoming when Ned blows it, where he's like, Peter knows Spider-Man through the Stark insurance ship, and then they want to use it for the party thing. The difference being is that Freddy has more access to it as opposed to like say Ned, because Freddy's basically been Shazam's manager, so he's got all the admin stuff. It's like, here's the ad revenue that we've been making.
I don't think even needs to go that far. Just show that it's his YouTube channel, and that would have been really enough.
Mm-hmm.
DC is going now with their.
Yeah.
What?
I said it still would have been a bad idea, but yeah,
it's a bad idea no
helped.
matter what. It just would have helped his case. Also, wow, Brown Table, you're fucking loud as all hell.
Films is not really about cinematic universes, but more focused, character-driven solo films. And I love that, because it was frustrating to see DC think that Marvel's cinematic universe was the only way to achieve success, when there are multiple ways to reach the same outcome, the outcome being a lot of money. DC
I don't know if that was their problem. It's that they tried to mimic the MCU without doing any of the legwork.
Yeah, it's why BVS is just the fucking immediate, like, we're setting up for Justice League, and it's just like, whoa, you've had, like, 2 minutes to really deal with the fact that a Batman even exists in this universe.
Yeah,
now
so it's not so much
Woman.
that, it's not so much that the smaller character movies are better or more heartfelt than the bigger complicated ones. It's that one allows you to build up to the other.
Yeah.
So I think that's the comparison.
Batman versus Superman had to fucking attempt to sell the idea that Batman's been operating this whole time for like 30 plus years, as opposed to a Superman who just started. Then, not only that, Wonder Woman's been in the background for 100 plus years. Then, like, now we've got Cyborg, Aquaman, and The Flash. They've been around for 5 minutes. And it's like, oh. Okay. Fuck the idea of the solo movies before they all finally team up, I guess.
Warner Brothers focusing.
I do solo movies. Everybody knows the Avengers is the one that sold all the most tickets. Just do that one, right?
Right. Yeah, that's clearly the winning formula.
On solo.
Did Thor come out before the Avengers?
Yes.
Yep.
Okay, so all of them did have the individual.
Yes, the release order went Iron Man 1, Iron Man 1. Fuck it, I'll fucking just bring up the timeline. I was gonna do it by memory, and I was about to. I think it was Iron Man 1, Iron Man 2, Thor, Captain America: First Avenger. Marvel.
Okay, but Black Widow didn't come out until
Black Widow was in Iron Man 2.
Yeah, Black
Oh.
Widow still hasn't come out with her own movie.
That's a bit of a yikes.
Yeah, she got relegated to Phase 4, so
that
rip.
it kind of makes me chuckle, the idea that Disney, how little faith Disney has in like Raya and the Last Dragon, if they're willing to push that in theaters and streaming, but still not release Black Widow.
Oh, have you seen the promo shit for that? It's like, finally, South Asian people will be able to see themselves in the big screen.
And it's like, it's
hashtag
restricted.
representation. Yeah, no, they literally can't see it because those countries don't have access to Disney Plus. I wonder who this movie's really for.
We missed a key player, the Incredible Hulk, that came out between Iron Man 1 and 2.
I still barely remember that movie.
As for subjectivisms, it's like one of my favorites of Phase 1. I like it more than Ang Lee, at least.
I mean, low bar.
Yeah, that's the problem. It's
Ang Lee.
Yeah, Ang Lee's Hulk.
It's the older hunk movie. I mean,
Oh,
yeah, technically Hulk, the older Hulk movie, and it is it's an experience. It's not good.
Yeah, you're
but
talking
it's
about the
very
one with
memorable.
Edward Norton.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then the other one with Lou Ferrigno.
No.
No,
No, that's not what you were referencing.
No, I'm talking about the one where
Eric Bana.
What's his name? Patrick Swayze. That's his dad.
What?
No,
really?
No.
Not Patrick
No.
Swayze. The other really grimy looking fucker.
I just want to hear Slur describe Ang Lee's Hulk now. What movie did you watch?
Fuck, what's his name?
Sam Elliott?
No.
That played General Ross in that movie.
No, not the general, his dad.
I don't know the dad's name. I know the general's name. Like that.
I know the guy who played the dad is like this really famous actor, but he always looks really fucking
He was
dodgy.
in
Looks like a
Hateful
meth
Eight.
addict.
Hold on, I'll just fucking Google
Nick
it.
Nolte, that's the motherfucker.
Nick Nolte, yes. See, I have spoken.
Yes.
He's literally just titled as father in the cast. He doesn't even have a fucking name.
I didn't know we were trying to guess the father's name. I was just talking.
What the fuck?
But no, yeah, I remember him being in the movie so much because his role was just fucking bizarre. He's like this really abusive dad who killed a mom. That's what traumatized him. That's why he has the angertism that makes him go all green. And in the end of the movie, he tries to steal.
The mom has a name, but not the dad.
Yeah. She's in it for like 2 seconds, and her name is Edith Banner.
I don't think you even see her face, do you?
We do. It is right before she gets killed, and a bunch of other times when father took toy away from child David Banner, and he turned a tiny bit of green. It's fucking ridiculous.
Oh, no. Yeah, and then at the end he like steals his Hulkness and it makes him like melt into shit.
Oh yeah,
no. Fucking bizarre.
He became like Transformation Man or whatever. I don't remember what the comic name was, but basically when he touches something, he becomes that element. And then he
and then
he
you
tried
get
to
this like
absorb
really
the Hulk.
awkward CGI when he's turning to metal and then he's going into metal and like detaching him, and it looks so fucking clunky and weird. That's the scene I remember most, other than like the military dudes trying to trap Hulk in a bunch of foam.
Oh no! What about when he takes the missile and he bites the fucking warhead off, or he takes the tank tube and points it inside when it's like that wouldn't do anything, Hulk.
No, but it looked really it looked like a weird flex, but an effective one. Or when he travels by like just super bunny hopping across the desert.
That does make sense for the Hulk, but yeah, it's still goofy.
Yeah.
Another good.
And didn't like he jump on a fighter jet and it tried to take him like into the upper atmosphere?
Into space, and then he just fell into the Golden Gate Bridge or something. Oh,
so yeah.
Then the most cringe line: "Take it all." start feeding Dad to some the energy. It's
But you know what? You compare that to the Incredible Hulk. That's the one I remember.
yeah. Well, I'll at least say that Edward Norton did a better job than Eric Bana.
Oh, he also had like Hulk dogs
Yes. Yeah, and you see the
that had
balls of
like
them.
Hulk dog balls.
Gamma dogs.
Yeah, I like how
Yeah,
both of us pointed out the
balls.
balls. The fact we could see the dog balls as he punched them. They exploded
Yeah,
into green
Hulk
mist
dog
like
balls.
fucking Ivan Ooze minions.
Yeah. Strange movie.
Fucking Joker.
Comic movies were at a weird stage of their life at that point in time.
Yeah, we had
Oh yeah, and the
fucking.
transitions between scenes in that movie where it tries to actually like
Oh
mimic
my
comic
god,
panels. It will give you a goddamn seizure.
We should watch that for Y.A.R.P movies. Just watch fucking Ang Lee's Hulk and just be like, so is anyone making any sense of what is happening this very second?
There
I
are
think
people
you
who
had.
unironically defend like Eric Bana being like the best Bruce Banner.
No,
And it's
fuck that. That's
how?
yeah. It's
Why?
like I don't believe you. It's one of those things of like if somebody
He
told me
hardly
that to my
believes
face.
it. Like he's hardly even in the film. Like you
Yeah.
can tell he just doesn't give a shit.
Also, his version of angry is just and then he starts
He was
transforming.
trying to take a very powerful poop.
As opposed to like, I suppose you could actually believe when Edward Norton was transforming because they included like the heartbeat monitor or like situations that would cause it, like when Betty got hit on the college campus, like got tackled. That's what transformed him there. Like it was, or like even just the pumping and full of adrenaline when he fell from the helicopter. Like you could actually understand those transformations as opposed to green.
I'm
Oh,
just looking at pictures
fucking.
of like the Hulk in that movie, and my god,
It's
it
one of the
looked
examples of like
awful.
worst CGI in a fucking movie. The second probably only to Scorpion King. I don't know, man. This like we give like Scorpion King and Hulk a lot of shit for their CGI, but then there's like how in Black Panther it turns into like a PS2 cutscene when him and Killmonger are fighting in the weird vibranium subway tunnel.
Oh yeah, but the rest of the movie didn't look quite that bad. It just had a lot of really questionable design decisions. Where you look at the shit I just put in our Discord chat,
I can't look
like
at
that
it.
shit looked like the Green Giant but grimy.
Yeah, it's pretty bad looking. Unfortunately, I can't see it at the moment because if I
Oh
do that,
man,
it'll
the
fuck up
purple
this screen.
pants.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Which were like canonically his boxers that just like were made of super
Yeah.
material or
Is
some
it?
shit.
Just
Yeah,
look
I
over here.
that was literally him traveling through the sewer in San Francisco to try to get to Betty's house, and so he comes up and he's like covered in grime and shit.
Yeah,
Ugh.
Wyatt, just look over here.
Yeah, I know I know the picture by heart, hun.
Oh,
And
fucking
didn't he then
monster
go to the
Shrek with
woman
abs.
thing? He went to your one and he shrunk down to like human sized, which mean that he would be even more covered in shit because he's
Ugh.
smaller and it's the same amount of shit.
I hate the
Movie
smell.
Imagine the
was so bad.
smell.
Joker over here is just like if you could follow his eye line, we're just over here talking about this shit. And he's like, to your mind.
Dude, and I remember being so excited about the Ang Lee Hulk movie. We saw it multiple times in theaters.
I saw it at a
Like,
drive-through.
it's so bad, but like at the time there wasn't really anything else out there superhero, and we were like, yeah, it's so fucking good. And I'm like, oh god.
And now as an adult, you're like, why?
Yeah.
Even as a kid, and when I saw it in a drive-in movie theater, I was like, oh, this is shit.
And it was a bonding experience for me and my dad. It was, he grew up
Fair
on like the
enough.
Lou Ferrigno Hulk, so
Yeah.
he was
Right,
excited to
yeah.
see it, and I was like, yeah, it's fucking Hulk. Let's give it a shot, And
I had a toy that was based off the Ang Lee Hulk, and it would just like it created a bunch of
oh my god,
toys for
they
that.
made toys.
Yeah, that's where the Hulk gloves came from. That was what made them surge into like the mainstream toy stuff. well, the
Didn't
Hulk
they come out
hands.
after Avengers? I
They
thought that
did.
was an Avengers
They
thing.
tried to redo it with Avengers, but the Hulk gloves, like the Hulk smash glove things, those were around since Ang Lee.
Huh.
Like you'd hit them and it'd go Hulk smash, despite the fact that like
Well, I hope it didn't sound quite like that. Jesus
it
Christ.
did. The audio
Oh,
the audio quality.
Gosh.
Oh, yeah,
Hulk also wait for balls to drop.
I would love the idea of like if it was just you hear Eric Bana say it as opposed to Hulk. Hulk smash. uh what was Brown Table talking about? I've already forgotten because his video is
Yeah,
so
rewind it a
forgettable.
little bit. We'll need to catch back up again.
Oh Jesus.
Universe was the only way to achieve.
Okay, even further.
Supposedly, the direction DC is going now with their films is not really about cinematic universes, but more focused, character-driven solo films. And I love that, because it was frustrating to see DC think that Marvel's cinematic universe was the only way to achieve success, when there are multiple ways to reach the same outcome.
He says as they're about to re-release Justice League.
I was going to say, as the Snyder Cut is coming out, and I guess they kind of are, because the Batman film that with Robert Pattinson isn't attached to DCEU.
If that statement does hold true,
Yeah,
and
but I don't know if that
kinda
means they've
give up
learned
on
their
that stuff.
lesson per se.
Yeah, I wouldn't say they
I
learned their lesson
don't
the
think they're
slightest.
going to give up on the EU stuff. I think they are definitely going to go and try and go for it again. It's inevitable.
I like how for the longest time the Warner Brothers didn't want it to be called DCEU, but journalists just kept calling it that, and they're like, "Fine, fuck it, that's what it's called."
I mean, technically it should be the DCCU, but it doesn't roll
Yeah.
off the tongue as well.
Yeah, exactly. Because
God,
I was
damn it, Slur.
I was thinking the same thing, because it's not the expanded universe, it's just the universe.
I see the fucking shit covered Hulk. That's your icon now.
Outcome being a lot of money. DC and Warner Brothers focusing on solo films not only helps the directors and writers focus on the story of said film, it also helps creatively. Marvel has a problem of not taking...
That gave me like a whole brain stutter, and I think it's just because I'm really tired. What was the pacing of that sentence again? Roll it back.
Yeah, I missed it too.
Again.
Others focusing on solo films not only helps the directors and writers focus on the story of said film, it also helps creatively. Marvel...
What is that punctuation?
I
the directors and the writers focus on the story of these films. Did he just insert that like in post? It's like, oh, I have to insert of these films or they'll be confused. What? It's just weird. It threw me off.
Problem.
It's not a big deal.
Yeah, it's really weird.
Of not taking that many risks, cinematography-wise. The only risks...
What the fuck? I don't care if it's not taking any risks on cinematography. Fucking take a risk with your writing and make sure it's good. Or just don't take a risk in general and still make sure it's good. Or regardless, it needs to be good. That's Marvel's problem right now, is that the writing has tanked.
Is that still a hot take? I can't actually tell anymore.
What, that the writing is shit with Marvel these days?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of people were talking about how it's become a little stagnant. Some things are being repeated. We already mentioned like the quippy humor is something everybody's kind of gotten a little sick of. But the idea that the writing in general, just from what we've seen so far of Phase 4, is it's in the shithole.
No, a lot of people still think like Far From Home is well written. A lot of people think like Endgame is like this complete masterpiece.
Well, hold on.
A lot of people still think Captain Marvel is good.
Was it?
Well, I mean,
didn't the fourth round or whatever it's called start after Endgame? Like the Endgame was the marker.
No, Phase 4 is starting with WandaVision. Far From Home was still in Phase 3.
Far From Home is more like an epilogue. It's how, like, now that it's all over, this is where we now look
Yeah.
out at the world
I,
as it is, and then
I don't know how I feel
the
about
next
that.
thing is how we move forward.
I
No,
really,
that
Yeah,
makes
don't
sense.
mind
you
it.
gotta deal with it.
I, the the thing I much would have appreciated if WandaVision was not the start of Phase 4. If it was just continuing the epilogue, and then eventually, like Doctor Strange was going to set up Phase 4, something, or like the
I
fucking.
don't think there's
Is
any
do you
version of
just not like
WandaVision
it?
that didn't lead into the what's happening now because it ends
That's
with
the problem. Yeah,
Do you just not like it because it's television?
it's not
no.
well
Okay.
written.
No, it's
No, no,
shit.
I'm not saying in general. I'm just saying, are you just saying that you don't like that it's the intro because it's television?
No, because it's
Okay, so
shit.
you just mean like as a well, no, forgetting the quality of the thing, just as a concept, the idea that the next piece of the entire cinematic universe would be a show rather than a movie
No, I'm not bothered
honestly
by that.
doesn't make a difference to me at all. It
Yeah,
doesn't really matter.
yeah,
Especially since it's a show being made with Disney budget, gonna be it's
yeah.
gonna be produced with movie quality no matter what.
Yeah, this could
Yeah,
like Phase 4
exactly.
could have been started with like a 5-minute video, and if that 5-minute video was well written, I would have been like, all right, yeah, it's good. I guess
I
we're
mean,
starting Phase
technically,
4.
Phase 1 was started with a post-credit sequence.
Yeah,
The first one.
yeah. Like let me talk to you about the Avengers.
Yeah, and that's all we got. And that it wasn't even a promise. It was just an idea of what could potentially be, and then it happened.
Mm-hmm. It's fucking. I don't understand why when people think that they need to take more risks, it's always with like things like cinematography. When it's like, I get why
Well,
cinematography is important. So is things like editing, but if films are it's a symphony. Everything has to work, and the
Yeah,
problem
if you
so
try and take risks with your visuals and nothing else, that's how you end up with Zack Snyder movies.
I was going to say that's how you end up with Avatar. It's just this like cacophony of special effects that mean nothing because you
Yeah,
just
it's
don't
a
give a
very
shit.
pretty movie. It's a lot of useful screensaver fodder, I guess, but
I think
it's
it's
just not
because
good.
the general public is so infatuated with the visual that they see that and then they don't look any deeper. They see the visuals and they're like, "Oh wow, this is a great thing."
Oh yeah,
And
Mandalorian
I
is
Mm,
honestly, I kind of fall into that category a lot of the time.
okay,
man,
that's true, like maybe on a conscious level, you don't really think about it. But even if all you go in is like you out loud say, honestly, I just want it to be pretty and to be just kind of cool and entertaining, and that's all I really want from a movie. You go in, you see Avatar for the first time, you come out, there's a reason you just don't really think of that movie again for the next 5 to 6 years. So even
unless
if you
Mm.
don't consciously think about how it was just not very good or not very engaging, at some level, you did recognize it.
unless you're Eli, then it becomes your favorite movie of all
Well, Eli's broken. We've covered this.
time. uh,
And yeah, we can talk about that another time because I've never thought about Avatar not being a good movie, but I've only seen it
How
like
often
once
have
or
you thought
twice.
about it at all? Which is kind of what I was
yeah, that's the
going for.
point.
Yeah, I guess.
I don't even remember last time I thought. Like, I remember last time I thought about Avatar was when I watched Drinker's video of it, and the fact that I could even name the characters even surprised me. Like fucking
Yeah, I
Jake
mean that's
Sully and
kind of
Neytiri.
the
Oh
biggest
yeah.
cultural phenomenon that movie ever made was to confuse the world because it's the highest grossing movie for so many years, and yet
Yeah.
nobody ever references it, thinks about it, talks about it. It doesn't really have any kind of fan. It just kind of happened. It was so huge and
Mm.
left no impact. And that's the proof in the pudding. The fact that you can be as pretty as you like, but if you're just not engaging anybody on a deeper level, you have zero staying power.
Would you say that it's had an impact on creators, like as far as the technology or the way movies are filmed.
For a few years it did, when 3D was kind of the thing. Everybody was definitely taking pointers from that movie, but then 3D eventually died out because it was a gimmick. It had a short shelf life anyway.
Oh, well, right. I mean, I haven't seen a movie in 3D since Spy Kids. So
Exactly.
I, I was about to say
I
the.
will say the 3D for Avatar was really good,
I was going to say
but
Yeah, it
it's
was. It was technically well done.
I would also say it showed the potential, like the real potential for IMAX, because IMAX was just now being like used in films at that point.
yeah, you could almost make the argument that the entire project was more about showing like what the technology could do and about using these fancy new cameras, because that's kind of what James Cameron does nowadays.
Yeah,
Like
that's
the whole reason he filmed Titanic was because he wanted to go check out the wreck of the Titanic.
yeah. It's like how you can make that argument for like VR. A lot of VR games are just glorified tech demos. They're not actually games.
yeah, that's very true.
Yeah, like Blade and Sorcery, like one of my favorite games, is clearly just, hey, check out these knuckle controllers. You can control each individual finger and hold the sword and swing it. And it's like yeah, there's a kind of a game here, and it gets me a bit of exercise. But as opposed to like Beat Saber, that's like a legit rhythm game. Yeah, like Beat Saber's clearly the more actual game.
You know what Avatar reminds me of? If you ever go into a shop where they're selling a lot of tellies, they'll
Mhm.
all have like this pre-roll video that they're playing that just shows like food being cooked or a field with lots of flowers or anything. It's just to demonstrate the color and the clarity of the picture. That's what Avatar is, but for the cinema.
Yeah,
That's
I
it.
know exactly what you're talking
Oh,
about.
I actually remember seeing them using Avatar as like TV demo in some.
Avatar, The Dark
Okay, yeah,
Knight.
that's absolutely perfect.
Yeah, if you walked into a Circuit City, like it'd be either like Avatar, The Dark Knight. What's that Mark Wahlberg football movie that was used sometimes, despite the fact that it's like
Oh,
a
another big one was Jet Li's the one, or not
oh
the one, not the one, the fucking Hero,
yeah
with the colors and the, they liked showing that one for like, oh look, it's HD and look at how the colors look and look at, it's like, oh okay,
yeah, and
like
it
it's a
show
good
off
movie, but it was just they're just
and
like, oh, let's show off what the technology can do.
yeah show off either the coolness of this TV or the coolness of Blu-rays. That's normally what that was used for.
Yeah. But yeah, Avatar left basically no impact on the cultural zeitgeist, which is weird for a movie that once occupied the, number one best selling movie. It's like, oh, nobody gave a shit.
Yeah,
Yeah.
at least
And
Endgame.
everybody saw it. That was the thing. It
At
wasn't
least
just that it made all the money, it was that's more just a demonstration of the fact that we all saw that movie. We all took it in. And usually, even if it's something that's not very good or not very memorable, if it's something that's that ubiquitous, usually it will be referenced. It will be used as some kind of, I don't know, touchstone for comedy or referential humor or something.
Oh, I feel like the fans of that movie, like they exist out there, but they are a very well hidden sort of
The
cults.
only
Because like,
fans I've ever heard of is not even fans of the movie. It's more just people who are really into like conlangs, like the conlang that was made for that movie, because it's just an interesting conlang, and
or
it's
the
just this really niche thing that has nothing to do with the movie at all.
or they're just really in love with Pandora because like you could go to it at Disney World and it's just like that's
And you
it.
can fuck a tree with your hair.
I don't know.
I mean, allegedly.
Could you fuck
I
another
mean,
person with your hair?
I remember going to Comic-Con one year, and that was uh like 5 years after that movie came out, and they still had an Avatar experience or like some little thing that you could go into, and I was like, oh, that's interesting.
Did you go in?
Well, no, but that's because
And
there
there
was
you
like a
go.
There
lot
you
of
go.
yeah, I know. Yeah.
Yeah, you just see experience Pandora and you're like, I'll pass.
Yeah, you're just like, huh.
Well, there was a
Oh yeah, that
line.
was a movie, and then you just
The whole
move
thing.
on anyway. It's like, oh,
I've
anyway,
really seen
brown table.
Oh, fuck off. I don't want to see like your like my edit bullshit.
was
Oh
James
yeah,
Gunn,
he's just gonna turn up the contrast, saturation, and the warmth. Yeah.
and even Guardians of the Galaxy had to have a muted color palette at first. And the Russos have been pretty much allowed to do what they want, so Infinity War and Endgame look like movies. Now,
What is that?
What the fuck? Because they have a color gradient?
They look like movies, guys. Possibly because they are movies, but I don't know what he's trying to actually say.
Okay,
Do
actually,
you ever
I
see
think
those screenshots from Twilight where they just remove the blue filter and it looks really awkward?
It does,
Yes.
yeah.
Okay. So I think I know what he's talking about because I've seen TVs that are somehow able to like take away the digital gradient a little bit. I don't know what happens. I don't know why that is, but I think that's what's happening and it looks like they're in a studio um and it's just this super awkward thing of like being up close with the actors and you're like
I
this
think
weird
I know what
lighting.
might be going on there. On a lot of TVs, especially modern ones, you can change like warmth, saturation, and contrast settings yourself.
Mhm.
And if it's auto color correcting what it's showing, like say, especially if they're in the shop, they want to boost up the warmth and saturation because it makes it all look really vibrant and colorful and ooh wow, look how dazzling this TV is. So if they're showing movie footage like this where the color gradient is like really cold because they're trying to set a mood and you're warming it up and saturating it, it's gonna look real fucking weird because you're just
Right.
undoing the post
I
production.
think I think I've only seen it on personal TVs, not in stores, but like I remember I was watching um like uh Sweeney Todd once at my friend's house and that was the first time I saw it. I was like, "Ooh, this is this is hard to watch. What is happening?" But
That movie is another one that has a blue filter on it, so if they have the warmth of their colors turned up, yeah, it's gonna look awkward as all hell.
Well, it's like,
yeah.
and then you've got like films like Ghostbusters where the warmth and saturation thing actually works against it because everybody looks like they've got like high blood pressure, or it just looks gross.
Oh yeah. What a movie.
uh, and even that could just make a difference in general. You guys, of course, can't see the difference between my monitor and like what's actually on stream. My brightness and my contrast are actually up on my monitor, so because I like things to be a tiny bit brighter. Hence why I could see things when Ninja and I were watching Requiem. Then I looked over to what Ninja was actually seeing. I was like, "Oh, you can't see a damn thing," because
No,
you
I was in the dark, literally.
yeah. So it's why when I started like recording clips for stuff, I foolishly adjusted the brightness a little bit to try to make them match, and I was just like, wait a minute, no, I shouldn't be doing that. Because then that's how you end up with like brown table shit, apparently.
now DC's next film, Joker, looks like a movie, and Shazam
Oh my
Just looks
god.
desaturated.
It hurts. It hurts hearing that. It looks like a movie.
Maybe he's talking about like frame rate as well because they have a different aspect ratio
That's
or
so frame rate has nothing to do with aspect ratio because
yeah,
films always run in
sorry.
24 frames per second. It's
Also, he
film.
made no reference to anything like that. He literally just did some color correction and he says, see, now it looks like a movie. This looks like a movie. This also looks like a movie. And he's just showing clips from movies. Like,
And
I mean, maybe he means that as opposed to like a sitcom where you can tell that they're on a set and stuff
oh,
like that.
well, yeah, if you're going to make a comparison that's stark, you're going to have some real obvious thing because it's not just about the color, which is obviously going to be really sharp and harsh because they've got like basically stage lights right above their heads all day, but also because they can't really do things like that on the fly because they're jumping between cameras, as opposed to a movie where you've got established single camera shot after shot after shot.
it
It's
also
different filming techniques.
It also doesn't
Yeah,
help
exactly.
that when you make the sitcom comparison, you realize that it's never a complete room.
And the problem that we're having is, see, this looks like a movie. This looks like a movie, and we're just like, as opposed to what? What movie doesn't look like a movie?
A black
What are you
screen.
comparing this to?
Like a joke would actually be AVP Requiem. This doesn't look like a movie, and it's just showing a black screen. Yeah, this doesn't look like a fucking movie because my monitor's off.
It doesn't look like anything because I can't see shit.
I mean, to my point, there's like we were just talking earlier about how some shows are starting to use the same frame rate as movies to look more cinematic, and so maybe
I think
that's
everything bumping their frame rate up is more just a sign of the technology being a bit more ubiquitous.
Also, it's not a
And
frame rate
it
thing.
just makes things look better. And it's also the definition everything's being shot in is going up and up and up. So if you watch something
right.
like Peaky Blinders is one of the first shows I really
Fucking
noticed it on,
blinders.
because that show, it has a lot of really close in shots of people's faces, and you see their goddamn pores. It's some HDDD.
And in terms of like frame rates, anything that's not a video game looks bad when you put it past the 24 because things like I don't know, The Hobbit that tested putting it in 36 frames per second and it looked like the entire movie was on drugs.
You know, I actually never got that.
Well, it's because it was
I
only in
never
specific.
actually got the.
It's because it only
No,
was
I did
specific
actually
to.
see it when I saw
Oh,
The Hobbit. I did see it in the higher frame rate, and honestly, I didn't hate it. It took a couple of scenes to get used to because you first watching it, you're like, oh, my eyes feel weird. But then I get used to it. I was like, huh,
I,
it
s-
does actually look a little smoother.
I saw it like normal, and so I wouldn't know. I very much notice it with video games because with certain video games they tie like physics and just gameplay in general to the frame rate.
Oh yeah,
Um,
that just makes things feel a lot more responsive, and because it's interactive, it doesn't fuck with your head as much. Whereas if it's out of your control and you're moving the camera around at a rate that your eyes are more used to seeing real life,
mhm.
it can be a little fucky.
I'm wondering if what he means is more about like the color gradient aspect. There was actually a really good Cracked article. This was probably a decade ago or more, but they talked about how like certain movies all look the same. Like a lot of apocalyptic stuff uses like a very gray or yellow color gradient.
Yes.
Fantasy
Mhm.
stuff uses blue, sci-fi stuff uses green, and it's like every movie looks the same because of this marketing decision. It
Oh yeah,
really has nothing to do with the story at all.
Well, it's like how
like
Yeah,
any
movies.
that's what
movie
I
that
was
had
talking about.
any movie with any kind of dark theme, it's color graded blue. That's
Yep.
it. Doesn't that it looks like a movie? It's that it's been color graded. A lot of TV shows are color graded.
You
It
could all
not being color graded doesn't make it not look like a movie. Making a TV show color graded, it doesn't make it look like a movie. That's kind of why we're really harping on the point. It's
Oh no,
because
Yeah.
I
that's
agree.
not a
Like I
qualifier.
think that's where he's going, but why he's saying it doesn't look like a movie instead of just saying, "Hey, can we not color grade everything the same?" would have been a better way to go.
Oh,
And
absolutely.
damn, I completely lost my point.
Shazam, while resembling what superhero movies
Oh, now I remember the early 2000s posters. Right? Yeah, just fuck you, Brown Table. I want to talk. Uh,
You got a whole half a second. That's your share.
yeah. You. It's like he starts talking.
Don't forget your thought.
I remember, and I just fucking like close his mouth. Oh, hold on a second, Brown Table. Marketing posters for like the early 2000s with movies, the orange and blues,
Yeah.
Spider-Man
Oh,
2,
oh
fucking
yeah.
Dragon Ball Evolution. Like it was.
Yeah, there's a whole thing about there's a Cracked article about that too.
Mm-hmm.
Transformers was really bad about it. Like
Yep.
people looked like they had orange fucking skin
Yep.
because they were against a blue sky background, and so they
Mm-hmm.
felt like the contrast of orange and blue is like it's the exact opposite on the color wheel or whatever. So it's supposed to be more appealing to your eye, and it's just like no, it makes fucking everybody look orange. What the fuck?
I remember I did like a college essay comparing two movie posters. It was Guardians of the Galaxy 1 and Batman vs Superman. And it was just so I remember like saying like, hey, you got Guardians of the Galaxy, which just look like an old vinyl with like the characters giving like their poses and stuff. Then you just got Batman vs Superman. They're all on the platform and just posing in different forms, like as if they're not even on the same thing. Oh god, marketing, it's important.
I mean, they were doing it all the way up till TFA.
Yes.
Because that had the orange and blue thing.
Yep.
Are today, visually, story-wise and emotionally, it plays completely different. The thing this movie has is heart, and not to pit Captain Marvels against each other, but I talked about this in my review for Captain Marvel, that the film has a very weak character arc, if you could even call it that. It was more moving from plot point to plot point and a lot of learning, not much growing as a character, and the exact opposite happened.
Yeah, because Captain Marvel's a plank of fucking wood.
I do think it's interesting that he takes that stance after he made such a, video about the whole sexual harassment and she's
Sexual
not wrong.
harassment. And like,
And it's like,
yeah,
okay,
about how
so
she was right about everything. It's like, yeah, she was a great character. She was completely justified in everything did. And then it's just like after that dust is settled, it's like, she didn't really have an arc though. Don't tell anyone.
yeah, she was horrible and didn't have an arc, and the movie kind of sucked. And it's like, oh, okay.
one of the
So
funniest things that EFAP and Rags pointed out is when Brown Table says, like, if I had lasers and that guy did that thing, he'd be dead. And like Mahler even said, like, that's because you're a fucking psychopath.
Yeah.
Happened in Shazam. The protagonist Billy Batson moves from plot point to plot point because he decides to do so. It feels very organic and less plotty. He's faced with a situation out of his control and he has to come to terms with his newfound ability.
nothing.
That's
Yeah, basically he
Less
just said
plotty.
it's good
The fuck is
because
that?
Billy Batson is a character that does things in the movie in response to things that happen in the movie. Like, thank you, fucking film genius.
thank you, guy who is saying basically fucking
Are
nothing.
you okay? Do you need help? Is this a code?
Is this
Are
a code?
you crying for help? Like, what is this?
Do you need somebody
Stop
to
it.
actually
You the
watch
Russian
a film
bot
with you?
this whole time? Is this how he
Yes.
communicates
It's like
back from Motherland?
No, it's like how Mark Brown communicates. Like it's like if like they said on EFAB, it's like if somebody asks him if he wants another cup of coffee, I will not decline. What is coffee?
Sir, please leave.
And his wife just walks into the bathroom and like just cries. He's not actually a human. Yes.
Abilities and also discover where his heart lies. Does he truly have a place he can call home? Is this family being forced upon him, or is he rejecting the idea of it because he's so completely absorbed by his idea of what a family is? The character of Billy Batson is fundamentally different at the end of the film, and I love his growth. I love Shazam's growth. Every single scene where he's...
Oh god, he does things in response to things that happen in the film, and he has an arc. Expanding that statement out to more words doesn't make it a more insightful rendition of what happens in the movie.
Nope.
This could have been like
He's
5
just
minutes
doing
long.
the flowery language bullshit to make it sound like he's saying things that are more important than they are.
This video could have been
He's
like 5
doing
minutes.
flowery language to make it sound like he's saying things at all.
Pretty much.
I bet what I'm saying is probably shocking River over there when I'm saying this could have been 5 minutes, because I argue for a lot of long man argument.
5? It could have been 2. Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
This is like Movie Bob Light.
Yeah, because at least Movie Bob is like talking so fast, it's like, oh no, now I gotta slow him down so we can actually hear his points.
If this was Movie Bob, it would have actually been the exact same video, but like 3 minutes long.
Because he talks a lot like this. Oh, fuck.
Yeah,
I can't
just
even
constantly
imitate.
tripping over his own sentences. He
Yeah,
can't imitate himself because that's not how he actually sounds. He edited out all like the teeny tiny little gaps between words.
Not
It's
to
like pathetic.
yeah, not to mention like he talks fast. He gets rid of breaths. He also has his Boston accent, so fucking slurring half his words.
He's learning to use his powers is brilliant, and I absolutely love that. I love that he actually learns to fly in this movie. Like he learns to do it. He doesn't just do it. I think...
Hold the fuck on. So that's a fucking comparison.
Interesting.
If that's a comparison to Man of Steel, Clark did have to learn how to fly.
I think it's a comparison to Captain Marvel.
Yeah, I would be more inclined to believe
Fair-
it's a Captain Marvel
fair-
stab because
fair
he's
enough.
actually shown Captain Marvel clips.
Fair enough. It's just I was keeping it within DC, but if it's a Captain Marvel one, that's fair enough because she does just figure out how to fly.
Or she just, how at the end she decides that, like, the inhibitor doesn't work because she no longer believes that it works, or some bullshit.
I always thought that was weird because I think what they were trying to say is that her natural power, if she just lets it, would just override the thing and break it. The problem is that she's in a mind
That's
palace
dumb as
fight.
fuck.
Yeah, it's also dumb as fuck.
I think every single
This
movie
inhibitor
with
that we specifically put on you to inhibit your powers doesn't ever work unless you believe it does.
Yeah,
How convenient.
Yeah, it's dumb.
the learning to fly sequence is instantly like 10 times better, just because of that sequence.
Kill power.
Now, what I took
Yeah, classic shit.
Yeah, so that's a good comedic one, the Iron Man one. I very much do like Man of Steel's learning to fly scene because we don't really get that much with Superman. Superman kind of does just do that thing where it's just he starts flying, and it's just like, oh man, come on, flying should be really difficult for this guy.
He does a big jump, falls, does a bigger jump, he's starting to get it, an even bigger jump, and then he's off.
Yeah, whereas opposed in Man of Steel, where he's figured out how to take off. Now it's maintaining it that's the problem. He's like, all right, how do I steer this fucking thing?
from the movie is that the heart of the movie is Freddy, and he represents the family that Billy needs. He just doesn't know that yet, like I said. They have a conflict in the movie.
That's actually kind of not the case.
Yeah, that was the heart of this is Billy. Just
Well,
because it's Billy's
even
story.
if you wanted to say that the family, the Foster family, is the heart that he's trying, that kind of recenters Billy, I don't think Freddy specifically is any more special than the other kids or even the parents of the Foster family. Like, Freddy's kind of an asshole. They actually have a big falling out in the movie because they're both being assholes.
Mm-hmm.
So how is it that Freddy is the heart of all that?
I guess it's because Freddy spends in Brown Table's mind, he spends the most time with Billy, and that breaks him down when he's doing shit like at the bus. I don't know.
And once that situation is resolved by Billy having an introspective moment, Billy embraces what he loves and who he is. Shazam is a fantastic film. It is the superhero family film of 2019, probably, unless Spider-Man Far From Home ends up even better and more wholesome, which I don't think will
It was fucking dog shit.
happen because Shazam has this angel, and oh my god, she's probably the funniest part of the movie. It really
No.
I mean, she's delightful and she's sweet and all, but she's funny.
Even her best funny / charming moment isn't even the little girl. It's when she's in the adult form and she thinks she rescued Santa Claus.
Yeah,
like that is probably her best character moment in the film.
Yeah. Or I would say when they finally figure out Shazam is Billy and she's like, I could say things now. That was kind of a bit of a funny moment.
It's like, yes, I successfully kept the secret.
I'm a good sister. Like, oh, okay, you got like a head pat in terms of that was a good joke. There you go.
really makes you want to have superpowers, and it really explores the idea.
Any superhero movie would make you want to have superpowers, because that's kind of the whole escapism thing.
I don't know about Annie.
Well,
I think there are certainly some that make it seem more trouble than it's worth, and that would be their point.
Well, yeah, unless it's doing that, like with Chronicle, how once he basically is going nuts with his powers, why that's very much a bad thing, because it's only made his situation worse.
The idea of what a 14-year-old boy would do if he got superpowers. It's a fantasy, and then reality hits you, and it's just great. Also, the final scene of the movie is probably the cutest thing and the sickest thing you will ever see in 2019, and I am not exaggerating. And it's not the mid-credits scene, it's not that. Shazam is a blast, guys, and should honestly be seen by everyone. It's a simple story, a story of a character fitting in. It's a story.
In terms of that mid-credit scene, I like the Superman cameo. I wish they did more with it though. It was its own payoff considering Freddy is such a big Superman fan.
Yeah, it was a nice payoff of the movie. I thought it
Mhm.
was fine. It was really.
I wish they had shown Henry Cavill.
Yeah, I do think it has to be the mustache. I don't know when it was filmed exactly, but that's the only
It
explanation I
was
can think
filmed.
of. Because
It was filmed after the Justice League, and it was while there was talks of whether or not Henry Cavill was even gonna continue being the character. That's why they don't show his face. I could have sworn that was the real reason. Because
that's a weaker reason. Honestly, if they were still having the argument over his face fuzz, that would actually have been stronger, and that's kind of pathetic.
But Justice League had already been out for like a year, and
yeah, but that doesn't mean. But the other film was still in production, wasn't it? Even after Justice League was finished, because it was when he came back in for reshoots that he had the mustache, if I remember right.
hold on.
Either way,
yeah, does not show his face.
Story of good versus evil. There's nothing excessively convoluted. There's a bunch of Easter eggs in the movie, but they're all for good fun and are not meant to be taken seriously, unlike Batman v Superman's Flash scene, which teased a movie that never happened, or Avengers Age of Ultron's tease for Infinity War, and etc., etc.
Poor choice of words. Because it's happening.
Mm-hmm.
Feels as if this is the beginning of the return of 2000 superhero films, and I can't wait.
Wow, he must have been really disappointed.
That was bad.
I don't understand his connection of that to the 2000s era superhero films. Like, I still think that's really flimsy.
It's because it's nostalgicisms, don't you know?
Yeah, basically. It gave him the same feel. And like, was it him or High Top who made the comparison between, what was it?
This and Spider-Man 1.
Spider-Man, yeah.
That was both Cosmonaut and High Top.
Spider-Man 1. Yeah. They all did Spider-Man 1. I think that's the one they all jumped to because it had that same kind of colorful, fun vibe. But no, I think it's High Top who actually made a much better comparison. It's a combo of Spidey 1, Chronicle, and Big, like rolled into one. I think it's a stronger comparison than just saying Spidey.
Was that
I think of the three videos, High Top takes the day. Good for him.
Seamless sponsor integration? Yeah! Hello, everybody. Today's sponsor is Pedal. Have you ever heard of...
It's over. Please stop.
We've gone from showing the ads to just like we can't be fucking asked anymore.
If they're at the end, then we don't have to watch them. If they're at the very beginning, we can skip them. The only reason we ended up watching that Manscaped one is because he smacked it like right in the middle of his fucking video, which also is unrecommended.
Also, this ad is 2 minutes long.
Yeah.
Jesus
I think
Christ, man. It's a 10-minute video.
Yeah, the reason I was bringing that up is because I'm pretty sure we also watched... we've watched ads before this, before we started skipping them, more than just the Manscaped. I thought we've watched some Squarespace ads from, like... Who was it?
To me, it's just a waste of time.
Yeah.
You know, we've got other better things to talk about. It's like, why would I want to sit here for 2 minutes and listen to him hawk his crap?
Mm-hmm. So here's the hottest take, just from the title alone. Last but not least, we've got SK Comics, who is amongst our crowd. But he says that Shazam is just simply crap. Like, that's the title of it. And I'm hoping he'll give examples and we'll be able to either like concede or argue against the point.
Yeah, this is the one I'm actually kind of interested to sink our teeth into because I've seen some of his other videos and he usually does a much better job of presenting his arguments than these kind of guys. So I'm curious to see what he brings up in his video.
Yeah,
and I do think that after going through those three, we are actually even more primed for it because as we're seeing certain scenes over and over again, we have actually honed in on more little things that we would pick on as being either missed opportunities or flaws or inconsistencies or whatever. So yeah, you load up that video. I need to get another refreshment because
Yeah, you're
oh boy.
fading. You're gonna need some coffee in you, buddy.
Yeah, I was gonna say this one's like twice the length of the other videos, so
Hey, we might
like,
finally go back to our normal of more than 5 hours.
well, it's an average for a reason. They don't all have to be chunkers.
Well, yeah, I know. It's
But
just
we
for
got to
like
keep
the
that average up. I agree.
yeah, it's because for the past like I think it's around like 6 streams we've kind of gone below the 4 hour mark, and it's just like okay, I'd like us to go back to 5 or 6 hours because then that's just a decent chunk of time, and we've because I personally don't like podcasts that are an hour long because it ends up a lot of time they're not saying anything. Like
You're saying that 5 hours is better?
yes, because we actually have a thing called a conversation. We can elaborate on points. We can
Well,
actually talk to each other.
yeah, but what I'm saying is like you could say a lot in an hour, or you could not say anything in an hour. Like it has nothing to do with the amount of time.
Well, it
Yeah, it
does.
kind of goes back to the execution argument. I mean, I'm sure there are podcasts that are an hour long where they say plenty, and there's podcasts that they're like, "Oh, we're out of time. We have nothing to say."
Okay, that's
It's all
true.
about the execution.
That's
So
true. The only examples I
You
have
could
for the hour-long one would be like the Weekly Planet with Mr. Sunday Movies, Dude Soup with Funhouse. I can't say Giant Bomb. Giant Bomb's like more than 3 hours when they're on a good day.
I
Um,
think what Wyatt is trying to say about the 5 hour thing is it's more content. So with there being more of it, it's like there might be
there's
moments where you're kind of like meh, but overall there's more for the, you know, audience to digest. It's gives you something to throw on in the background while you're doing other activities,
mhm.
and it'll take
there's a
a good chunk of the day.
better chance of there being something of
Right.
value.
Yeah.
Yeah, when you're
Well,
only
I mean,
presented with like 30 minutes of content, you're not gonna. I mean, maybe you'll get one thing out of it, but if it's like a 5 or 6 hour block, it's like there's probably gonna be more in there for you to actually chew on.
Yeah, post Sawyer conversation, we haven't gotten above 4 hours for the most part.
and I think it also depends on how you consume them. If it is just something you put on in the background, then yeah, that's going to be more your thing. But if it's something that you do need in a shorter amount of time, then yeah, the shorter ones
Well, it's
make
kind of
sense.
like Mahler's content. I mean, there's no like contractual agreement or anything to watch it all in one sitting. Like
Hmm.
when I was watching his uh Dark Souls series or like the TFA and TLJ critiques, like some of those I could finish in one sitting, but some of them I had to, I would watch like one part of it or I'd watch an hour of the review and then I'd go do something else and I'd come back to it.
Yeah, the
Like it
TFA.
depends on, but having the 5 or 12 hour long content just gives me more to come back to. Whereas if it's an hour, it's like once I'm in it for that hour, I'm out. There's nothing for me to come back to after that. Once I've put an
Mhm.
hour worth of my time into it, it's done.
So
Regardless of
I
whether I do it in one sitting or if I do it in 12 segments.
the
this is a thing. I just thought I'd quickly meme for a second. I'm showing my Twitter. Please don't ship Thanos with Rocket Raccoon, and
oh god.
that's really weird. That's
I mean, fandoms will ship anyone with anyone, but yeah, that's pretty bad.
okay. Back to the topic. Uh, I just yeah. Once it's like a thing, like an hour, it's like I actually do mainly just put it down. I'm like, okay, I'll never look at this ever again.
Well, I'm just thinking the only podcast I've ever, frequented um is uh I don't know if it's still going, but it was one called Mugglecast, which was of course all about Harry Potter. And this was around the time that the last movies were coming out and the final book and all that stuff. And it was about an hour long. Uh and I started watching it or listening to it pretty late in their cycle, so I had to catch up. for like 80 episodes, and I found myself listening to several in succession, um, on like trips or on the bus and things like that. I think I enjoy, as a person who really consumes TV, I like the episodic nature of that, rather than one long thing. But that's just me.
Like, episodic nature can work. It's just not my thing. I'd rather
I would
consume it on
agree
the
if
go.
like I was trying to tell a specific story, but since this is more of like talk show type stuff, I don't see the need to constrain it the same way that you would if you were trying to tell like a narrative.
Mm-hmm.
You know, the episodic thing is it works much better when you're trying to tell a story and you're trying to tell specific elements of that story in a like an order, a sequence. Then yes, episodes work great. But if you're just talking about shit, just kind of having like these are the same kind of conversations we would have if we were just sitting around the house. You know what I mean? The difference is that
Mm-hmm.
we're having them online in front of an audience so that they can listen to it and feel like a part of it. And so there's no reason to hold back or go, okay, well, we've gone an hour, so we got to cut it off. When it's like
Yeah,
I've literally sat there and talked to people about this kind of stuff for 4 or 5 hours, if that's how long the conversation goes.
well, yeah. I mean, and a lot of these people were still in school, so they couldn't take that kind of time. But
Right.
uh, and it was more structured in that they had like certain segments that were recurring, um, and stuff like that. Things that people could like. Sometimes they had live episodes where you could call in, or different ways that people could participate. It wasn't the same every week, or just yeah.
It's a different format, it's a different style.
Should we just start without slur, or
We can show
Oh, I
first.
didn't I didn't know he wasn't here.
No,
I'm
it's
sorry.
just give him a minute. This, like I said, this is the one movie or the one video of
yeah?
today that I think we're all going to be actually interested in.
Have,
So,
have you? I wonder. Oh, he can't stop us. I almost want to throw on the most Irish fucking salesperson and just hear like slur like in the background, just be like ah. Just I'm very tempted. I might actually do it.
Why a salesperson?
Because well, I specifically found this out through like the Jacksepticeye thing. So of course everybody was giving him Irish stuff. The most Irish. Irish. Oh. Okay. It was
Everybody
it's basically a channel that's all about infomercials. And here it is. Ultimate Irish Prep Bowl.
Mama always said a salad a day will keep the tax man away. I'm not sure what that really means, but we all love a good salad. But no one wants to be cutting with a knife all day. Grandma's got arthritis.
Oh.
Slur's just in the background, just having his ears.
just let it play so he can come back to it.
Well, the problem is I'm trying to also not get like copyright righted.
Even I'm squirming at this.
Grandma's got arthritis.
She can't be doing that. My name is Ronnie Neville, and this is the ultimate Irish prep ball. You take a cucumber, 1, 2, 3.
So there I am, making my coffee like a good little boy. Just trying to stay awake and alert, ready for some insightful conversation. And there I hear in my ears you going, oh, I know what I'm going to do. I'm going to play some fucking cursed wankery that's going to annoy him while he's down there trying to put on his fucking energetic face for us. The ingratitude.
This is Wyatt in a nutshell.
Yes, yes, Actually, it totally is.
Hey, you have
You
the
should.
most explaining to do. You choose him
Oh.
consistently.
You still date me. It confuses everybody.
It's a fucking mystery.
A salad a day to keep the tax man away.
I honestly can't even place where in Dublin this guy's from.
I don't
It
even think he's
sounds
Irish
like
at
he's-
all.
Yeah, it sounds like he's doing a.
Yeah, he's just trying to do like a
strong-
fake accent.
Yes, it sounds
Oh.
fake.
It does a little bit. It sounds like he's putting it on way more than his natural form, but it's a little bit
Yes.
too Dublin to be entirely fake. That's what's getting me.
His
So
grandma-
he's not just this idiot. He's also a traitor.
I love the fact that like, oh, we'll show you guys this after the stream. Slurry walks
He'd
away.
be treason then.
What would the Irish equivalent of that noise that Palpatine makes when he jumps towards Mace Windu do? Spuds. Oh. It's treason.
You know, we are
dude.
capable of screeching, just reeling into the 900-degree somersault flip.
I don't prove it. I just suddenly just hear my window break. Oh.
I can launch myself through the window like a blender. Alright, go and turn this gobshite off and let's get back to the video.
I kind of
And I
want
went down, I got myself a nice cup of coffee, like extra strong, little muffin and everything.
What would it sound like if you attempted to say that? The salad that keeps the tax man away. I'm not sure what that means, but
With the salad that keeps the taxman away.
no, the entire opening of that, like a salad.
Rabbit
I
has
don't
arthritis.
remember what the opening is, and I don't really want to hear it again.
Can you just simply say Grandma's got arthritis?
Well, Granny's got arthritis.
Oh.
See, I'm not actually born and reared in Dublin, so I don't actually do the thing where th becomes t.
So, QSK Comics. Whoo!
Oh boy.
Shazam is a piece of fucking crap.
Well, alright then.
Crap, mega crap.
So we open up with
Jesus.
I know, right?
That's all.
Let's see how you really feel.
Yeah, I was gonna say that was
you know,
harsh.
Clearly, battle lines have been drawn.
I like SK.
Honestly,
I've seen like his when he talks about like Young Defiant, of course. But like other than that, man, that was a fucking declarative statement and a half.
Well,
Honestly,
let's see if
I mean, to be clear,
qualifies
we
it.
don't rate the movie that highly either. It's
It's
just
but
we
it's
also found things we liked.
Yeah, I'm never gonna just say it
6
was
is
shit.
still above average.
Yeah, it's not like fucking.
And even now, with seeing the previous videos and over time, kind of modifying a little bit as we notice more little things that don't quite work, I think I'm at about a 5 now.
I'm either a 6 or 6.5 now. It's gone down just a tiny bit. But it's like, here's the thing. It's not like it's like I said if you were to put Aquaman and Shazam in front of me and choose which, I meme the hell out of Aquaman to the point it's not even a film for me. It's literally just laugh at the train wreck. Whereas Shazam, I'll actually sit down and be like, yeah, I'll watch the film in front of me. Like I'm not just there to just rip it to shreds while looking at Jason Momoa be shirtless.
Thaddeus Savannah as a little kid as he gets pulled into the wizard room, a setting that will be notorious for being really bad at establishing rules and staying consistent with said rules. The wizard's standard for who is worthy of taking his place is that you need to be pure of heart and strong in spirit.
You must demonstrate that you're pure of heart and strong in spirit.
Seeking spell, find me one soul who is worthy. No matter how long it takes.
Why hasn't he chosen any other DCEU characters that are not only pure of heart, but far more qualified than the selfish brat known as Billy Batson? Did he ever come across Clark Kent when he was younger? Hell, even when he was older it would work out just fine since he willingly killed himself to save the planet. What about Martha Kent?
That's really
I don't think
weird.
that's a really fair
Yeah.
criticism.
Yeah, because personally, the problem with that being is that like Clark Kent was already a Kryptonian. He was clearly he's already got specialtism stuff.
Also, we don't actually know anything about how the finding spell works, which can be a problem, but we do know it brings people to him one at a time from all over
Yeah,
the
he
world
said there
at
was like
random.
56 of them or something like that.
And it always has to be when they're alone, pretty much.
Right.
No,
yeah.
it'll
Well,
make
actually,
them
no,
be
they
alone.
are. Yeah, it makes them
and
alone
the
if they're
train.
not alone.
And the train. The train had people in it.
Yeah. So, yeah, okay, so forget that rule. But yeah, it is taking people to him one at a time from everywhere in the world. So if you take all of the super people he mentioned, all the pure of heart people, the odds of them being rolled are still so astronomically low that it can be accepted that it just didn't happen to happen.
Also, a young
Yeah.
Clark Kent would have failed the test because his dad told him he should have let the kids drown.
That is true. He was not pure of heart.
What was I supposed to do? Just let the kids die? Maybe. It's like, whoa! You are not Jonathan Kent then. What the hell?
So he just grabs the eye and his own eyes start glowing. It's like the seven sins had their chance and they're all just like, oh no.
He just breaks the statues. Tell that
And
to
Shazam is just like, well, I guess that is one solution. Do you even need the power? It's like, nah, you can keep it. I got my own.
tell that to Envy's snap neck. Well.
Oh no.
Kent. I don't know about Jonathan Kent though, since he suggested that Clark should let a bus full of kids die.
What was I supposed to do?
Yeah, there it is.
Just let him die?
Maybe.
What about Alfred Pennyworth? He's one of the purest of hearts we've seen in the
Alfred is Shazam. So that's a laugh.
I guess why to me it feels like such an unfair argument is it's like we know that Billy Batson is Shazam. So everything that happens up to that point is just tying in what we already know.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Like, sure, you could do a story where Alfred Pennyworth is given the powers of Shazam, and I'm not saying he wouldn't be worthy of them, but that's not Shazam.
Yeah, it's like how Marvel's What Ifs, it's gonna be really
Like,
weird.
would he be making this same argument about, like, well, why did the spider bite Peter? It could have been anybody in that room. It could have been MJ or Harry. And it's like, yeah, it could have, but it didn't. Because our story is about Peter Parker. Fucking deal with it, man.
I do think that the movie has to rise to meet that, though. It has to present a circumstance that answers the question as to why this is the person that it happened to. And I think that Shazam does do that. It's picking people at random. And it's doing it for so long because the test is designed by Shazam, the wizard, who was just so paranoid about it falling into the hands of someone who wasn't pure like it did last time that he designed a test that nobody could fucking pass because it was the first time anybody had done that. So eventually, he waited so long that one of the people who failed the test fell victim to the temptation of the sins, came back to bite him in the ass. So he just made do with literally the next person he had, and that was it.
So I would like to bring up like how the hell was The Rock not pure of heart? I know it's Black Adam, but still, it makes me laugh. It's like, oh, one of the nicest people in Hollywood. Okay, ripped his
Or
own gate.
it's just Terry Crews, and it makes him even more swole.
Do you think it makes him just as much of a teddy bear though?
More so. It'll give him an afro.
I want to hug him. I'm gonna do it. As he's like lightning me to death. I will get that hug. So it is just weird how he's just like. Also, Billy being a brat, is part of like a little bit of the charm of it. Because also, what makes him Shazam is the fact when Freddy's being bullied, if he was the little shit that SK has said as he would have just continued to walk away. But Billy turns around and kicks the partial shit out of them for a second.
Yeah, but it's also shown that, like, he is not someone who would have passed the test. That's kind of one of the points of the movie, like, one of the things that really hammers home is that the test itself was broken. It's not that there are people out there who are just inherently pure of heart. It's that people have the capacity to become more than what they are. Hence the whole coming of age thing.
Right.
Hence the becoming hero thing. He was someone who 100% would have failed. But the story we're told is that how, given the chance, he did actually rise to the occasion.
Like
he
how
did become heroic.
It's like how I jokingly do things about like the Y.A.R.P lore, is that my whole thing would be it's a superhero that definitely does not deserve his powers. It's like, oh fuck, what am I gonna do with this? So I guess I'll get myself a sandwich, break vending machine, pull sandwich out. All right, I shall now be fed. It's like, you're not supposed to be doing that.
It's kind of, it reminds me of The Good Place, actually. How everyone kind of knows that they're not, well, no, not everyone knows, but um the main character knows that she's not supposed to be there, but she kind of tries anyway, ends up trying to be a good person, and we end up finding out that it's corrupt, and then they end up changing the system, and
we find out
that
the
show
system
goes to some weird places.
Yeah, we found out that the system to end up in the good place or the bad place is almost completely mathematical.
Yeah.
And like the person who
and also broken.
Yes, because it's like it gets rid of the idea that somebody can change over time.
Right, exactly.
Well, not just that. It was also holding people accountable for things that were so far beyond their control that to exist at all was to sin.
But so I'm trying to. I only got halfway through season 2. Could you give me a reminder?
Oh no, I'm talking about like end of series stuff. Don't worry about it.
Yeah.
All right. Fair enough. All right, back to Shazamtisms.
These movies. What about Wonder Woman? What about Darla? What about Billy's foster parents? All of the characters I've referenced are either pure of heart to a decent or great extent, or are just simply more qualified than Billy ever was. And that's not even 1% of the planet, let alone the universe. In all the 20 to 30 years the Wizard has been searching for people, not a single one has been pure of heart at all. Not even the people that Superman...
pause.
What the fuck?
That's kind of the point. Like, we are shown that all of these people failed. Every single one. So if the... And in fact, here's something that we've never actually mentioned. You remember when the fat kid in the foster home, he goes to the bathroom and he sees Billy's journal?
Mm-hmm.
We see in his hand he has a test paper with an F on it. And doodled onto the side of that paper are some of the runes from the thing. The implication being he was tested. I'd have to see it again to double check, but I'm almost certain that I did see that.
Hold on.
Because the implication we see in the movie is that no matter who went, they would have all failed. Because humans aren't, like I said earlier, humans aren't inherently pure demigod-like beings, but we have the potential to be if we really try.
By the way, sir, can you just scoot like a millimeter away from your mic? We can hear like your saliva moving around.
Sorry, is that better?
Yeah, you're fine. You should. You should probably invest. Oh wait, never mind. You can't put a pop filter on something that's like literally just laying on your desk now.
I mean, I actually do have a little bit of a pop filter on it. Don't worry about it.
Fine. I'm pulling up, fucking Firefox. As the stream can kind of see, I'm trying to pull it away. Alright, so HBO. I'm just gonna see if I can bring up a screenshot. You guys keep talking while I do this quick digging.
But yeah, the movie makes a point that the Wizard's method is flawed, and that's why he eventually had to make do with Billy. I don't see that as being a flaw with the movie, that that character was an idiot, and the consequences for his idiocy actually play out in the movie.
I also just realized I wouldn't be able to pull up the movie because it's not on HBO anymore. So I don't even know how I would look this up in Pedro bathroom scene Shazam. That's the finger guns cameo. Fuck it. If there really were the runes on the piece of paper, that would be interesting, to say the least.
And inspired to be better people, especially after his sacrifice? This entire film is based on a broken premise, and we've barely even scratched the goddamn surface. Afterwards, we're introduced to Billy Batson. He starts off by tricking the police and using their resources to find the address of who he believes to be his mother through a license plate number. First of all, how would he know that the license plate is associated with a vehicle that belongs to who he believes to be his mother? A license plate is just a set of numbers. Nothing about a license plate alone would indicate that the person who owns the vehicle is a Batson. Second of all, why does he...
No.
This
Actually,
is
no,
all
that's...
outside of the movie, isn't it?
Well,
Like,
no,
No,
that's
it's
sort
how
of...
the movie starts. It's when we
Yeah.
first actually meet Billy. He's tracking down his mom.
Also, that's not true in the slightest. So with license plate numbers, guess what? It pulls up your information because guess what? Police have to find out who owns the damn car.
Yeah, but where did he get the license plate number?
Yeah, that is a good question. I think, but the thing he's saying was like, how do you know? Hold on, I'll rewind it. I thought he just said like, how do you know who owned the car if you just have the license plate? It's like that's what that's supposed to tell you.
alone would indicate that his mother. How would he know that the license plate is associated with a vehicle that belongs to who he believes to be his mother? A license plate is just a set of numbers. Nothing about a license plate alone would indicate that the person who owns the vehicle is a Batson. Second of all, why does he need the police's computer to search up an address associated with the license plate? There's multiple websites that allow you to look this up for free. I mean, if Billy wanted to, he could just enter the Apple Store and then borrow one of their computers, allowing him to quickly conduct the search. Yeah, don't ask how I know that, by the way. Also, for him to even...
I feel like that's a joke because that sounds... Being able to just find somebody's information based off their license plate number, that's something only cops should have access to. So if you can find that on a website, that website probably isn't very legal. Possibly. I don't know. I'm willing to just be wrong on that one. It's just it sounds...
I'm sure there are sites that allow you to do that, but yeah, it's kind of shady if that's the case. Like the whole thing about the cops searching your license plate is they're accessing DMV records.
Yeah, the idea if I could
Mhm.
just go onto a website and just find basically all of River's information based on her license plate number, I'd be like, there's no way this site is legal.
I do know that you can do it with phone numbers, though, because phone numbers will link to an address, which links to an
right, it's
ownership of the address.
basically the online yellow pages.
Yeah, basically. As for where he got the number and why he's searching that license plate number specifically, I think it's a fair question. We actually have no explanation. We're just shown that he's looking for his mom with no explanation for the details.
I will say he's kind of
Would you say it's a nitpick though? Like it's not that big of a deal. It doesn't really affect the story in a massive way.
I mean, it helps for the plot the plot of him finding his mother. It's another.
Yeah,
I would
just,
argue it's part of the inciting incident kind of thing.
Yeah.
The thing I was going to say is I kind of think he's diving a little too deep into what is essentially the first like 20 minutes of the film. Not even the first 20 minutes, like the first 5 minutes. Because like
if he's using this to establish a pattern of how they just don't pay attention to details, it's fine.
Yeah.
But right now, we're just taking the point on its own, and the purpose of the scene is just to set up that he's looking for his mother, and that's fine. If the way they do that is by just ignoring basic questions of what we're actually seeing, I will concede that's a flaw. That's a problem. It's laziness on the part of the creators that I just didn't pick up on. I've never really questioned what exactly he was doing on the police computer, to be honest. In fact, I never even copped that was a license plate number. I thought that was actually a case number.
What? No.
His case number. It's like that's what I assumed.
Police file cases don't have letters in them.
How the fuck would I know that?
Oh, that's right. You probably didn't watch that much Law and Order or that kind of stuff, or just, I don't know.
Is that general knowledge? Yeah, I don't know.
I didn't know that.
So, well, hold on. Let me rephrase that. The only reason I know that is, or at the very least, if I remember correctly, because I took like a forensic science class, so I specifically know a lot of this shit. So that's why I'm like, okay, I'll back off, and I also might just be wrong in general.
But yeah, that's what I thought he was searching. I thought he was searching his case number with the social services and looking for any results that came up for the name. That's what I thought he was doing. So if it is a license plate number that he was punching into that computer, I have no idea what the fuck he was doing with that license plate number, why he thought that license plate number specifically would lead to mom. I've got no answers for that one.
Yeah, let's say, like, beforehand, we don't know how he acquired this information.
Or why he thought that information would be useful. So it's an unanswered question. So
it seems like
it's
he
a
actually...
tiny point, but I'll give it to him.
The thing is, he seems to just be looking up any Batsons when he gets caught and brought back to the foster center. Like, he brings up, like, this is like the 23rd Batson you've looked for. So he's clearly.
So why didn't we see him searching Batsons? Why did we see him searching a license plate?
Well, we see that he has been doing that through the notebook. This is just the latest failure, basically.
Yeah, it's just a weird way to show that failure, and yeah, it's the tiniest of points, but it's a fair question, I think.
Yeah.
Obtain the license plate, he'd have to physically see the car itself. And that's assuming he didn't already have Rachel Batson's records, rendering this entire sequence meaningless. If the car was parked at her home, why would Billy need to look up her address? And if she wasn't at her home, then couldn't he have waited until Rachel Batson actually arrived at the car? Sure, that'd be a bit stalker-like, but so is his entire mission to find his mother. I'd like to add that Billy should have been caught by the cops before reaching Rachel Batson's home. He'd have to walk blocks away on the way there, and the cops already called for backup while Billy was conducting a search for Rachel Batson's address. I'm aware that a flashback is shown after the sequence to establish Billy's motivation, but the reveal that takes place later on will be the basis for why it does not work. So Billy meets with his family in an admittedly well-executed scene, but unfortunately, my praise ends once we get to this stupid wizard nonsense. So Dr. Savannah has tricked this scientist lady into thinking that they're studying mass hysteria.
And do these approximate what you saw?
I don't understand. How do you know?
Recurrent imagery has proven very common in cases of mass hysteria.
In actuality, Savannah is studying the wizard stuff that he came across when he was a child. Firstly, why wouldn't the scientist lady believe that what these people are seeing is real? The DCEU has beings like Superman, The Flash, Cyborg, Aquaman.
I don't know how I feel about the... I don't know how I feel about the argument of just because we've got X, like, basically all bets are off. I've never really liked that argument.
Yeah, an alien has come down from space and he's a super being. There's a man in Gotham who dresses like a bat and beats the shit out of people. Apparently the Greek gods are real. Yeah, it's a lot of iterative weirdness. You've still got a big jump from there to I was magic kidnapped by a wizard in a rock house.
Yeah, it's almost... I think that's something for more the heroes would say, like, oh, you're a princess demigod and I'm a rich kid with issues. I'm willing to accept anything by this point. Because it's, of course, Batman willing to accept his reality.
Yeah.
Oh,
but a normal person, it's like,
hold on.
7 billion people on that earth, their lives don't look that much different. You know, they're just normal people.
Well, I understand he's trying to make his point, but it does feel a little nitpicky or reaching like to other sources. Like he's got to be like, oh, well, this is part of the DCEU and all these other people exist, and it's like, well, yeah, but that doesn't. It's kind of like the people who look at the Avengers movies and go, "Oh, well, why aren't the Avengers helping, Tony with this threat, or why aren't the Avengers showing up in this film when they should be?" And it's like that's kind of a shitty argument.
It depends on what it is specifically. If it's something like it's a world-ending threat, like there's a fucking space fleet about to attack Earth, then I think it's actually a valid question. If it's just, Tony Stark is dealing with some missile crisis on some godforsaken island in the middle of the Pacific, I think the other Avengers trust him to just handle that himself while they're doing their own shit.
Right.
And that's the contrast. So, and we actually see, because of Freddy, how those other heroes exist in the eyes of the people of that world. They're just like these borderline celebrity figures that nobody ever actually sees in their day-to-day life. Like, it's not really a part of their world directly. They're just kind of out there. And it's really amazing and wonderful, but they still get up, go to work, shit, shower, shave, and go to sleep. It's like their lives aren't that much different.
Also, the Rivers left the call in case no one noticed, because I didn't hear the noises.
I heard
So
I heard the thing.
Yeah. All
I
right.
can see our little thingies on the side of the screen, and yeah, I saw her drop out.
Well, since I don't have noises and I didn't notice until like a minute ago, and I wasn't aware, so I just had to change Discord tisms.
Okay.
Back to the video.
Man, Wonder Woman, Parademons, Doomsday, and so much other ridiculous ass shit. But when an alarm clock
Has
shows
Justice
the
League
exact
happened yet?
Yes, Justice League has happened.
Okay. That might change things a little bit, because that is like a global fucking catastrophe where everybody gets to see parademons. Or did they? How widespread were the parademons in Justice League? I can't
They
remember.
showed up like in some areas, like there was like one hanging out in Gotham, and then a couple hanging out in Atlantis. I don't remember very much because I saw Justice League once and I hated it.
Wasn't like the whole climax and all that like in Russia?
Yeah, some
Yeah.
small town in like basically Eastern Europe, some Slavic town.
So, I mean, people would know of it, but pretty much anyone in Philadelphia would be like, meh.
That's really
Stuff
what
that
I'm
happened.
looking for here. Is it far enough away and divorced enough from their daily life that all of this super normal bullshit is still something that they're not going to be comfortable with?
I mean, they would
Like,
have like heard about it for sure. It would have been all over the news, but I mean, as far as like impacting their daily life, I don't think so.
Would you?
so basically, I was getting at the idea that if a normal person in the world after the Justice League takes place were to be abducted by a space wizard with a lightning bolt in his chest, would they still be like, huh, that had to be some kind of fucking hallucination because that was so goddamn weird?
I was going to say, would you rather it be like fucking like the MCU where they wouldn't stop referencing the first Avengers films for like what felt like 6 years? Like especially the TV shows. The TV shows would not shut up about the first Avengers film, like ever since what happened to New York, or they called it like A Day or something.
Well,
I
you also
mean,
have to keep in mind that Savannah is giving her false information.
Mm-hmm.
So she's not operating on reliable information.
yeah, they have people actively looking for people who've had this exact hallucination, quote unquote, and they're like, ah, we're actually studying this. We are someone you can come to talk to about that very weird experience you had. Maybe we can contextualize it for you. And the way they do that is like, it's kind of like UFO sightings. Different people around the world, not connected at all, they claim the same thing. That's all mass hysteria is. It's not that weird. You're fine. Blah 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 blah. Reassurance. All
Yeah.
the while they're gathering more information.
And it's not until he reveals what they've been doing. It's just like, oh no, we haven't been researching mass hysteria. I've been trying to figure out how to get inside the door thing. The doctor even laughs at him, thinking like, "This is really what you think is gonna happen?" Touches door,
Yeah, and then she gets
disintegrates.
dusted.
Savannah then just goes, "Yeah, I think that's what's gonna happen. I think that's what I'm trying to do."
Symbols they've recorded, and the video is literal proof that what they're seeing is real, she brushes it off as if it's a regular alarm clock malfunction, because that totally makes sense. Also, wouldn't the woman who was recording her alarm clock keep recording and eventually get the wizard and the place itself on camera? If she didn't, then why wouldn't she record that when that's more important than the symbols themselves? And if that was...
I feel like that can be
Assumed
chalked away
magic.
to like magicisms.
Yeah.
Because as soon as she crossed the threshold, who's to say her camera still works?
Yeah. It's like
I mean,
how
we're not shown that it doesn't, I guess, but
I just find that really weird. Like, this is one of those times where I do think people like us are diving a little too deep, or almost anything just becomes an issue.
I don't think they're unfair questions to ask. Not in principle. It's just okay. Let's look at it, because she cannot be the only one who started recording when the weird thing happened. Like, if one person's doing it, 1,000 other people are probably also doing it.
So if there's probably
just how people
recorded
work.
instances, but none that probably had the alarm clock thing where the thing that was changing was in frame.
Yeah, or was that clear or anything? Because we actually see that he already knew what the symbols were.
Yeah, because he like memorized them and he just didn't know the sequence.
Yeah.
And
so yeah, those things had appeared, or people had taken photographs or whatever. But then once they get teleported to the thing, I will say we don't actually know how that works, like
don't
physically.
know how it works, but I'm going to give benefit of the doubt and say magicisms, because like I don't know, sometimes things don't need to be like properly like one, you don't need to like give like the super explanation, because one would argue if you explain everything about magic, it kind of, well, no, hold on, let me rephrase that, because that almost went into a real tismy statement. I don't know.
I got the implication that the, whatever you want to call it, the wizard's court or whatever, was essentially his domain.
Yeah, I assumed like pocket dimension kind of deal. So it's like,
also slightly out of time because of what we see in the car with young, what's his face?
Yes.
Right.
The dad and the brother don't know that he was ever missing.
Yeah,
as far
because
as
he
they're
was
concerned, he got
plopped
his
right
magic
back.
8-ball back and he just started spazzing out.
Well, yeah, it's because like 1 second the ball gets back to him, then in the brother and dad's point of view, the second the ball was back to him, he's just like, I have to go back, and it was just like, they're like, what the hell are you talking about?
Exactly. So
mhm.
if that's how it works, because that's what we're shown to be how it works, at least that one time, I don't think it's consistent, and I think that's further down the line, but it's worth bringing up. But if that's how it works, then that straight away explains why you can't have any photographic or video evidence of it, because your phones and technology literally won't work. You're barely even there. You're there in spirit, kind of, until later on in the movie when you go there physically. So if the point he's getting towards is that the magic is inconsistent in the way that it's applied to the people going in and out of Shazam's palace, that's a fair point.
Well, but the only other technology we see being brought into that realm are the quote-unquote weapons that the kids bring later on. And as far as I remember from the different weapons that they brought, nothing, electronic or nothing along the lines of a cell phone.
Yeah, it was
So
just
nothing that would be, put offline or disrupted by the magic.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it
we
was
never
a
actually see them
a
try to
water gun,
use
a
technology
lamp,
there.
the batarang.
So nothing explicitly shown to us in the film contradicts her not being able to record the rest of it.
Yeah.
Yeah, because when Billy comes back from there, he's already in the Shazam body, and there's some black guy yelling at him about how flashy his outfit is.
Right.
So we don't know what that looked like from the outside perspective. If there was just like a little 14-year-old boy there on the train, and then now he's a giant swole dude.
I was
Well,
about to be.
I guess my thing is like for this to be a valid criticism, we would have needed to have a scene where somebody was walking around in the wizard sanctum with a cell phone, taking pictures or recording or something like that. Now you can say it's a contradiction. Now, like as it stands, it's a minor nitpick at best. Maybe he's going for the death by 1,000 cuts angle, but I just don't see it being enough of an issue to really
We're
like
never
take away
shown
anything from the score
either
overall.
way. Yeah, because we do see some little human artifacts scattered around on the rocks when we enter the palace the first time, but yeah, we're not shown either way whether any kind of human technology works there or not.
Right.
It's caught on camera, then the scientist lady is even dumber to think that this is just mass hysteria. Also, when the scientist lady touches the door, she literally starts to evaporate because Savannah wrote the symbols on the door, yet for some reason, Savannah manages to open the door without being burnt to a crisp.
I would assume because he's already been there.
No, he was invited. The demons, and remember, it's the demon runes he's using. Those runes, they represent the seven sins.
Oh,
They are in his head. They're the ones who came back with him in the Magic 8 Ball saying, like, come find us.
But
they want him there. She, I don't know what the fuck was going on with her. Maybe she was a sacrifice. Maybe the magic just fucking disintegrated her.
So why does the 7 deadly sin runes be used to get somebody to magic realm when it's the wizard who
Remember
brings them
what
there?
he says the first time he beats the shit out of Shazam? It's like the only thing that can nullify magic is other magic.
Okay.
So both the demons and Shazam are magic. That's why one had to defeat the other.
Okay.
Right.
So
because that makes total.
As for the scientist lady seeing the same malfunction appear on multiple electronic devices across all her research, that's a little stupid. It's like, maybe there's a little bit more to this mass hysteria than I initially thought should be.
Or maybe it should have. Or maybe it should have shown, like, from her perspective, the symbols just weren't flat out weren't appearing. So maybe she was just seeing the alarm clock just glitch out, showing random numbers.
Yeah, that would have been a nice touch.
Yeah,
but they didn't do it.
Yeah, because then in that case she'd be like, yeah, what are you talking about? A functioning alarm clock. All it said was like 21:35 or 26:40. Like it just kept flashing random numbers. But no,
Or
like,
anybody who had been taken by the wizard, like they could see the symbols, but she just saw like, it's a glitchy alarm clock. What the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah.
Sense. Where's the consistency? How did Savannah even piece together that he needed to write a bunch of symbols on that specific door to reach the location of the wizard?
And because it's the sequence that appears before somebody does the exact same teleportation trick.
The 7 letters 7 times. And
yeah.
I believe he was shown the door thing on it, not on his way out, but I would almost say it's safe to assume a doorway would probably be needed. I don't know, that is a bit tism.
How did he know how to use that? He should use a door rather than just write the 7 symbols 7 times on a piece of paper or something.
That's what I'm trying to think, like, because it was never explained, like, why it specifically needed to show up on a door. When, like, every other time they've just appeared in the realm, like with him in the car.
Anytime somebody gets zapped away, it can be anywhere. Either they're in a room, they're in a car, they're on a train.
I guess if you want to go there on purpose,
it doesn't matter as long as on some surface around them, the 7 runes can appear 7 times in that sequence. That's what makes the spell happen, and the spell is happening to them because that's what the wizard cast.
Maybe it's if you purposely want to get there, you gotta use a door.
But how would he know that?
I know that's the problem. Ultimately,
In fact, if anything, why would a door be his assumption? Surely he'd have a room full of alarm clocks that he's trying to rig up to do it for him, because that's what he knows will work.
Or I was just gonna say he does it on a chalkboard, just to see if that does anything.
Mm.
Savannah enters the wizard's location and goes for the magic orb that gives him his powers and releases the 7 deadly sins. Why didn't the wizard stop him? All he has to do is shoot a lightning bolt from his staff like he does later on, yet for some reason, he just lets Savannah take the power and release the 7 deadly sins. Wait a minute, it's as easy as taking the magic orb in order to be granted its powers? The wizard is testing how pure of heart these people are, yet a truly power-hungry person would have taken the magic orb and obtained the powers.
So it was said that his powers were weaker when Savannah took it the second time. When he did try to take it the first time, the wizard did zap his hand. Went like, "Stop, you failed." Then
isn't
pushed
the
him away.
implication that the whole reason he's looking for someone to pass his power onto is because he's at the end of his rope and he's just about keeping the demons contained?
Yeah, and
even still getting out enough to tempt people.
Yeah, and just now with Savannah that just basically just went, who basically gave it the final push that the demons needed, the wizard couldn't do anything. I doubt if he did zap him while trying to reach for the thing, nothing would have happened.
Well, arguably, Savannah is the demon's champion.
Yeah,
kind of mirroring Shazam. So the idea is that as the wizard's power is waning, the demon's power is getting stronger and stronger because they're being less, refined. So they're putting their powers and their efforts into Savannah. That's why he gets to come back. That's why, he's able to resist the wizard. I mean, just it boils down to magic-tisms basically, but I mean it does pan out.
I don't really like that we're using magicisms to hand wave things more than a few times. So that's something I'm paying attention to. But remember at the end of the prologue how through the magic 8-ball they were able to send a message regardless of whether he was actually there or not. That does imply they are able to send some very basic messages to him. It's like, it's not a lot,
and
but
clearly
if we're
this
gonna
is
reach, it's
going on
something.
for years. So we can make the argument that the demons have been feeding Savannah information for years.
And we know from a later scene that he's actually had that magic 8-ball the whole time. The thing through which the magic was first channeled that brought him there. So they don't explore it or explain it at all, but there is a thread there to connect dots with if you want to. I mean, I will fully acknowledge that it's a reach, and I am bending over backwards a little bit to accommodate the movie not explaining or exploring these things. But I'm just putting it out there that it's something that does come to mind.
Yeah, I'm hopefully we don't just keep waving it away, because then it'll just keep getting worse if we do.
Yeah,
I would be a little happier if some of the arguments he was making were a bit more substantial.
Yeah, these are all very small ball.
Yeah, right now he's just kind of, I don't even say reaching for low-hanging fruit. He's kind of just pecking at it, regardless of the...
In a weird way, this is kind of what the people that criticize Y.A.R.P think that we do.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, they think that all we do is nitpick every little last detail and make mountains out of molehills. And it's like, no, but that's kind of how it could be perceived to someone who's not paying attention. And that's kind of what this feels like.
I'm not going to tar him with that brush yet. Like, if he's going for the death by a thousand cut thing, I know.
Salad a day,
If
keep
he's
the
going for
taxman
that,
away.
Shush. If he's going for that, then that's fine. He can say at the end, and this is the thing that will make or break the argument, why does this make the movie bad? It's like, if he can build up to that, then he's in the clear. But if he's just going, oh, it has this little thing doesn't make sense, that little thing doesn't make sense, therefore bad, that's when the argument becomes weak, you know?
And like, and I would like to I should have fucking said this before, uh, before we started. No hard feelings towards SK in general. Like we're not doing this
No,
out of
absolutely not.
we're definitely not doing this out of like malicious intent. I actually invited him on to try to see if like he could chat with us.
I guess my thing is like every film, every story has plot holes or contrivances or whatever to some extent. It's the execution, it's the severity of those flaws that makes or breaks it.
Yeah, that's
You
why we
know,
grade on an objective scale. We acknowledge that not everything is
Right.
perfect. Some things are definitely better than other things, and when you want to assess that, you have to measure in detail how things line up. And if he gets into the more substantial, meaty arguments later on in the video, I have a feeling we're going to end up agreeing with a lot of points.
Yeah,
That's the thing.
and all
Okay,
the
yeah.
yeah, no problem. Like it, I above all people do not fucking have a problem with admitting that I'm wrong. I welcome it.
Not even admitting that we're wrong or anything, just bringing up criticisms that we brought up earlier.
Mhm.
Ones that things that actually do affect the quality of the movie.
Thus releasing the 7 deadly sins. This is some shitty fucking security. And only after Savannah attained his powers is when the wizard actually does anything about him, but of course that fails after Savannah strikes him with a lightning bolt. Wait a minute, why not finish him off, and why didn't the 7 deadly sins kill the wizard so nobody else could be granted this power? They literally gave him a way to stop them. Are you fucking kidding me? This is why the entire plot happens?
Not a great plan.
Oh my fucking god, this is garbage. So after that disaster, what?
Okay, so so do we want to try?
Isn't the whole thing that the
eye
wizard
goes into
leaves?
him.
So we
Right,
kind of
so-
just talked at the same time, one at a time.
Yeah. Go on.
All right, one of you talk, please.
But I thought Ninja was going to take it.
Go ahead.
Okay, I was just going to go back to that scene where... So, the security thing. In order to determine who has the right to control all the nukes, I'm going to one by one bring members of the population into a room with the launch button, and whoever doesn't want to press it, they're the one who gets to control it. It's a pretty shitty system. We've kind of called that out earlier as well, that his whole test, nobody was going to pass it. And as a test, it's probably not that great either. And he suffers for it. Like, the consequences of his test being stupid absolutely come back and bite him in the arse.
Yeah, the whole like is somebody worthy thing. I actually like it more when there are moments where they definitely show they're not worthy. Excalibur is a great example of this. King Arthur breaks Excalibur when he's fighting Lancelot, and he damn near tries to kill him. Excalibur breaks. Merlin's like, "What the fuck are you doing?" He's like, "Duh, you're right," and then he throws it into the lake, and that's when the Lady of the Lake's like, "All right, you made it, but you fixed your mistake. Here's the sword back." Like it's like moments where the protagonist has proven that they actually at the same time aren't worthy of it. Then later, like, let me rephrase that. So when they have their moment of weakness, but then ultimately do show why they're worthy by growing, is a fantastic character thing.
I mean, we even said the same thing earlier when talking about Billy in this movie. It's the fact that the wizard eventually was forced, because of his own stupid plan, to make do with literally whoever the next person was to turn up. He gave the power to someone who wasn't worthy, but who became worthy, and that's our hero.
Yeah.
So the wizard's plan being stupid is absolutely acknowledged in the text of the movie.
Yeah, he said he's
The
desperate.
fact that the demon guy didn't kill him after getting the demon eye, that I don't have an answer for off the top of my head. Did he get immediately teleported out of the tower, or did he leave on his own? Or do we know?
We don't know. I always assumed that Sylvanas thought he was dead. I was like, oh, it was the arrogant yeah, he's got to be dead. I zapped him with lightning, and then just walks away.
So he thought that he had killed him.
Yeah, that would
Is
be
that
my
what we're going with?
that would be my assumption. And if I'm wrong,
I'd
I'm
have to
wrong.
look at this scene again to see if that checks out, because I don't actually remember if... Is it that he got the power? Yeah, right. Okay, so
Hold
he
on.
gets the eye, goes into his head, we see the reveal of now he's got the glowy blue eye. Shazam is like, you absolute fucking dildo, and zaps him with lightning. He catches it, says like, ooh, I'm the power man now, and throws it right back in his face, and then Wizard gets laid the fuck out.
Mm-hmm.
So can we infer from that that both he and the demons in his head reasonably believe that the wizard is gone and done?
I would say yes. After that, and they said he's already weak. I would pretty much think that it either did kill him or is going to kill him. Like they struck the mortal
Yeah,
blow.
the demons were kind of shown to not have a lot of respect for him, at least in his current state. Like they knew that the wizard had already weakened to a degree that he wasn't the threat. The champion was the threat.
Okay. And then later on, when he lets the demons out in front of his dad, and then he's going like, see, Dad, this is real power. I'm the ultimate power man. And the demon who's supposed to be one of his bros is like, actually, like right in front of the guy he's trying to intimidate, like a dick
Bruh.
move.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like actually, you gotta fight the champion. And it's just like, could we have this conversation later?
It's like, did you have to tell me that right now?
Again, I still
But,
like is he man enough to drag me out of the office? And then he just picks the brother up and just chucks him at the fucking window.
it's a cool moment.
I like
But
that
yeah,
moment mainly because just catharsis for the villain. It's something that, like, actually, I was like, oh, yeah, he finally got the power. Now he's actually gonna take a bit of a moment to, like, be like, yeah, so you know all those times you were an asshole to me? Payback's a bitch.
he got the power, time to flex. I dig it. But here's the thing. In that scene, the demons instantly know when the wizard has chosen a champion. Like they
Yes.
feel it. It just the shift in the cosmos. It's like, oh, that's
Mhm.
happened. They didn't seem surprised. I mean, they're demons. They don't really seem anything in terms of actual emotions, but
Also they're shit tier demons. They just have the voices, and then that's the end of it. They
yeah, the
snarl.
demons are not great. So the demons, we are saying that the demons thought that the wizard was dead. They're going through the world, and then they just have an, oh shit, the wizard's just chosen a champion, my dude. And we gotta go deal with that before he realizes his full potential. So they weren't expecting that to happen either. Is because that's the implication.
Well, if they thought the wizard was dead, then why would they
Yeah, they
expect
would
a
think that there is not going to be a champion. It's just free reign from here forever.
I said that, or they were just wrong.
Yeah, I mean, they were just wrong, and then they sense the shift in cosmos is like, actually, yeah, there's a champion now. You're gonna have to kill him before he realizes he's basically God.
Well, yeah, because that's essentially what puts the sort of, foot to ass for the villain. Like now he has an objective that because before that he's basically just dealing with personal shit, using the power to flex and take vengeance on his family and stuff like that. But he doesn't actually have any sort of specific goal or motivation.
Yeah, he's not seeking
It's like
power.
now you have to go deal with this. This is not an option.
And was it the demons that instructed him not just to defeat the champion, but to take his power so that he would have both champion and demon power at the same time?
I think that was the implication because that's what sets up the staff scene later on.
Yeah.
And why he doesn't outright try to kill Billy during most of their fights. Like he wants to defeat him and then have him give him the power.
Yeah,
So
because
was that the
they
demons'
said
plan the whole time is what I'm getting at here. Did the demons want the wizard to eventually choose a champion after they'd found their host, so that once the fledgling champion was up and going, they were all ready for the hunt to take both their own power plus Shazam power?
That would make sense, and that would also explain why the demons wouldn't kill the wizard. Because they
Yeah.
still want him to choose the champion.
Also, we're told throughout the movie that the demons are using him, and that fills in the gap as to what specifically they're using him for. I will dock some points from the movie for the fact that we have to piece this together ourselves so far after the fact. When this is like the motivation for the real antagonists of the movie, really, is the demons. They're the big bad. So it's a fair flaw in the movie that that's not made clear at all. But when you do put the pieces together and you follow those threads, it does line up.
Went down, we see Billy and Freddy at school. Once they leave,
Wait,
we
no,
see
hold
that
on.
these...
I just thought of something else.
Okay.
If that is their plan, if that's their plan, wouldn't they take the staff with them or tell him to take the staff with him so he... No, he needs the wizard. So he would take both wizard and staff with him into the real world and I don't know, guess I torture him until he forced to choose a champion or he lets his magic die out with him and there's no Shazam at all.
Well, but then he can't get the power.
So
The
the
implication seems
thing-
to be that he needs there to be a Shazam in order for him to get the power. Because the wizard's not going to give it to him willingly.
Or at the very least, maybe like they just thought the power was just gone and therefore didn't need it because they just killed it.
Well, then why are they still using him?
Why are they
Because they
still
were
using-
using him to get out of their prison.
Well, because they're
Once they're out
contained
of the
within the
prison,
eye.
they can.
They seem to
The
be
eye is
contained
how they
within-
take possession. They can come out whenever they want, really. He has a very loose control over them.
Seems he
As
can.
we saw with Envy at the end.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so if we're going with my thing, the demons know that they need the wizard to choose a champion. So they possess Baldy with the eye. He gets to have his weird flex against the wizard, lays him out on the floor, and they're like, yes, escape into the real world, while in their own heads they're like, tee hee hee, now he's going to be really fucking desperate. He's going to be forced to choose a champion, and whoever it is, we're going to be ready and we're going to pounce them. So, later on, when he's in the boardroom and they sense the fucking shift in the cosmos, like, the champion's been chosen, they don't care what's happening in Baldy's life. They're just turning and like, hey, go time. Let's get it.
Yeah, because why would the demons really give a shit about personal squabbles?
Oh, they absolutely don't.
Which I feel like kind of helps solidify your point.
Hmm.
Right.
These two bullies nearly run over a disabled kid, and no security guards at the school happen to catch on to this. Sure, whatever. So Billy...
It is actually really weird. I found the cartoonish fucking bullies very weird, considering it's shown to be almost a zero tolerance high school. So
Yeah.
So I was just like, how come nobody's there, and also they just start kicking the shit out of the disabled kid?
It's not terribly uncommon because a lot of this takes place outside. That a lot of the guards and the zero tolerance and shit, that's all inside.
That's true. Like if you, also, I will say it's weird that none of the other kids, like other than Freddy's like family, try to stand up for him. I don't need to
That's
be part
really
of.
not that weird at all. Most
Especially
people
since
do not
those
get involved.
kids had, those bullies had clearly been held back for like half a decade. They had some fucking stubble and shit going on. Yeah, I even said it when we were watching the movie that those bullies were right out of like a really shit movie from the 80s. They did not seem like they fit in this movie.
This might just be a personal gripe that nobody jumped in because it's just like, really, disabled kid's getting his ass kicked. None of you are gonna help him.
Well, you have a hero complex. Most people don't.
Mm-hmm. That's why I was trying to elaborate on that. Yeah, it's probably just a me thing. So it just seemed odd. Alright.
Billy walks away at first, but when the bullies make a remark that Billy would find personally offensive,
Go home and cry to mommy?
Oh yeah, you don't have a mommy.
only then he decided to take on the bullies.
No, I thought, well, maybe. I didn't think
Well,
it was
yeah,
personal
that
insults.
was the thing that set him off.
Oh, I thought it was just I gotta turn around because at the end of the day, it's still the right thing to do.
I mean,
No,
a bit of
the
both.
whole point is that they made it personal for him. He doesn't even see these people as his family yet.
Right.
Yeah.
Like, he doesn't care if Freddy gets picked on. Like, fuck him, you know?
I mean, he sees that it's a disgusting thing that's happening and he's not happy about it, but he's like, not my family, not my problem. I survived by being on my own. Then they say something that pisses him off personally. And he's like, all right, you know what? Fuck it. And then he gets involved.
Does that sound pure of heart to you? Not really, but let's keep this in mind for now. Billy gets into the train and is called by the wizard out of
Okay, hold on. I think I see where he's going with this, and it's exactly where I was going with this when I saw the movie the first time as well. Remember when I said, when he locked the police guys in the shop and he went into the car, I was like, the very thing that disqualified the other guy was being impulsive and prone to giving in to temptation. I'm going to bear that in mind. But the movie very much makes a point of the fact that he is not someone who would have passed the test. I mean, we've kind of been harping on this point this whole stream
It's a
he
desperate
became
time.
worthy later because the test was broken.
Yeah, it's a desperate times called for desperate measures. You're now going to be Shazam. Then now and now I'm
Hopefully you
dead.
grow into it.
Yeah, it's like, oh, now I'm dead. Bleh.
Inspiration, and earlier on I've pretty much went over why we shouldn't have gotten to this point. There's tons of characters I can cite that are already more qualified than Billy, and could have been chosen beforehand. If Billy, a selfish and insensitive brat, is considered pure of heart because reasons, then
But
why
he's
hasn't
not,
anyone
though.
else more
And the
qualified?
movie never says that he is.
Yeah, we
and
kinda
also,
just
the
keep-
wizard doesn't know who the fuck Martha is.
Than him been called beforehand. How the fuck is Billy pure of heart? Define pure of heart too. What attributes amount to that under the wizard's standards? Under what fucking standard is a person with selfish and uncompassionate attributes considered pure of heart?
If you want to really take it to that degree, no human is pure of heart.
Yeah,
that was kind of the point. That's what the wizard was finding out. That's why he never actually found his champion.
Or if you're technically quote unquote pure of heart, it's due to like damn near fairy tales type storytelling. Like Superman, the classic version, would be considered pure of heart because he was raised by good people, not fucking let kids drown. Jonathan Kent.
Yeah, the whole point is that the wizard was so paralyzed with fear over what happened last time that he set such an unrealistic standard that he never found his champion until things got so desperate that he had to make do with whoever walked in. They never ever imply that the selfish brat that Billy was pure of heart to begin with.
He's really dragging
That was
on
the
this
point. I think this is like one of the real big sticklers for him. It's like he interpreted that movie was saying that deep down, even though he's flawed, he really is the Christ-like figure the wizard was looking for all along. That's literally not what the movie says.
Also, when Billy gets his powers, one of them is said to be the wisdom of Solomon.
The wisdom of Solomon.
Wisdom means to be knowledgeable and to have good judgment. So, what does Billy do the rest of the film? He acts like a clueless asshole with horrible judgment. Wouldn't attaining
the wisdom of Solomon.
So, what he's advocating for here is for basically the opposite of what would have made Billy an interesting character. He just wants him to say Shazam and be a completely different being.
I mean, technically that's what it should have done, but I like what we got instead. Because
wisdom is like strength. So he has the strength of Hercules, the stamina of Atlas, blah 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 blah. He's able to exercise that level of wisdom, just like he's able to lift a bus. But he's also able to just lift a fork and delicately eat a piece of cake. It's how much he's choosing to exercise it, and a 14-year-old ain't gonna be exercising their wisdom. They're just gonna be giving in to whatever random fucking impulse floats into their brain. It's like it's something you choose to exert. That's what power is. That's what the powers were that were granted to him. It's like he could be firing lightning from his hands at all times if he wanted to, but he doesn't because he's not exerting it like that. Just like he could be wise as Solomon all the time if he wanted to, or if he thought about it real hard. I don't know. Wisdom is a very weird one to try and apply. It's not like I give you the wisdom of Solomon, so he comes back and he just speaks in like really elaborate metaphors that are really profound. That's not really how it works in any iteration of the character.
Well, that's because I'm trying to remember. I'm trying to figure out the other versions because if I remember correctly, the original version of Shazam, like the Shazam was never the wizard's name. Shazam was the acronym of like the collective Greek gods and then the powers of the DC heroes. But they clearly couldn't do that here, so they just made it entirely the Greek people. Because the S, if I remember correctly, was Strength of Superman. That's the Speed of Hermes. See, the problem is
Stamina of Atlas.
Like
the lightning of Zeus.
Well, no, it's like when I'm trying to say the original one where it was like a mix of gods and superheroes. But since I can't find that, then also they couldn't do that here. They used they used Hercules, Solomon, like it's really weird to say the least.
It's an adaptation.
Oh, I've got it right here.
Where?
It's the acronym of 6 immortal elders: Solomon, Hercules, Atlas, Zeus, Achilles, and Mercury.
Right. That's what it is now. I'm trying to.
Oh, it's literally right here. Solomon for wisdom, Hercules for strength, Atlas for stamina, Zeus for power, Achilles for courage, Mercury for speed. That's literally what Shazam stands for.
Like I said, I understand that. I was trying to figure out what it stood for beforehand, before it was changed into that, because it wasn't always that. And then I was explaining why they couldn't do that here.
This is straight from DC Comics.
Okay, the point that we're getting away from a little bit is he's not exerting all those powers all the time. He's not always going at the speed of Mercury. He's not always using the power of Zeus. He's not always using the wisdom of Solomon. There are times in the movie that we see when he makes really good, big brain strategic moves, like taunting Envy to lure him out and thus rendering Baldy useless. That's how he gets past the fact that they're roughly equal in strength, even though, as we covered earlier on, they probably shouldn't be at that point in time, but whatever. So if you categorize it as another power...
basically advocating for this really boring, almost like robotic...
Yeah, that as soon as he turns into Shazam, he just becomes a completely different person.
Well, if his point is that if the powers were consistent, that's what it should be, that's fine as a point of its own, but I'm saying that point doesn't work because none of the other powers even work like that, so it wouldn't be consistent. So it doesn't matter whether it's boring or not, it wouldn't be consistent with how any of the other powers work anyways.
Ability defeat the purpose of even finding somebody pure of heart? It doesn't fucking matter if the person is pure of heart if it's an inherent ability that comes with the wizard's powers. Good God, these rules are fucked. Also, apparently Shazam was able to leave the wizard's room because he screamed, "Get me out of here," and thought about
the... I would argue that the point of finding somebody pure of heart is that this is a lot of power to give to one person.
He explains it. He explains that they gave the power to an unworthy champion last time, and he used it for his own ends. He used it for vengeance, and that's how the demons got unleashed in the first place. That's why he's so obsessed with it. That's why he set up the...
And I'm going to guess that was Black Adam.
Yes, it was. It was The Rock.
Yeah.
So I know that they were originally talking about him being in the movie or being like part of a post-credit scene or something, but it just kind of never got there.
Well, that's because the weirdest thing is that, like, I don't want to say studio meddling. It's just they kind of just didn't. They ran out of time / money for Shazam. Hence why.
Well, 80 million is not exactly a huge budget for a movie like this.
Yeah. So that's why some effects just aren't done. There's a lot of deleted scenes for this movie with a lot of unfinished effects. They kind of this movie was actually kind of saved a little bit in the edit because there's scenes where how did Billy escape the house, and it's not the point.
I mean, we've kind of mentioned this as we've gone along through those other 3 videos that there were certain missed opportunities, certain scenes and explanations here and there that could have really bolstered it up and made it a little bit more watertight. So, there is something that was lost there, but if it was saved in the edit and what we got is still coherent enough that we can follow those threads, then I would argue that it's still solid enough not to fall into the below average tier.
Subway, I guess. I don't know. This apparently works for him in the climax. Just keep this overpowered ability in mind for later. Once Shazam gets his powers, his personality...
Wisdom is not an overpowering thing because
he's not talking about wisdom. If you go back a few seconds, he's talking about something else.
Is
Oh, right. Sorry, lost my place in terms of what we were talking about.
I don't know. This apparently works for him in the climax. Just keep this overpowered ability in mind for later. Once Shazam gets his powers, his personality is very inconsistent with Billy. Billy is shown to be more calm, collected, and less talkative. That's why we see Billy very distant from his family and often unwilling to socialize with anyone. He doesn't care about forming friendships. All he really cares about is finding his family.
Oh, it's a long way down. I speak from experience. They seem nice, but don't buy it. It gets real Game of Thrones around here. What? Dude, I'm just messing around. Why so dark? You're a disabled foster kid. You've got it all, right? Oh yeah, that's the old...
I'm gonna pause for copyright-tisms. Where's he going with this?
I think he's bringing up something we brought up earlier as well, how the character of Billy and the character of Shazam don't always line up very well. And I think that's one of those things where a couple extra scenes here and there where we see Shazam dealing with more Billy stuff could have helped.
Well, and maybe that's the case, but I don't necessarily agree with that assessment because all of this stuff that you're comparing it to is pre-powers.
Mm-hmm.
So Billy suddenly getting the powers is a life-changing event. You're gonna act a little bit differently.
When we see Billy post powers, yeah, he's actually hanging out with Freddy more. He's opening up to him. He's actually got a friendship with him while he's not even in the Shazam form, right up until Freddy volunteers him out like a circus clown.
Right.
So we do actually see. Yeah, so the more talkative, holy shit, this is awesome Billy we get when he's Shazam does transfer over to when he's Billy. But even then, when he's back into his Billy form, he goes back to being a little more meek, a little more reserved, a little more happy to blend into the background because he's not dressed like a goddamn tent.
Yeah, that's kind of the point. Is like Billy is his secret identity, he's hiding in plain sight.
Yeah, as Freddy brought up the problem is Freddy's the one who brought up the secret identity, but he's the first to break it as well.
Oh, and he tries so hard throughout this movie to break it as much and as thoroughly as possible. It's really annoying.
Oh, fuck, it opened OBS tisms. Gotta love how spacebar can't just be glued to my fucking player.
Batarang. Do we have a soups guy? Yeah, me too. One 9mm round shot at Superman himself. What's in the bag? Hey. Okay, it's all good. It's good to maintain boundaries. You don't gotta talk so much, you know.
But when he becomes Shazam, even while still figuring out what happened to him after gaining his powers, he's more extroverted, outgoing, and just a lousy goofball in general.
He's an adult body. He's gonna fucking like do that. He's gonna be like, I still can't believe that this is even happening. It's like if you have super strength, you're just gonna keep fucking crushing things just to see if it's still there sometimes.
Would it be more consistent for him if, in the Shazam form, his personality didn't change at all and he's still walking around with hunched shoulders, just not really reacting to the fact that, holy fucking goddamn shit, I'm in a pro wrestler's body? What the fuck?
Oh, stupid adult hands! But you saw it! You saw it, right? That's crazy, right?
What are your superpowers?
Superpowers, dude? I don't even know how to pee in this thing. Let's do this.
Did you believe?
Yeah! I'm invisible! I'm right here. Over here. I'm invisible! I'm invisible!
I might.
I'm just gonna. I was just getting caught up in such a what, in my opinion, is such a great scene that I forgot that we need to pause for copyrightisms.
I was mainly just looking like, could I see Billy doing this if it was still him, and forget the adult body, if he just came back as himself in the suit, big lightning on his chest, superpowers, all that blah blah blah, would he be acting like this, like goofy, like hyperactive, so just completely caught up in the moment of Jesus fucking Christ, what is happening to me? This is bizarre, but also kind of awesome.
I think it is. I think it's consistent.
I can see it.
Yeah, this is like you just literally just got powers. You're kind of gonna be freaking out a little bit, and if like, and while you're discovering your powers, while talking to the one person who understands the situation, kind of, you're gonna kind of.
We see a couple times when he's just Billy, that he's not completely morose, fucking depressed, sad boy who wants his mom. He does have, a mischievous streak. He does laugh at things. He just smiles sometimes. It's just
It's
more of
like,
an occasion to.
Well, his default personality seems to be this. The problem being is that when somebody tries to get close to him, he closes himself off because he's like, no, you're not allowed to go in the heartisms in my feels.
Might have been testing invisibility and super intelligence at the same time.
Freeman, I'm gonna come over there and beat you. I'd like to purchase some of your finest beer, please.
I don't know about this. I mean, we don't have a fake ID.
Freddy, where would you...
Pause again. This is such a great scene. Fuck off.
Mm-hmm.
Relax, look at me. I am the fake ID. Sorry about your window.
Have a good night.
You're welcome for not getting robbed. Oh, hey, what's up? I'm a superhero.
Yeah, his name is, Captain Sparkle Fingers.
Man, it's a pretty sick view. I told
Gotta pause for copyrightisms. Can you make a
Isn't
point?
that mostly for music?
No, footage does it too. Remember, I got my fucking first stream attempt from Y.A.R.P got brought down and blocked due to a fucking video.
Was that the Home Alone thing?
That was the one I was doing with Eli and Joseph, and yeah, also our Christmas special got blocked because of nondescript reasons. It didn't say music or anything. It's just like, oh, this is owned by this company, and it's just like, fair use. It's been transformed twice. So it's like with this, you just gotta.
Totally get why Rocky was training so hard to get up here. This is why I don't buy Billy's friendship with Freddy, because it doesn't progress in a way that's natural. Billy becoming friends with Freddy relies on a major shift in Billy's personality that isn't logically just
Almost like he got superpowers.
Yeah, he literally gets powers, and there's only one person in his life that he knows that has any sort of knowledge about superpowers or superheroes.
Yeah, I mentioned this earlier that I think Freddy gets on board with this guy I met yesterday is now in this adult body with superpowers. He gets on board with that a little too quickly, but
You
that's
could kind of
not the
boil
thing
that
he's
down to
pointing out here.
Freddy has like an unhealthy obsession with this stuff. Every
Yeah.
shirt he wears for the movie is a superhero shirt. Like
Including an Aquaman shirt. Gross.
yeah, like he's very much obsessed with this stuff. So to him, even though it's this person that he just met, this is like his wildest dream come true.
Yeah, get to hang out
Or
with
at the very
superhero.
least, the closest he's going to getting powers himself.
Yeah. Still, the sheer weirdness of it, and his lack of familiarity with the person in general.
But he was
I
willing to open up
present
to,
you
to
Mike
Billy
White,
anyway.
Exhibit A.
But yeah, the idea that this is illogical or not consistent as a way for Billy to react to becoming Shazam, I'm not sure I really buy that.
Yeah, no, not at all.
Justified in any way. It just happens for the plot to progress further. Billy doesn't care to form friendships or any kind of relationship with his new foster family, so for him to bring Freddy with him and hang out with him as if he's his...
He became a superhero an hour ago.
Yeah, he doesn't do it to become friends with Freddy. He does it to maybe help figure out what the fuck is going on. He's not trying to become friends. He's trying to figure things out.
Yeah, that's more of a byproduct of their
Yes, that's the whole thing.
interaction.
That's why he has no problem leaving Freddy behind to do little shows. Because he's just like, at the end of the day, I now kind of understand this, so I just don't need him anymore.
Yeah, it's actually a major source of conflict between the two.
Mm-hmm.
Friend while he tests his...
Yep.
His powers is not believable or consistent in the slightest. Hey Billy, don't you have a mother to look for? And don't you have means to forcibly, take police resources?
So by this point, he's actually, like, in this point in the film, Billy is kind of given up looking at the mother because he threw the journal away. He's more just, by this point, just wanting to fuck off. He clearly just...
Well, yeah, we actually see him cross out the last one that he even had. He turns to the blank page, realizes he's out of options, and he's just trying to find a way to make do. Just trying to settle into whatever fucking new life he ends up in.
Yeah,
we see that his quest for the mother thing, he's hit the biggest dead end he could with that.
Yeah, and hence why he took the bullet and was, like, planning to just run away that very second.
Yeah.
Yeah, he even said he was going to sell it and basically use it as, like, starter cash.
Yeah.
For him out on his own.
Sources to look through records to find your mother.
Also, by this point, Billy really wants to end up in fucking juvie. The more I kept thinking about it before he becomes Shazam. Like,
I mean, his alternative is to be on the streets. Like, to him, juvie is not actually that dire a prospect.
Well, no, I understand that. I'm more just thinking, like, with the... Like, he's lucky that didn't happen after he fucked with the police people. Like, trapping them and then using their database. Like, that's a felony, my guy. I'm pretty sure it is. At the very least, it's a misdemeanor, which can get you in some serious trouble depending on how severe it is. Like, the fact they just dropped him right back off at the foster place, and it's like, that's interesting.
I guess not, considering he decides to return to his foster home while he's in his adult form.
He doesn't know how to change back at this point.
And where the fuck else is he gonna go? He even says that in the movie.
This is one of those times where, like, I think he kind of stopped paying attention for just a
I
second.
mean, you could call it a contrivance, but basically the same time that he's at this sort of crossroads in his life where he's basically given up the search for his mom, he gets powers. So he's a little distracted. He hasn't quite figured out what his next move is yet. But
And while
now
he
he's
thinks
trying to
about it,
deal
he's
with
only got
this.
yeah, while he's trying to figure that shit out, he's only got one place where he knows he has like some shelter and a warm bed. So where else would he go?
When it comes to analyzing this particular thing, is it just me, or is this like a good example of like our crowd kind of has missed the bit of the point? Like when
Not, yeah. I mean, I like I said, I get where you're coming from on that one. Getting those vibes earlier, but Slur did make a good point.
yes,
Like
he's like that's what
we
brought it
got to
down to
hear
like
him out and kind of see where he's going with this because that's really what's going to tell the tale.
uh-huh.
But
Yeah,
I can see where people would be getting those vibes and be like, man, they're just nitpicking this to death. But several of these, like the first 3 or 4 that he brought up, were actually like they were small, but they were legitimately
Yeah, the license
issues
plate,
or mistakes.
the rules
But
of
the
the wizard.
last 2 or 3 were just flat out wrong.
Mm-hmm.
yeah, especially that. What the fuck makes you think Billy has a pure heart? Was that even? It's like, okay, that was something he absolutely missed from the movie completely.
Yeah,
Wisdom of
you're in the weeds
Solomon.
on that.
Wisdom of Solomon was a good example of like you're kind of not paying attention.
And I can. It's a misunderstanding I can absolutely understand because it sounds like that would be the case when you just say it on its surface. But when it's given to him in the same way as the rest of his powers,
Well, he kind of just argues that Billy by this point should just be a different person when he turns into Shazam.
Well, and I'm sure there are examples of that being the case, either in the comics or in the older animations or whatever, where he does become a completely different person. But to me, that's less interesting because at that point, he's basically just a Superman clone.
I'm pretty
And that's
sure.
not
Like,
interesting in the
I'm gonna look
slightest.
it up. Billy, like times where
You're not going to find it that
Billy.
easily, but
I know.
if he just instantly gains all of these powers anytime he says the word, then yeah, at that point he's no longer the 14-year-old boy. He's like this sort of timeless god being, that has infinite intelligence, infinite strength, and it's like that's really fucking boring. You're just Superman 2.0.
well, if I just had the power to give people superpowers, and I tap you in the forehead, and I have given you the power of super intelligence, you now have the mental capacity of a goddamn supercomputer. That doesn't actually change that much about you other than how fast you can think, really.
According
You're still gonna have your personality, you're still gonna have your preconceptions, you're still gonna have your preferences, your biases, all of it's gonna be intact. You can just run through logical problems much, much quicker and a lot more thoroughly.
according to
Yeah, the
this,
way I would interpret that is like you have a faster processor and a bigger hard drive.
Yeah, pretty much.
the way that this article is going, I'm just briefly glancing at it. It was like this until 1953, where Billy Batson and Captain Marvel were separate personalities. Like, Billy transformed into Captain Marvel, and is like
So
Captain
like a
Marvel was
Superman version of Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde, kinda.
yeah, and I kind of don't like that idea because it's just
Well, I mean, it's fine as an idea. I just think it's less interesting.
Yeah.
I don't. I kind of prefer this,
yeah.
as
I've always been
this 14-year-old that suddenly has the powers and the body of this godlike being.
And as long as they're consistent with whichever one they go with, then it's fine.
Yeah, I much prefer this version where it's like because it does present its own issues, such as sometimes you really can't understand why Shazam follows certain moralities, but then you think, oh, he's just a kid. He's either being manipulated or he just doesn't quite understand it. A good example would actually be the Justice League Unlimited. He's trying to because he's a kid, he still sees the potential for good within Lex Luthor, so he's just like, yeah, him trying to run for president is maybe a good
Yeah,
sign.
his whole thing in that was just, wait, I thought that's what we wanted. Like, these bad guys are stop doing supervillain shit, they try and just be law-abiding citizens who
And then when
be part of the system and contribute to society. It's like, is that not what this is all about?
and then when the bomb situation is happening, and Superman's just like, I gotta just break this thing, Shazam, I want to say Shazam, Captain Marvel is saying like hold on, what? No, we should have the Atom look at it. We need to do this. We need to actually like think about this because you can't just immediately assume that it's just a bomb. Like it meant to just kill a bunch of people, and it's like with Injustice. Like you can kind of understand why Shazam would be manipulated into joining the regime because Superman just manipulated a kid. Yeah, it's I find the same person to be the better character interpretation.
Because that plan makes complete sense. What if the foster parents enter Freddy's room? What's Freddy gonna say? He brought a 40-year-old cosplayer to play Mortal Kombat with? Why not at least try to find a way to turn back into Billy before entering the...
They were trying to figure that out before the house thing. As far as we know, he couldn't be turned back.
Yeah,
home
they
with him and
discovered how to turn it off by complete accident.
Yeah, why would they assume he can change back at all until it actually happens?
Yeah,
for all they knew,
they
that
didn't
was
know
a
that.
permanent deal.
Yeah, for
After the wizard gave him the power, he just immediately dusted with no instructions.
Because as far as the wizard was concerned, that's his life now. He wasn't gonna. He's like, okay, I'm gonna die now. Good luck with being Shazam. And it's like, Billy's not just going like, but I've got stuff. I've got homework.
Tons of fucking suspicion, thus risking the chance of being caught? Where's the consistency? So when Savannah enters his father's building and terrorizes everyone, one of the 7 deadly sins tells Savannah that the wizard has chosen his champion and that they know where to find him.
Okay, pause.
So this is a scene where we had actual problems with.
Well, yeah, this is the scene I was going to when we were explaining like what the fuck was going on when Sylvana left the sanctum in the first place. But as to where's the consistency? Where's the inconsistency?
Yeah.
He's really fucking new to this. He's still figuring it out as he's going along. So his fucking 14-year-old brain is just like, okay, I need to sneak back into the room, get a night's sleep. We'll fucking try and figure this out tomorrow because I'm tired as shit.
Also, yeah, as far as the wizard was concerned, Billy Batson may as well have just fucking died there, and Shazam was the only person that was left.
Like at that point in time, Billy had no idea that it even could be turned off. He is probably like, okay, I'm gonna have to like figure out a way to explain this, and it ain't gonna be tonight.
Yeah.
Like that's as far ahead as he was thinking. Now, could he maybe have activated his Wisdom of Solomon thing? Maybe. We actually don't know how that works. If it's voluntary.
I don't know why.
Well, neither was Billy.
Yeah.
I honestly just wanted. I was wondering like why when Billy was trying to explain to Freddy what happened and why that didn't just happen. It's like he told me to say his name, and so I said Shazam, bam, it shows him transform. It's like, oh, that could have figured it out. Like it's a bit of a weird placement of the discovery that he can turn back and forth.
I mean, if you're gonna make any criticism there at all, it would be how in the entire night of explaining what had happened, explaining it to Freddy, did it not come up how this happened?
Yeah,
that I think is the criticism you could really go for there.
Yeah, if you're gonna go for criticism, go for that. Why he didn't just explain the situation? Like he just said a wizard did this, and it was just like, Freddy, come on, you're not gonna ask for any more detail on that? You're obsessed with superheroes.
If anyone was really gonna press him for details that would actually get the word out of him, it would be Freddy.
Wizard found his champion. Show me where to find him.
How would the Sins know either of these things? Never.
They don't just immediately, or else Billy would have been fucking dead. They probably have like a little guess, like show me where to find him. All right, we'll go towards whatever is happening at a current moment. Oh, there's this guy.
Well, yeah, we actually know that because It's when he's doing his show in the park where he's just firing off lightning over and over that's what Sylvanas can hone in on. He's following the magic.
When he's just fucking around and being a YouTube sensation, he's probably seeing this on YouTube and just going like, "All right, that's the champion." Where the fuck is
Is he
that?
seeing it on YouTube? We never actually get confirmation on whether
That's
or not he saw the YouTube
That's
videos.
the problem. It's getting like millions
I
of
get
views.
the
And it's on the
implication
news.
that the demons can just sense it and lead him. Like he literally says, "Show me where to find him." Like they're leading him to the champion.
Also, they just kind of know on the spot, so I mean, you can ask how, but really it's kind of presented the premise that the two are connected.
Well, and they're demons, so the idea of them having any sort of,
Yeah,
abnormal or supernatural abilities is not unfounded.
Ever explained in the film, and if they knew about these things just cause, then why didn't they teleport to the wizard and kill him before he could give his powers to Billy? Why didn't they kill him before leaving him behind in the first place? Why are they only now telling Savannah about Shazam?
We covered that one. That they want the power, and to get the power, they need a champion to take it from.
Or the.
Instead of when Billy got his powers, don't you think a better time to strike would be when the wizard's champion is inexperienced with his abilities, rather than after he's been given...
That's literally what they do.
Say that.
Yeah, destroy him before he realizes his full potential, I think is their exact words.
Yes.
If I'm gonna take a guess, I kind of have a sneaking suspicion he got upset by like the first inconsistency and then kind of stopped giving the movie its chance. This is just a guess. That might also
possibly
that might accidentally just be a bad faith interpretation. So I'm also
but that's the thing is like this feels like a bad faith interpretation from him. Like you're not like they literally acknowledge this exact thing in the movie. Hey, there's a champion that exists now. You should probably go fuck him up before he figures out exactly how his powers work.
We're gonna need to have a conversation with him about this because we might just be missing something, or
I mean,
I
if
think
he's up
he missed
for it,
it.
then sure. But if he's not, then whatever. It's fine.
Yeah, it is what it is. I mean, the video speaks for itself, right?
time to adapt his set abilities? After all, they told Savannah to kill Shazam before he learns his true potential, or else Shazam will defeat him, which implies a sense of urgency.
Kill the champion before he learns his true potential, or he will defeat you.
What were they even doing for the next couple of days?
What do you mean? They literally go straight from there to finding him.
Well, they look for him at least. They're unsuccessful in looking for him because he's like doing YouTube-tisms.
They find him pretty fucking quickly.
Yeah, we don't even know where we are right now. We could be like across the entire fucking country. We don't know.
I'm okay. We're not gonna do the assumption that everything is in Philadelphia.
Why would we assume
It's
that?
never expressly said that that is in Philadelphia.
In fact, if we're going to assume anything, we would assume he's in New York right now.
All right. I was under the assumption that Sylvanas this whole time was in Philly.
Why?
Because we're never told otherwise. Because movies like to tell us when we go to different places. If they're clear about it.
Yeah.
Like it's like one of my favorite things about Civil War actually is the big ass text. I'm like, oh yeah, thanks, we're in Queens.
Even if we assume that it's in Philadelphia, Philadelphia is a pretty big fucking city.
Right.
So they still have to locate him.
Right.
Which they do as soon as the bus thing happens.
Yes, it's just in terms of like the amount of time that has passed between the meeting and the bus thing, like practically what feels like.
What's your implication of how much time has passed?
Don't they show what the amount posted X amount of days ago on the YouTube thing. Hold on.
Did they?
Hold on, I'm bringing up the scene on my other monitor. They might, because I believe it said like posted 3 days ago or posted. Hold on.
Yeah, it's like
Shazam,
my memory going on just
YouTube.
off the top of my head. I think it's a couple days, which is not that huge amount of time, really.
So okay. Oh, I've got a perfect one. Okay, so oh no, they're pretty much uploaded. So this one, December 10th, December 9th. Hold on, I'm getting the entire. That's one, like, so they're of course releasing them in like TikTok style, so it's like the equivalent of like only 30-second little clips. December 10th. So it's showing the view count go up. I could have sworn it went up, but if it turns out it was only like 3 days, then never mind. All right, so at most it was like 3 days, so that's reasonable. Then another day passes, so 4 days for Sylvanas to find him. So that's pretty short time. That's which is makes sense if they both were in Philly. Yeah, it's not unreasonable. I thought it took them longer because I thought it was like between uploads. I thought it was like days and days apart from each other.
Days, Shazam was free to do whatever the fuck he wanted to do for the next few days and even improve upon his abilities, which he does. But they only choose to go after him days after.
Doesn't necessarily improve as much as he knows that he can do it.
He's figuring out his abilities. Like, he doesn't even know what his powers are.
Yeah, he doesn't
Also,
even know he
did
can
you hear
fly.
that? They
What?
only choose to go after him a few days later. It's like, no, that's not what happened. He gets the news that, okay, there's another champ, you need to kill him or he's gonna fuck you up. Immediately, on the spot, he's like, show me where to find him. Implication is that they immediately go out, start looking.
Yeah, they're not
So
successful in finding
they
him
choose
until
to go
something
after him as soon as they find him.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Where's the implication that he was just sitting around on his hole for 3 days?
How funny would that be if it turns out he was just like, I'm gonna find the champion. Hey, it's on
Yeah,
the news
Sylvanas
and
was just
YouTube.
at home playing Vermintide with all the demons.
Get the Ratling. Get the Ratling guy. No, I'm get pinned by an assassin.
After, despite being hell-bent on stopping him from reaching his full potential before it's too late. After Freddy and Billy fuck around and post viral videos, Billy criticizes Freddy because he wants to introduce Shazam as his friend in front of everybody.
Yeah, that's a dickhead thing to do. Like, it's a massive abuse of the fact that you are...
But it's also something a kid absolutely would
yes,
want
of
to do.
course. I get it.
Mm-hmm.
Because that puts Billy's identity at risk.
So wait, my identity's a secret, so no one I know can get hurt. Except when it makes you look cool, then it's all good.
Why would showing up with Freddy at lunch be any different from, I don't know, literally having Freddy record all of those viral videos with him that Billy agreed to post? Why did Billy agree?
Yeah, there's a difference between those two circumstances. In fact,
Yeah.
there's a couple. One, it's just a video online, it's not the same thing. Two, that wasn't why it was so disagreeable. What made it disagreeable was, you don't get to pimp me out like a clown.
I will say the problem is he kind of already has been, because that's how they've been getting ad money from the YouTube videos. They were buying like Xbox. They were trying to buy a house. If that's not pimping the superhero out. I don't like. I think.
Well, no, that's
showing
both of them doing it together. That's not the same as
Oh,
one of them
yes.
volunteering the other's service for his own gain completely
Yes.
without working with him first.
Right.
Agree to create these videos to begin with. And later on, we even see Freddy say that he can't talk to Billy while he's Shazam in public, which is so he avoids risking a secret identity.
No, that's not secret identity to. Hold on.
Forget it. I can't really talk to you when you look like this.
So that's not secret identityisms. That's the fact he's pissed. Because when he's as fucking Shazam, he's got a fucking ego.
Yeah.
Like, that's... Jeez.
Well, and Freddy is intentionally trying to say things to be stabby. You know,
Yes, because he's pissed. He literally
he's
got
trying to
carried.
upset him.
He literally got carried around by his underwear. I'm pissed regardless. Like even if it was my own damn fault.
If that's the case, then why was Freddy in the fucking videos with Shazam, and why was
He wasn't. Well, actually, yes, he was. He was in the one where he set him on fire. So, the more I think about it, it's a little weird that they still would think like, oh, you're not attached to these. When they released the video, like whether he's flame proof, you actively see Freddy. You see his crutch.
Yeah,
You see.
Freddy. I've mentioned it a couple times now. Freddy is an absolute tard when it comes to the secret identity stuff.
It does make me just
But
wonder,
that's
like.
kind of the whole point.
Mm-hmm.
Is that Freddy doesn't actually have any legitimate experience with this stuff. He's just an obsessed fanboy.
Yeah, he's
Yeah.
and when it comes to actually when his superhero knowledge kind of gets tested versus his morals, he doesn't necessarily lean towards his morals. He leans more on
Yeah,
the.
it's like he knows that on principle you should keep your identity secret, but when he's given an opportunity to have a bit of the limelight, he absolutely wants it.
he even going to bring him at lunch to begin with? This entire plot point is a convoluted pile.
Hold on, I need to rewind that one because I spaced out for a second.
The case, then why was Freddy in the fucking videos with Shazam, and why was he even going to bring him at lunch to begin with?
Well, one, because he was getting he was getting bullied, and he was hoping that at the very least would spare him the fucking humiliation for a fucking bit. Like he's thinking, all right, if Shazam just shows up, everyone will leave me the fuck alone for a while. It's, which is why, like, I don't know.
This entire plot point is a convoluted pile of crap, and it only gets worse. Freddy's plan hinges on Shazam actually showing up to prove that he's friends with Shazam, as if the viral videos that Freddy is in weren't enough. I don't know how the bullies or any.
That is something we pointed out too.
That's literally
We
just
actually
pointed
agree
out.
on that one.
Yeah, it's weird that he doesn't show the fucking YouTube how he's like has the login information or the fact that he's in them. It's really weird.
Yeah, he doesn't even have to show
almost
that he
wonder
owns
if
the
that's more
account.
of a continuity error thing. Like I think they never really bring it up as that was an intentional kind of thing. I got the impression that Freddy was basically behind the camera or supposed to be primarily.
Yeah, but the thing is, like, somebody totally would
I
have
know you
seen
do
him.
see it in the video, so it's like they should have used a different. You know, I'm sure they shot a whole bunch of stuff. It's like you could have used one where Freddy wasn't in frame.
Yeah, that's
In fact, he probably shouldn't have even needed to go that far, because if the videos are popular enough that everybody knows who Shazam is in the first place, they would have seen him in the videos too. So the idea that he even needs to prove that he knows Shazam in the first place is already kind of inconsistent. So I think it is just a straight up continuity error.
Students haven't noticed by now, but since they haven't, Freddy could have just pulled out his phone, showed him that he was in the videos with Shazam, and proved that he has access to the fucking YouTube channel, and his humiliation could have been completely avoided.
You know the Red Cyclone. You. My ass you do.
Oh shit! That time I'm gonna legit need to pause because that's Queen. That'll get us fucking like our doors fucking kicked down.
So agree, and this is kind of the point that Wyatt was bringing up, that he could easily show the, you know, the YouTube channel stuff and all that. So yeah, that's definitely an issue. But again, we've kind of established that Freddy's kind of shit at all of this. He's a socially awkward 14-year-old boy. Like,
But he's not an idiot. Not really.
No.
Like, this is still something he absolutely should have thought of, especially because the YouTube channel was something so important to him, because that was his link. That was his
I'm
that was
going
the
to
thing he was doing.
And I'm going to
in connection
assume,
to this.
like I don't know if every creator does this. I watch YouTube on the Y.A.R.P account, so I'm like, so it's like it'd be very easy for him to fucking pull out his phone, show him that that he is the account, and just be like, all right, Do you leave me alone now? Unless he, for some reason, views YouTube on a
I
different way, which is
mean,
fine. Fair
you
enough.
could make the argument that kids are not inclined to believe that kind of shit.
Regardless if he... Yeah, it'd be weird.
Like,
Even
they
when
want...
he's in the video that they've all
I mean, the
seen, does
video
that
would be
child know
more
who
proof
he
than
is?
like the YouTube account. You know what I mean? Like that would be.
And that's my
that-
point, is the fact that the videos are something that they all already watch because they
fair
all
enough.
know who Shazam is.
Yeah, because they could probably accuse Freddy of being a copycat. So yeah, fair enough. The fact he's in the videos is more damning than him owning the videos.
It's still, absolutely stupid for him to do that, but that's a mistake I can understand him making. The inconsistency is the fact that even though he makes that mistake, no one believes that he knows Shazam. That's the problem.
Right.
Gotta pause it again. The hell, SK. You, of all people, would know, like, that music, especially Queen, can get you flagged.
Yeah, but videos don't hit the same way as streams do, so I don't think he was that worried.
Sometimes it does depend on the severity of the band. If I were to play Metallica for even a split second, or play like Blink-182 for 5 seconds, Metallica would be more fierce. Because Metallica, like Lars, super hates that shit. There's the running joke that like Lars is willing to like sue you if you even look at him.
Oh, you see the one where he throws the football into space?
Hey, you guys gotta wonder who's filming those, right? Hey, you guys gotta wonder who's filming those, right?
Despite this obvious solution at his disposal,
I mean, sometime with that, I actually would be wondering, like, yeah, who is filming those? It's gotta be, like, they're either self-recorded or like he's hanging out with somebody. But that's not the point.
That just kind of compounds the idea that if they eventually do see one where the guy behind the camera is on camera, that's something they're going to pay attention to. So, yeah,
That's why I
is
really
something I
think
actually
it boils
agree
down
with.
to a continuity error. Like, I think all of the footage that was intended to be used was where the person shooting it is ambiguous.
Yeah, and instead in the film they ended up using like one where Freddy's clearly visible. So yeah, it has.
And they could have got around it fairly easily if they just showed us him editing himself out. That's all they needed to do.
He completely neglects it for no reason, so we can have a dramatic scene with Billy and Freddy, and the conflict between them doesn't even work because it relies on both of them being complete idiots and having no line of consistency. And
Wait,
after Freddy's
hold on. The conflict doesn't work because both of them were being complete idiots. Both of them being complete idiots is the premise of there being conflict in the first place.
Correct.
How does that make it not work?
They're 14 and they're having issues with communication, and
is the implication there that the conflict only works when one person is right and the other person is wrong? Because that's just not true.
I mean, that's a lot of people have that definition of conflict where they think that one side is clearly right and the other side is clearly wrong, and that's why they almost view it as like a competition. There has to be a winner and a loser.
Yeah, and meanwhile, one of my favorite quotes from Star Trek is like, "It's possible to do everything right and still lose."
And it's also possible for two people to be wrong at the same time.
Yeah, it's why
Or
like
two people to be right at the same time and still disagree. It's like conflict just doesn't work on that kind of binary.
Yeah.
What's his next course of action?
Hey, young man. Whoa, 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 whoa! I'm in the middle of a show right now.
Yeah, I got a little something called a suitcase wedgie. And this...
Gotta pause for copyrightisms.
I mean, yeah, Freddy is angry because he just suffered, bullying, which could have been avoided if Billy had showed up like he said he was going to.
Yeah, it's
I mean,
And
to
he
be
is
fair,
being
Billy never
absolutely
expressed
stupid right now, but he's acting like on impulse and emotion.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like I just said. If he got carried around by his fucking underwear, I'd be pissed too, regardless if I was in the right or wrong. When you're in pain, like sometimes you just don't care whether like whoever's fault it is. You just gotta especially if you're a kid. If you're a kid and you just experience bullying, it doesn't matter if you possibly even set yourself up. That's just what happens.
Was my underwear.
Throwing a hissy fit at Billy in front of people streaming and recording Shazam, then literally throwing his underwear at him. Are you trying to amplify the already established reasons for you to be humiliated? Because you're doing a wonderful job at it right here. So before Freddy...
I mean, yeah, he's digging himself a bigger hole. That's not necessarily inconsistent.
No.
He's being an idiot.
He's
I
a
completely agree.
14-year-old kid. He's not going to act logically and rationally. That
He is
actually
throwing a hissy fit. That's the scene. That's an accurate summation of what he's doing. That doesn't make it a flaw in the movie.
Yeah, it's like how you question, like when you're a kid, you sometimes question why you were bullied, and then you realize, like later as an adult, it's like, oh yeah, my complete opposition of social skills probably had a massive thing to do with it.
Yeah, you're just like in your mid-20s, just having one of those moments where you're looking back, you're like, oh,
I
I'm
was a partial
socially
problem.
retarded.
Yeah, you're just like, oh, maybe I shouldn't just have been kind of hostile to everybody that was just even slightly stupid at a given moment. Crap. It's like, okay, maybe I did deserve that punch to the face. Although,
Yeah, in hindsight, I probably would have called me a faggot too. And then you just kind of finish your drink and you get on with your life.
yeah.
Freddy continues...
Although, the idea of like, I wanted to learn in school, teacher. Yeah, whatever, nerd. Okay, that's kind of supposed to be your job, but alright. Still think that, definitely.
To rage at Shazam, Billy accidentally shocks a bus with his lightning, and he catches it in order to save them. The bus impacted Shazam's hands and came to a full instantaneous stop. Now an impact of that...
Okay, yeah, his hands would have gone through the glass, and also that would have killed a couple people.
Oh, absolutely. That I pointed that out when we watched it the first time as well. It's like that catch is not credible at all.
Yeah.
Nature should have broken the glass, but for some reason that just doesn't happen. And after Shazam saves the bus, Freddy complains that Billy is being a show-off, gets paid for taking selfies.
Okay, this is very much a side note. What do you guys think about the fact that he just keeps showing Injustice footage? It's kind of distracting the ever-loving hell out of me, but that's because it's a game I played so much, so I'm seeing like him fuck up inputs. It's
I
mean, it doesn't
care.
bother me. It's
Yeah,
just
it's fine.
semi-relevant footage, I guess.
I guess, yeah.
Yeah.
That's why I was like, what do you guys think? Because to me, it's definitely a personal thing. It's like, okay, yeah.
At least it's Shazam related content, so it's not like he's just playing a totally unrelated game.
Right.
Yeah, it's just a backdrop for the talking sections. It's fine. The presentation of the video is actually perfectly okay. I have no problems with it. It's a decently made video.
Shazam.
And honestly, all they needed to do to fix the bus scene is just have him move down a few feet.
Have him catch
where
it
he
by
kept
the
it on the
metal.
metal.
Or the
Yeah,
sign.
that would have been fine.
Just wherever.
Oh no, the sign wouldn't have worked, but the actual
Yeah, no,
glass
the
of it.
sign.
Well, the sign is still attached to the top of the frame.
Yeah, but like it's attached to the roof of the bus, which is
Yeah, the
mainly
roof could have
just
easily
the
come off
chassis
too.
of the vehicle. So
Yeah.
yeah, on the actual front, yeah, that would have been more credible.
Yeah,
but you
like,
wouldn't have had the epic shot of like his face pressed up against the other guy's face through the glass, which they clearly really wanted.
Yeah, regardless of where he puts his hands, whether that be there or there, definitely not here. Definitely not the fucking glass, because then he would have went straight through it.
And then he lifts it up, making the glass look like the strongest substance in the world.
Like 5 people hit it before the bus finally falls. I'm just like, okay, bullshit. That would have broken on the first person, especially because they went from the back of the bus and then slammed right onto it. It's like, glass, when introduced to a fast-moving object, is not very tough, regardless if it's windshield glass.
Saves the bus, Freddy complains that Billy is being a show-off, gets paid for taking selfies with people, and apparently this makes Billy so much of a bully that he's no better than the bullies that they've been dealing with at school.
You do nothing. You take selfies and make people pay you. I mean, Billy, you're 14, and now you're no better than the Briars. All this power, and all you did was turn into a show-off and a bully.
Okay, no. Freddy, fuck off. You literally committed theft with Billy when stealing those sodas and taking money from...
Yeah, okay, yeah, they're both...
Yeah, he's wrong.
They're both wrong, but I almost want to say, like...
Again, he is saying things intentionally to be hurtful.
Yeah.
But not just that, but even if he's wrong, that doesn't mean he's being inconsistent. As far as that character is concerned, Billy is now acting like he's too good for him. Like he doesn't see him. So as far as Freddy's concerned, it's like, yeah, he's turning into just another asshole.
Yeah, and not
so he's coming out, claws out, trying to fucking emotionally wound him because he's lashing out because he's a fucking 14-year-old.
Right, and I don't know if an accomplice argument works, but it's like, as far as like Billy, I would almost say is more in the wrong than Freddy when it comes to the taking stuff, because he's the one who's actually breaking it. That's why I was like, I'm not sure on that argument.
It's more about how Billy is indirectly responsible for the abuse that Freddy suffered, so that's why he's getting lumped into the bully category. Like the theft and from the ATM and the soda machine is like harmless fun that they were both involved in, so he's not really giving him a hard time about that. He's basically saying, you have now led to the same type of pain and misery that I have suffered at the hands of these bullies who we have both said we hate.
Well, right, but like SK's argument, I think, is saying like, because you committed this, you've got no room to talk, and that's why I was possibly using the accomplice argument. That's why I was like, I'm not sure if it holds up, because I was almost going to say like somebody can be more in the wrong than another person.
It's like, more. I would make the argument that it's more like he's not really being a bully per se. Like you could say he's not doing anything meaningful with his powers, yeah. But it's where Freddy calls him a bully that I think it specifically goes off the rails a little bit.
Yeah, that's more him just lashing out about the things he's personally upset about, whether it's actually directly true or not.
Yeah.
Like I said, the character being wrong is not the same as the character being inconsistent.
Literally committed theft with Billy when stealing those sodas and taking money from a vault that Shazam rigged. You posted the fucking videos that got Shazam so much attention in the first place, willingly showing him off to the internet. You had Shazam fucking destroy the car the bullies arrived at school in just to get back at them. And not just that, but you wanted to bring him at lunch to school. Why? To show off the fact that you're friends with him in front of everyone, even though that contradicts your entire point about how talking to Shazam in public jeopardizes his secret identity and puts his loved ones at risk. Why the fuck is this all an issue to you now? Where the fuck did this...
So it's because he's fucking emotional and is facing the consequences of what had happened. So he's gonna actually...
Yeah, he's putting this a little weirdly, because everything he's saying is correct. He's right. Freddy's acting like an asshole. He's in the wrong. That's not a flaw with the movie, especially when it's actually addressed and argued against in the movie, because it's actually a serious flaw that Freddy needs to get the fuck over.
Morally righteous attitude come from? I'm sorry, but complaining about Shazam doing things that you yourself agreed to or done yourself is out of character and completely fucking hypocritical. So
out of character? Really?
No, it's completely within his character, because it's shown that like he could have all the fucking viewpoints he wants, but when push comes to shove, turns out his superhero morals don't really kick in. It's like how you can... It's almost like how you can like plan to do this thing, but as soon as the thing actually happens, you're gonna react completely differently.
I mean, he just pointed out the hypocrisies. Like, when you found out that Billy had all this power, it was have your suggestion to do all this asinine bullshit that was just a lot of fun to do. So, how is it out of character for him to, I don't know, be a hypocrite, to be selfish, to have any of these flaws that he's demonstrating here? I mean, yeah, he gets on a sanctimonious high horse about it, but like, I don't see the inconsistency in that.
I almost want to say he almost kind of gets on the high horse kind of just because of the escalation. It's gone from like, okay, I just got a wedgie to you damn near got these people killed. Maybe like you should settle the fuck down.
In fact, the source of the conflict in the beginning was that Freddy saw Billy as his own personal pet superhero. That's why they fell out in the first place. So when he's like, "You failed me. You're not even being a superhero at all. You're being an asshole." That's not inconsistent.
Dr. Savannah shows up and asks what the entire audience should have been asking themselves while watching this crappy movie.
What made you so worthy?
Good question, Dr. Savannah. Unfortunately, we don't get an answer. Dr. Savannah begins to show his powers, and based on the abilities we've seen, Dr. Savannah has the exact same powers as Shazam does. So if that's the case, then what the fuck is the point of trying to get Shazam to transfer all of his abilities to him? They're the same fucking...
Because you get more power. What the fuck? You know what happens if like I have like 4 cans of Coke and I see Slur with like 4 cans of Coke as well? I'd be like, I want your Coke, and then I just take it. Now I have 8. It's simple math.
Also, that's what the demons wanted in the first place, as we kind of pieced together earlier. It could have been laid out better, as we said, but yeah, that it tracks with what the demons want. They want the power. That's why he actually says, "Give the power to me." He's not, "Oh my god, you're the champion. Fuck you, die." He's, "Give me the power or die."
Yeah, if Billy
his
had
objective
simply
is
just
very clear.
If Billy had just simply given him the power, he probably wouldn't have even touched him. It would have been like, all right, thanks, I guess. Your family might still be harmed anyway, because you just gave me and the demons like a bunch of fucking power, and we're fucking evil.
And we've already covered the whole. He asks him what the audience should have been asking themselves this whole time. What made you so worthy? It's like, nothing. That was the whole scene when he goes to see the wizard. It's like the wizard's at the end of his rope, has to make do with literally whoever the fuck turned up. Nothing made him worthy. He had to become worthy later on.
Abilities. Savannah has nothing to gain from this. Literally nothing. Imagine watching a Spider-Man movie with Venom as...
Nothing to gain
What
from...
do I gain from taking Slur's Coke? I have more Coke.
Well, and not to mention, the demons have expressly stated that basically the champion is pretty much the only thing that can stop him. So even if all he does is kill Billy and doesn't actually take the power, he gains no longer having some sort of Damocles hanging over his head.
Yeah, so either he gets an infinite power boost or removes the one thing that can stop him. Either scenario, he wins.
Yeah.
Really ridiculous. It's like I just keep saying
I think it's really weird that SK is like literally nothing to gain. It's like, that's a take.
That's why I said the math thing. I literally just will then have more of the thing. It's like it's just simple math. He now then has more power. Exactly what the demons want. That's what allows him to rule the world. Very simple.
So either I will have twice the Coke, or I will remove from you the magical Coke that can destroy me.
Yes. Regardless, you don't get to have that Coke.
As the main antagonist, and his entire goal is to take all of Spider-Man's powers despite already having Spider-Man's powers. That's the level of stupid we're dealing with here. So
no, that's
incredibly
more
stupid
retarded
either. That would
Yeah,
still work because Spider-Man can beat the shit out of him. So if he takes away Spider-Man's powers, exact same scenario. Either he gets both powers, or he removes the thing that can kick the shit out of him.
Well, the
yeah,
problem
it's
being,
literally something that we do in fucking war. It's called asset denial.
yes, we deny either bullets, food, water. We fucking make sure that they cannot continue to fight. The food and water one sucks because it's just
Yeah,
like, okay,
either I'm going to become more powerful or you're going to become less powerful. Either way, I win.
After they finish their comedic Man of Steel action sequence, Savannah.
what the fuck?
That is not a
Wow.
comparison you want to make.
Only
because,
like
good
one
God.
fucking.
Holy shit, dude.
At the very most, the convenience store, not the convenience store. Well, fuck it. The total damage he does. The convenience store window, the window of the office building he jumps into, the ceiling of the various mall stuff, the damage to the cars, the bus, the just very tiny piece of collateral damage.
Yeah,
As
so we get
opposed
a
to
few broken windows, a fucked up few shops in a shopping center, and some vehicles. That's our destruction.
some vehicles and
Comparing that to
possibly
Man of Steel is laughable.
yeah, when like even Batman versus Superman fucking just amped it up to like he destroyed 17 buildings. And it's just like, oh, so there's a lot of people dead. Here's what you're telling me.
Yeah, I mean that's a hell of a take, especially now that the whole E.F.A.P. DCEU arc has come out and that has been like highlighted recently.
I don't think they're done because remember we still
Well,
get
no, but that's my point.
no.
Is like they're tearing into it, and so it's like, wow, your take has aged really badly because it's like they have pinpointed exactly how bad and ludicrous Man of Steel is.
Is the comparison literally just that it's two Supermen flying around punching each other? Is that how
That's
shallow
not
the
even
comparison
accurate.
is? Not really.
Because one of them is actually, for the most part, the other trying to run away. The whole
Yeah.
mall fight, Billy's just trying to get the fuck away from him. Because he's just like, fuck. Because he's not used to anyone ever actually pushing back. Because he hasn't been superheroing this whole movie. He's just been trying to become like fucking internet famous. And then it turns out somebody who actually wants to kick his ass, he's just like, he wants to kill me. I'm out of here. I'm out of here, man.
Looks around for Shazam, but conveniently, Freddy is right by a TV that showcases news footage of Shazam.
Yeah, I will give him this one. That scene was very, very convenient.
That's way too convenient, yeah, and also for the fact that the news people were not recording that conversation. The news people had walked away. So what the hell?
I was like, literally, the screen showed him exactly what he needed to give him the exact piece of information he needed.
And also Freddy
right
is
when
just
he needed.
Also Freddy is just standing around like a fucking retard calling out for Billy.
Yeah.
Despite the fact that the supervillain is clearly 20 feet away from him.
It's like the wanted criminal is just standing around howling like an idiot right next to his own wanted poster. Like, bruh.
Talking with Freddy. How convenient. Good God, this plot is making me lose my goddamn mind. So Billy gets scolded for his dumb actions, and this leads to the moment where some 10-year-old kid managed to find Billy's mom by looking through federal databases. And wait, what the fuck? A 10-year-old kid managed to find Billy's mom, but not the fucking...
Yeah, we called it out on this, not the
Yeah,
police couldn't find him.
and it was
said,
especially the way I can't
played
remember his
some
name, but the way he called it out, it was
Eugene said this. I've played some Watch Dogs, and I like picked up a few tricks, and immediately I just that's not how hacking works. Because I've also
so basically, I looked at a government official and I pressed square on a controller long enough, and now I know where your mom is because I played Watch Dogs.
That's
like,
because that's the thing. That's not
what?
hacking in Watch Dogs. Watch
Yeah,
Dogs
it's a little tismy. I would say that the cops weren't exactly trying real hard. Like that's not really the job of a street cop to,
Well, the ones they gave him over to social services, they should have given it a fair whack because they obviously want to
and then
get the kid back to his actual parents.
and then immediately possibly arrest the mom.
But he would have had no information to give them.
Yeah, he would have had his own name, so they would only have the. Although the kid that age
No, they would
probably
have been
knows
able to
his mom's
search his.
first name.
No, yeah, they would have been able to search him through the database. They would have seen his birth certificate. Your mom is on your birth certificate. So therefore, they would have been like, all right, now
Sure,
just find
but the
her.
whole thing was she reverted to using her maiden name.
That takes quite a long time to do, and if the
Yeah,
like
that does leave a paper trail because you're actually changing your name and all of your bank account information and any kind of official system that you use your name for, which is all of them, you're reverting to your maiden name in all of those systems. So it is traceable.
Sure, but you don't have to do it like through legal channels. If you just start putting your maiden name on stuff, then it is what it is.
no,
It
you have to
depends
use your.
because some things.
No, to get
If you
on
just
like
start
a.
putting your maiden name on things and it doesn't match the name they have on their records, they're not going to really give you access to the things you need. It depends on what it is. Obviously, not everything will work that officially,
She wouldn't have
but
been
any
able.
government channel will.
Yeah, she wouldn't have been able to do her taxes for God knows how long because, like, if you just put in your maiden name, well, congratulations, that's still not your legal name though. She same for signing for leases, and she clearly has had that apartment, but she just like
It says it's in her name. It could be in Travis's
Hmm.
name. Because she seems like the kind of person that's shacked up with a dude.
Yeah, I mean the bigger tism there is that the kid says like I played Watch Dogs.
Yeah, no,
with
I
it."
agree.
He
Eugene
could
is
have
is
just
No,
said
yeah,
that
that's still
I poked around on social media because he says that earlier when they were looking for Billy. He was actually on his phone saying it's like, oh my god, he has no social media presence. So he's established to be savvy enough to like look around on that. He could have just said he did that. It would have been fine. It's
Yeah.
it's a weird point in the movie, and I
They
do think
wanted
they
to make
put
a joke about
characters make
gamer
about
kid
hacking.
becoming a hacker kid. Yeah.
Yeah,
And
Hollywood and
Hollywood will
hacking.
never
They
understand
really
hacking.
shouldn't bother.
Epic hacker man. Click, 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 click. I'm in.
Yeah.
Oh, how do we tie hacking and games together? Oh, wasn't there a game about hacking a few years back? Yeah, Watch Dogs. Yeah.
That's a pop culture
I
reference
got
that was
really
relevant
sad
like 5 years
when
ago.
Fucking nailed it.
I got really sad when Ninja told me Watch Dogs Legion was shit because it was on Uber sale,
Oh,
and I
it's
was just like, oh
fucking,
man,
yeah, it's bad as fuck.
that's the problem. All the fucking games that I
Like
do
the
want to
first
play
one
are
was
shit.
really good. The second one was trash. The third one was worse.
I really didn't like the first one actually, but that's because I really didn't like the tone of it. Like it was being all super serious, and meanwhile, I don't know.
Well, you might love the third one then. It might just be right up your alley.
Well, there's also a way to overdo the wackiness, and it seems like Watch Dogs 3 is overdoing it with like the pig masks and stuff. Because I don't
Yeah.
even though I like the wackiness, I don't like Wrench.
You literally don't have a character
Yeah,
in the game.
that's certainly annoying. I'd rather just play as Aiden again if I was or because Marcus doesn't have a fucking character.
Law enforcement? Are you kidding me? You mean to tell me that with the resources that the police already had, they couldn't find Billy's mom, but a 10-year-old who picked up on basic hacking skills did? And this, of course, is why the entire fucking plot happens? Are you kidding me? So Billy runs away to go to his mom's house, and she tells Billy that she actually...
I'll do one better. It's like the kid who picked up on basic hacking skills. Not even. He just played Watch Dogs.
He just played Watch Dogs, which is literally just hold bumper, hit button, you either acquire cash or you then fucking like get data. You don't fucking like nothing happens. It's none of it is actual hacking. When you actually hack in Watch Dogs, you just play fucking Pipe Dream.
Yeah. So yeah, I'm more than happy to give him this one. That entire little bit of the movie is really stupid.
I think the best Steelman case you could make is that the kid was actually making an effort, and they're basically saying that the cops weren't. But
Yeah, that's
I
the
mean,
best
it's
favorite
still
interpretation. And he also lied. He's like, he made it sound like he did this big hacking job. He really did just poke around on social media or punch your details into one of those websites where you can look people up.
It's like when people say I hacked your account when in reality they just guessed your password.
Yeah.
knew
like,
that he was the... whole time, and she left Billy alone because she thought the police could do a better job taking care of him than she ever could.
I saw you with the police. I realized that they could do a better job taking care of you than I ever will.
What she did
See-
was unforgivable, but I understand it.
Yeah, I actually really like that she's a shitty person and that it's not all rainbows and sunshine for Billy. Like
Yeah.
his she was like, I was 17, I was in a bad situation, I made a choice to give you up. Now you can go into, was it the right choice or the wrong choice, or was she a bad or good person? Doesn't matter. It's viable. It makes
Yeah.
sense for her
Yeah.
character.
Yeah, I would
And
say
it makes sense, like, in terms of like Billy's whole thing of he finally finds his mom and he realizes, oh, you really are not the family I was looking for at all.
Also,
you're not my
No, and it was
family,
even
I'm
foreshadowed by that kind of bitchy social
yeah,
worker
she was
lady.
like
where
she
she's
didn't want you.
Mhm.
Yeah,
Yeah.
she's made no effort to try to find you.
And I will say, kind of really shitty on her part, just up and abandon him when it's like, you can put any child up for adoption until they're 18. You can pretty much get rid of your child a very legal way.
Yeah, but there'd be a lot more pain and emotion involved in that.
And
Because
it would
that's like
also mean having
it's
to
your
explain
child.
it to the kid, and she seems
Yeah,
way too cowardly.
he's gonna
for
be
doing
like,
that.
"Why?" And you're gonna have to look him in the face and tell him why.
And
Why
she
can't
does
I stay
not
with
have the
you?
strength of character to do that. Not at all.
Fuck no.
Okay, no, the police aren't parental figures, and I'm sure as hell Billy's mom has tucked Billy in or warmed him up at least.
So the police as a whole, or like, maybe I'm reading that wrong.
I don't think her interpretation was that the police would actually raise him. I think it was more that they would put him into the foster system and he would have better odds with them than he would with her.
That was the interpretation I got, is that he would be better off with the state or with the system than
And
with her.
it's very weird how it's a very she seems to be doing a very literal, like he's interpreting in a very literal sense. Like what? She thinks his mom literally thought the cops were going to take care of him.
I mean, I will admit that the way he phrases it is very weird. It in a jokey, memey way, it does sound like that's what she thought, but obviously not.
Once in her life. Fucking hell, this is something she'd do regularly multiple times a week. Did she seriously base her conclusion off the fact that the police were nice to Billy? If she left Billy because she doesn't care for him, then I'm left questioning.
No, it wasn't because she just didn't care for him. She probably cared for him quite a lot. Not enough to take care of him. But, like, she saw that she just didn't have the strength anymore. This is why parents, like, need things like time out.
She didn't have a support network.
Yeah.
She was tired, she was failing. She didn't think she had the strength to go on. She wanted what was best for her child, and for her that meant giving him up. It's a shitty thing to do, but it's also an incredibly difficult thing to do.
Yes.
And it's also a thing that actually does happen.
This
tragic
happens.
as it is.
As scummy and as tragic it is, yeah, this happens.
Why she didn't just put him up for adoption from the get-go, as well as trying to form a genuine connection with him. And if she did...
Well, the genuine connection...
Just talked about that, and it's a matter of she does not have the strength of character to look that child in the eyes and tell him that he has to go with someone else. That's an incredibly hard thing to do.
Yeah, and you can't even... nothing will soften it up. Even the idea of like, but I'll visit. That won't. That doesn't soften it up to a child.
Oh
that,
yeah,
that
no.
makes it
But
worse.
he's doing this. He's doing the thing again, where characters being either wrong or scummy means the movie is worse, which is not how that works.
Yeah, as much as like my personal biases kick in, and I'm trying not to get like insanely angry at this lady, I understand what the thought process is. I understand it, I don't like it.
Right. You can see the logic go from A to B to C. You don't have to agree with it, but it makes sense for her
Yes.
character.
Yes.
Did care about Billy, but left because she felt she couldn't take care of him, then that's dumb as well because, like I said, her conclusion is based on the cops being kind to him and nothing more, which is dumb because she would comfort Billy the.
It's almost as if it's their fucking
That's
job. That to fucking, if a
no,
child is
that's
abandoned, to
also
fucking give them
No,
so.
this pretty much confirms that he's literally operating under the guise that she's leaving him with the police and not the foster system.
He's doing the most
Which is
literal
really
interpretation.
fucking weird.
she sees that her kid is like in some way, shape, or form being cared for by the authorities, and she's like, if I go there and I get my kid back, I'm bringing back to the shitty apartment I'm probably going to be kicked out of in a few weeks because I'm 17 and I don't have a job, and we're going to
She's by
grow
this
up in
point like
poverty. He's
20
going to be
something.
hungry.
I know the argument still doesn't. The argument's still the same. It's just she was.
Well, no, yeah, this is like her
She's like
life is
20.
her life's in the share. Like
Yeah,
she
regardless.
feels like she absolutely cannot care for this child, even as well as something as shitty as the foster system can.
Oh yeah, by the way, yeah. She was making a real gamble, by the way, that the American foster system would even take care of Billy. There are some kids that just never get adopted, and as soon as they're 18, they're just chucked out. Like,
She was taking a gamble, but she was
Yeah.
convinced that him staying with her
Yeah.
was guaranteed failure.
No, yeah.
So
And
if
you
the
can-
option is possible better success or guaranteed failure,
Yeah, possible. You'll take that gamble like in a heartbeat every time.
And you can argue it two ways. Either she took the gamble that that would be the best thing for her kid, or she was just too much of a coward, or too much of a scumbag, too weak of a person, whatever verb you want to use, to actually go there and try. It's like she threw in the towel, she gave in, and she took the easy way out. It's like whichever way you go, it still tracks as a decision, as much as we may condemn her for it.
Right. Like, and it's yeah, it's like I said, it's like, does it make like it makes sense. I don't like it, but it makes sense.
The exact same way if she truly does care for him. Nothing about what the cops did indicates that they'd be better at taking care of Billy than she would. And like
Cops literally would not be taking care of him. They fucking give him the fuss. What is with this literal interpretation?
I said, the cops aren't parental figures. What if Billy gets adopted by fucking scumbags? What if Billy's orphanage is run by pieces of garbage? She doesn't know where Billy is headed, and if she did care about Billy, you'd think that she would have done anything to make sure he is in good hands. But she doesn't. She just assumes he'll be fine because the police were nice to him, apparently. So fucking stupid. So then this brings us to the stupid fucking climax. While Shazam is trying to
I mean, yeah, that just brings us back to the two possible interpretations thing. If you argue that it doesn't make sense that she would do this if she cared for her kid, then you can still conclude, based on everything you say, that yeah, she was a coward. She was weak and she took the easy way out rather than actually taking the responsibility for her own child.
Right.
And condemn her based on that. It's not a flaw in the movie.
and talks Savannah out of his stupid plan, his family intervenes to help Billy. Shazam runs away with them, and one of them mentions that the door was right there after observing that it disappeared.
I'll be back in a second. You continue.
The door was right here.
Good observation, kid. The door was right there. So, where the fuck did it go? Nobody closed it or touched it yet for some...
I'm trying not to say magicisms, but it's a realm that these people clearly do not understand.
Actually, I don't think that's true. There's a scene where the parents come back into the house and they actually say, "Why is this open?" And they shut the door.
Does that really do it? Because there's not the portal.
I mean,
we
they
see
closed the door, and so the portal that they came in from is now no longer open.
The portal wasn't open when the parents came back. It was just a closet.
But the door was still open.
All right.
I'm just saying it's a explanation. It's more than he's giving the movie.
True.
For some reason, their exit just randomly disappeared. And when they do exit, they establish that Shazam literally just has to think about where he wants to go in order to teleport not just himself.
That's because, okay, so in this instance, this is Shazam's realm. He is in control over this place. Since he received the wizard's, powers, I'm assuming this is now his domain.
This is his lair. This is his, wizard's court, or whatever you want to call it.
So that means he could just instantly just teleport away, because that's clearly what he can do.
But the people he wants to teleport with him as well. Keep this ability in mind for later. So, after they escape from the strip...
The idea that...
Why? Why do we need that ability later?
Because he's just going to probably make the argument... Go back. SK, are you going to make the argument that Billy can just teleport at a given time? Because guess what? Teleporting
literally
to
the only two times that he's brought up the teleportation thing has been when Billy is in the fucking wizard's court or whatever.
I was also going to say, it's almost like a recall in a MOBA. I would assume Billy can only teleport to and from there, and he didn't even know he could do that. And now that he figures out that he could teleport away from it, he probably can't teleport,
Well, and the way he brings it up is they're like, well, how did you get out of here last time? And he's like, I don't know, I just thought about it and I was gone. And we'll do that again. So it's kind of accepted that it's not anything he really understands.
Yeah, the rule has been established, kind of, that if he wanted to be a place, because it's in the domain and is basically the wizard now, that it will happen.
Strip club, Savannah somehow knows where to teleport to. How did Savannah know where Shazam was teleporting to? Does he read minds now? And why doesn't Shazam just teleport them all away to a safer area after Savannah arrives? Or, better yet, teleport Savannah away from the innocent people?
When the family he's literally making the argument that he can teleport when the fuck ever he wants.
So,
which feels a little disingenuous.
For a split second, he had a good argument, is how in the hell did Savannah follow them?
Yeah, I would agree. You could try to make arguments about the demons could maybe sense the energy, or maybe he could follow their energy somehow, coming because he's leaving the sanctum as well. Yeah. But yeah, basically it boils down to magicism. So I would have given him the point that Savannah popping up in the strip club as well is weird and doesn't make sense. But then he went off into the fucking weeds with the teleportation shit.
Yeah, also, funny joke, but at the same time, why was a strip club the first place that Billy thought of?
I'm guessing it was part of a deleted scene, but they probably tried to get into a strip club.
No, they
just like they tried to get beer.
No, they did go in. He did in the the YouTube montage. They did go into the strip club, but he just went in to get some wings. Because that said free wings.
But that's what he said. Is he thought about a place or whatever. He's a 14-year-old boy. He's gonna think about tits.
All right.
Watching, they note that when the...
Also, I do like how when they're running out, they cover the little girl's eyes. Why am I not allowed to look?
Right.
It's you are...
Well, even Mary makes a comment. She's like, really, Billy? Really?
And then Jeffrey or whatever just recognizes the strippers. Just we'll see you later.
Yeah, Freddie. He's like, hey, yeah, I know.
Didn't he walk out with a basket of wings?
Something like that. He walked out with something. And glitter. He's like, there's glitter all over him now.
We had a whole conversation on strip club food, and I just feel I don't want to test the strip clubs have good food theory, just because it's just I don't just on such a, the idea that
depends on the place,
Well, it's just I don't want to just have to go to a strip club just to test to see if the food is good. That seems really weird.
That's generally not why you're going to the strip club.
Right.
If it happens to have good food, that's a bonus, but that's typically not the primary reason you're there.
Right.
So are you back? I heard movementisms.
Yeah. And I was about to say, it depends how good the food is.
You missed it. He legitimately is making the argument that Billy can teleport whenever the fuck he wants.
Yeah, I
So why
heard.
did Billy
and
use his teleportation powers to just do
He had
everything?
such a good beginning to his point of like, how did Sylvana follow them? But it's like then he
Yeah,
just when
and I will
nobody's
absolutely give him that point. Like the way Sylvana just follows the teleport to the strip club, really fucking weird. There's no explanation for that.
yeah, none.
If he was able to use the demon power to teleport back to a place familiar to him, and then track Billy down again, that would track. That would make sense. But
That
no.
kind of almost would have made a little bit more sense because that would have given them time to like get into the carnival and get away
Mhm.
from him a little bit.
But then how would
So he should have
Sylvana have
teleported back to like either the tower or even Billy's house.
how would Sylvana have known to go to the carnival though? That's the
Well, once he's back in the same realm, he can use the demons to sense him out.
fair enough.
I'm fine
Or
with
he can
that.
just fly around, just blasting off lightning, threatening the safety
Fight
of the
me!
people of the city to draw him out the same way he did at the carnival.
Fight me!
Right.
When the sins leave Sylvana's eye, he's just a regular man.
When the demon guys leave his eye, he loses his powers.
Yeah, they shouldn't have been able to figure that out. The Freddy.
I agree. A
saying
lot
that
of
was
those
weird.
kind of things are a little rushed, where like
Yeah,
the kids
that's
just kind
something
of
that
figure shit out.
Yeah, Billy might have been able to piece that together because he actually saw the damage when the demons were out.
Yes.
But Freddy is the one who's pegged as like the one who knows things about villains and stuff. So
Yeah,
he's
it
the one who
doesn't
got
make
the
a lot
line,
of
even though
sense.
it doesn't really make sense. Yeah.
He drinks cheap beer and knows things, except he didn't even drink the beer.
That's why the batarang hurt him.
Hey! Over here! Trust me, divide and conquer. We separate the sins from the eye, and he's just an old man.
Why?
Okay, the problem being is that like you have no chance to like fight the sins.
Yeah. I called this
Yeah,
out
that's
when
the
we watched it. The fact that the other foster kids are even still around right now annoyed me.
But see, now we're actually in the area that caused us the most problem, and that was the final act. The final act was so fucking tismy.
Why would they divide and
I mean,
conquer
once he
while
gives them
Shazam
all
is
the
down?
powers, it's fine. Like the plan makes more sense then, but
Yes.
up to that point, yeah, they're just risks, liabilities at this point.
Also, this scene with the
The
tiger,
booth recovering
nice
and can't
payoff.
react quickly in the event that the 7 deadly sins eat them, instead of just, waiting for Shazam to recover and then keep him in the loop regarding their plan. When Shazam recovers, he fights one of the sins and nearly gets eaten, prompting him to say Shazam to strike it with lightning. Why doesn't he say Shazam to regain his powers immediately afterwards instead of just running away as Billy Batson and remaining vulnerable? Moving forward,
Yeah, it was a little weird.
Yeah.
It was part of the problem that I was saying, how it's like he had his hero moment after hitting the tiger and then got immediately owned again. It's just like that's why I was saying the hero then joke moments were starting to get a bit old.
Sylvana takes Billy's family hostage and requests that he gives him his powers, and we've went over why this is a stupid motivation. For some,
It's not.
Yeah, it's really not.
I've done the Coke argument. I'm not doing it again.
For some reason, Sylvana contained all the 7 deadly sins before expecting Shazam to transfer his powers, which takes away all bargaining power he has over Shazam, because this allows Shazam to attack him, teleport his family away to safety, or just rip that eye thing out. And once Shazam transfers powers to his family...
No, because guess what? Envy was still in Sylvana.
Yeah,
No, what he's
or
saying
it allows him
is
to attack him. That's not how that works because we've shown that anytime Shazam tries to attack him, Sylvana's able to easily block it because he's faster and better at fighting because he took the easy road to power.
I think SK's issue isn't that there was still a demon in him. I think what he's saying is he had the other 6 demons basically surrounding the kids
So I
and
bring him
Shazam.
back.
Why did he suck them back into his eye?
Mm-hmm.
Is the implication that he has to have all 7 demons in order to receive the power? I mean, maybe,
Possibly.
but we're not told that.
Mm-hmm.
They each
But
get...
essentially, he's saying that's what gets rid of the leverage that he has in that situation.
So before they show the reveal and SK talks about it, I did like the say my name, Billy. No, the other name.
Yeah, that was a
It is
good
one of the jokes in the movie. Yeah, I like it.
One ability Shazam has, wait a minute. We saw the wizard die right after transferring his abilities to Billy, which would be a result of his powers being gone since they were allowing him to live for hundreds.
Okay, so he was thinking, while he was thinking about this, is that the heart has to be open and also the Council of Seven Wizards. By this point, there was the Billy, I can't even name all of them, but there would then be the Seven Wizards again, so it made sense.
Also, this was the wizard at the very end of his rope.
Yeah.
He had like this last little ember to pass on to the next person before he kicked the bucket for good.
Yeah, Billy is still young.
Billy is nowhere near death. He's nowhere near the end of his rope. He's still riding high.
Still
now, I would have liked it if after he shared his power, he was lesser for it somehow. Because it would imply that he's actually shared it, not just copy-pasted it. That would have been a nice touch.
Yeah.
Abilities to Billy, which would be a result of his powers being gone since they were allowing him to live for hundreds of years in the first place.
No, he was already living 100 years. He just happened to be a wizard. Probably the magic
don't know the implications of that.
Right. I was accidentally writing for it for a second.
So how didn't Billy lose all of his powers when that kind of transfer is supposed to give your powers to others, not share them? Oh my god. Shazam just pulled a Far From Home on us.
Any transfer will require confirmation.
And once they got their powers, Freddy mastered his flight right away without any struggle, despite the fact Shazam needed an entire sequence to learn how to fly.
I almost want to say person who can kind of understand powers easier would have an easier time at it.
Reading a lot about superheroes and actually knowing how to use the powers, I don't buy that transfers. They did all learn how to use them pretty fucking quick fast. Yeah, the little girl realizing that she can actually move at insane speed, that's just something that happened naturally. The buff guy realizing that he's really strong. I mean, he could just look at himself like, holy shit, I'm strong. And then punch something and it's like, oh, no, I'm super strong. That's fine. The flying one, it's a little weird. He should have faltered a bit.
Right, I guess.
Just give us something, you know?
I guess I'm just more thinking about the fact, like, an example I was kind of going to use was once Deku learned full cowling, he almost immediately was copying Bakugo's movement style, because he understood like that. It was literally a copy and
That
paste.
seems like a bit of a reach of a comparison.
I know,
If you want to
like, fair
skill
enough.
man it, I think the best you can do is say that because he knows absolutely confidently that flight is a thing he absolutely can do, he'll get onto it quicker than Shazam did because Shazam didn't even know if he could do it in the first place.
Yeah, I would rather
Right.
point towards that than, that's a better argument.
He would assume he has all the same powers and abilities as Shazam.
Mm-hmm.
Problem is, we're not really told how he accesses that, because this is mainly a Marvel thing. We're kind of told how these people access their powers. Captain Marvel has to concentrate quite a lot for, like, say, like the flight, or not really that much.
He's like Superman. He just has them.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he just does. That's it. That's all the explanation we're really given.
Yeah, I've always hated that, how, like, there's never not a manifestation. There's never, like, a thing that lets you know what they're doing. Like, Wonder Woman doesn't need to concentrate to accurately use, like, the lasso of truth. She just uses it.
Oh, that's a tool. That's a different.
Yeah.
Does
Not
Batman need to concentrate real hard to use batarangs?
To aim them
Yeah,
properly.
it's a skill.
Yeah.
Yeah, and a lasso is a skill. It's, in fact, in the real world, lasso is
Right.
a thing that
Lasso,
people do.
lasso's the wrong argument. I don't want to immediately point to Superman because, like, actually no, he does have to concentrate to properly use his heat vision, because it's actually him concentrating his X-ray vision.
Mm-hmm.
And he has to focus it properly, or else his entire eyes will they'll just obliterate whatever in his vision.
Just that, but
and
Shazam...
in some comics, he's able to focus it so fine he can lobotomize someone through their own eyeball.
Thank you
It's
for pointing out fucking Superman versus the Elites. I love that movie.
literally destroys the staff used for transferring abilities. How does Billy expect to transfer his abilities when he eventually grows old himself? Come to think of it, why didn't the wizard teach Billy how any of this shit from the whatever fucking world he comes from works before leaving him? That's very important when considering Billy is going to be in his position hundreds of years from now, and
died.
Yeah, he didn't have a lot of time, bro. He was busy dying.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was a last-ditch effort attempt to pass it on to literally anyone he could before he died, because he was on his way out.
It's actually one of my favorite things about Spider-Verse is the fact that like we don't have the perfect mentor. Like Peter Parker that was supposed to teach Miles Morales fucking died. And even then he was still able to pass on a few lessons like hide your face, because then they'll immediately try to kill whoever you're related to. Like in dire situations, you don't really have that much information to pass on.
and won't be as prepared as he was to pass on his powers. Later on, Shazam taunts the final deadly sin to come out, but for some reason it stupidly leaves Savannah while he's flying in the...
Yeah, it's envy. He's appealed to Envy's, well, envy.
Yeah, he's literally taunted it into making a mistake.
Also, yeah, Sylvanus, he's a tool to the demons. They are using him. It's been pointed out several times in the movie up to this point.
Yeah, he's expendable. They don't give a shit about him.
The fucking air. Do you realize you need that man alive in order to use him, right? But of course, this is
No, you
Envy
don't.
doesn't care.
how Shazam...
He just needs a fucking meat suit.
Yeah. Like, say Sylvanus didn't manage to grab onto the thing. Whatever. He just fell down, splats onto the ground, and now the eye is just glowing and pulsing and tempting whoever happens to be around. The next person that gets tempted by it, it goes right into their eye because it's not in its cage anymore.
I'm actually one of my favorite jokes of Shazam has to be the I can have whatever I want. It's like it jokingly is like it's convincing Billy. And he's like, I got all of you.
wins and saves the day. And this brings us to the dumbass cameo at the end.
Hey!
Wow.
It's a payoff for something they set up earlier. It's fine.
It's finally paid off because Freddy's such a fucking Superman fan, and also, yeah, I would have imagined fucking Billy would have almost no problems contacting the Justice League. Hell, Batman traveled all over the fucking world to get members. So I could imagine, while Shazam was Shazamming around, fucking...
This was also a, like, post-Justice League sort of, like, hey, Superman's back, he's still around, you know what I mean? Because a lot of people were on the fence. They didn't know whether Cavill was still going to do the role or not, and people were worried about, well, what does this mean for the fate of Superman? And, like, is he back? Is he not back? What's going on? Because Justice League was kind of meh.
Yeah.
So this was both a payoff for something earlier in the movie and a sort of meta, like, hey guys, Superman's still here.
Except he's kind of not going to be after this because the fucking JJ's reboot.
Well, but we don't know. We still don't know about the Snyder cut.
Yeah, I really see. Here's the problem: in order to keep Henry Cavill, you almost have to wish for the Snyder cut to be successful. And the problem is the Snyder cut's gonna be shit.
Yeah.
That's the problem. It's like I really want this to work, but I know what I have to back up in order for that to happen. And I don't want to. Well, it's a good
Let's
thing.
finish off SK.
Yeah.
Oh, you thought I was done pointing out problems? Nope, this part breaks a huge chunk of the plot. Shazam was somehow able to get in contact with Superman to eat lunch at his school. Excuse me. Shazam was
So that's not a fucking problem for the big blue Boy Scout. He's saving cats out of trees. This is Superman. So the getting in contact.
I think the implication is he's going to take the angle that because he was able to get into contact with Superman, none of this other shit should have happened because Superman would have been able to deal with all these problems himself. Watch. I bet that's where he goes.
Oh, yeah, it's the argument that immediately happens practically anytime Superman is mentioned.
Yep.
it's like why when they see the line from Batman and Robin, they're like, why didn't Superman do this then? And it's like, I jokingly say that, but whenever I do that with Batman and Robin, but I clearly know that, like, I'm pretty sure Superman would be like, hey, he's got this. If it gets any worse, I'll probably step in, but Batman's got this.
Also, Billy was kind of fucking busy up to that point. Everything was kind of happening.
Also, yeah, congratulations. Now Savannah is kicking both Billy and Superman's ass. Because guess who's weak to magic? Superman.
Yeah, I always took the implication that he reached out to Superman like after the fact.
Yeah, and
oh yeah, this is like we don't know how much time has passed really, but it seems like a little bit, like enough for everything to calm down again.
Yeah, and so he was able to just be like, Superman, just like they have a quick conversation, like, I'm Shazam, like possibly revealing Billy Batson. He's just like, hey, this kid really wants to me to hang out with him at lunch. You think, like, he's also a really big Superman fan. Would you like to also come too? And Superman, being the big blue Boy Scout and a fucking awesome kid guy, whatever, fucking, it's like, yeah, sure, I'll go.
Somehow able to get in
I
contact.
mean, it's not like it would take a lot of time out of his day because he could
wouldn't.
literally be there, do the thing, and then be gone.
Yeah,
Yeah, he goes there, has a sandwich, has a carton of milk, and fucks off again.
Yeah.
Also, if you really want to stretch and do a little bit of writing for it, there's no way Batman could be aware of that this happened in Philadelphia, which wouldn't be that far away from where Gotham is theoretically situated.
The
and
problem
he's like,
being is that
that's a Justice League candidate right there.
Yeah.
7 of them.
Yeah, no, that's why immediately just when Batman would have probably told Superman, be like, there's a kid that does magic. I'd send Diana, but I don't know where the hell she's going. So, Clark, you think you could take care of this? Sure. And then they have the meeting. It's like, hey, like, what are you? Who the hell are you? I almost want to imagine Superman just going, who the fuck are you? That's the R-rated Superman.
Yeah, I also don't really mind the cameo nearly as much as the superhero merch throughout the movie. That actually bothers me more than the cameo at the end.
I love the cameo at the end because you know what? It's as a classic Superman fan. So before he got super tismy, I really liked it because Clark would do that. The problem is that this isn't the Clark I know. This is fucking Snyder. This is Snyder Clark.
Snyder Clark. So
Snyder with a bit of
snapped neck.
Yeah, it's the Clark that fucking like basically flip-flopped characters halfway through Justice League.
Yeah, he goes to the school and he's like, "Hey kids, did I ever tell you about the time I snapped Zod's neck because
everybody get on the bus so I can push you in the river and drown you."
Yeah, that's the problem. It's like that's a very Superman thing to do. Meanwhile, everybody forget it's like you got to remember this is not classic Superman.
But it's nice to see classic Superman, a more light-hearted Superman, you know?
Yeah, that's why that's why for a split second it got me. I was just like, Superman. It's like, oh, right, that's not
As he's pushing the school bus into the river, like, hey,
Superman, no, what are you doing?
Maybe Japanese.
That's why I want to watch.
It's what my father would have wanted.
The kids on the school bus had their chance.
As he's pushing the school bus into like the lake. Superman, help us! Stop it!
Maybe.
Contact with Superman to eat lunch at his school. This merely begs the question of where Superman or any of the other members of the Justice League were during all of these events.
Called it!
You called it.
Called it!
Here's your
Okay, here's the thing. If this fight was anything like the fight between Zod and Clark, yes, that probably would have gotten their attention.
If this was like Suicide
What we
Squad,
got though, considering the time frame it all happens in, there's no reason to believe it couldn't have all been wrapped up by the time like they even got on scene to try and investigate.
Suicide Squad begs the question more so than Shazam. Because guess what? The world is fucking ending, so where the hell is Wonder Woman? Where the hell is Flash?
Yeah.
Batman is unfortunately limited to transportation.
Yeah, they're literally doing the big blue sky laser thing. Like, it's bad.
Yeah, so that's why the Justice League should have shown up. But it's
Whereas
like,
this is a brawl between two magic people.
yeah, it's
that
like
turns into a brawl between
I'm sure,
7 demons and 7 magic people.
I'm sure like Superman was probably listening to it. It's like, okay, if they need help, I'll jump in and I'll make sure Diana's behind me. But like, they sound like they got this. I'll keep my ear open, but they look like they got this. Because that's the thing, when you've got these super OP type characters, sometimes you do gotta fucking know when to not use them. Like, that's the Goku thing. When Goku with Boo was basically like, no, I could defeat him, but you guys aren't gonna have me forever. You guys need to step up this time. Fuck.
Well, SK, you kind of disappointed. I called it. It's like, you're gonna go there. He's gonna do the Avengers argument. Where were the Avengers? Why didn't they show up?
The only time that argument kind of kicks in is Winter Soldier, but that's only because everybody was under threat. So why the hell did Steve not just immediately call everybody else in? The Captain America, not Captain America, the Iron Man thing? It's like,
It's the
alright.
downside of having everything interconnected.
Yes.
Because at least when you're doing the standalone films and everything isn't this, interconnected universe, you can be like, oh, well, in this one, it's just them, they don't exist or whatever. But yeah, if you're going to have a big cinematic universe, then everything has to tie in.
It's why everybody loves the fact that in Ant-Man, Scott Lang just goes, I think our next best move would be to just call the Avengers. To just basically say, what the fuck are you doing? This is clearly not on our level.
But even then, it's kind of done as a joke.
Yeah, it's done as a joke, but then again, it's also given a reason why they can't. Because what's his fucking name? The original Ant-Man. Not Lang, that's
Hank Pym.
Scott Pym.
Hank Pym. Thank you. Pym basically
Scott
said
Lang,
like,
Hank Pym.
I was originally like Pym was like, I've been trying to spend all this time to keep it away from Stark. I'm not gonna get him involved in this because of his rivalry with
Yeah,
Howard.
because he had a grudge with Howard Stark.
Well, and I liked that. It's really weird that they have the grudge despite the fact they are very much working together in that secret base.
Well, it's presumed the grudge started after that.
Yeah, after
like,
Michelle
it was
died.
a rivalry that got out of hand, yeah. But yeah, at least it's like it addresses the question so that we're not left wondering it. But even then, it's not really a strong argument, especially in a situation like this where the city wasn't being leveled. It was a punch up between two magic people that got resolved in the space of a few days.
Right. I kind of question it with Homecoming. I get it. It's kind of small, like in as terms to like Ultron or the Chitauri. Vulture is like small scale, but he's clearly running around with like super illegal tech that the feds would even have a hard time wrangling him. Maybe a single Avenger being present would probably be a good idea. That's the only time I apply that logic. I'm like, Vulture, regardless of, because if the deal went sour regardless, and like the ship splits apart, then yeah, Iron Man flies over because he has the remote control suits and also was just in the suit himself. It's just a bit odd. Like, so how does the feds being like in sole charge of this? How does that make the difference in terms of catching him? But now I'm in the weeds.
Yeah. But yeah, overall, there were a few points we did agree on.
Yeah,
it's like it wasn't all bad faith, but there were like a couple of big ones, like what made Billy so worthy. Nothing. That was kind of the point, and he seemed to just completely miss that somehow. And there's a lot of things that we brought up that he never even touched, but they were more fine detail
Yeah,
things.
he didn't bring up the Shazam argument. The fucking like when Mark Strong, I've forgotten, Savannah, when he has his head under the water and he's saying Shazam. It's like, SK, you're not gonna touch on that?
I mean, it's a small enough thing that I can
know.
see why he wouldn't have considered it as important to include.
So after all 4 of these videos, after the discussion we've put in for most of the day, where do we think the movie stands? Do we still think it's the best of the DCEU? Do we
I
think it's
do.
maybe gone down a few points, but still is the top of what DC has to offer? Because I would say
Yeah,
even if
that's
it's dropped to a 5 or a 5.5, that's still better than the rest of the
It's
DCEU.
it's still a
yeah,
6 for me.
that's where I am. I'm down to about a 5, like looking a bit closer. A lot of the more awkward scenes, the things that weren't really explained very well. I'm putting it about a 5, but even then, it is
5.5.
still.
Yeah,
the
I do a
next best is
5.5
about a
because
3.
Wyatt's at a 6, Slur's at a 5. I'll go 5.5. We'll just balance it out.
I'm being very generous because I very much, as opposed, because I'm a lot harsher on the other DCEU films.
Because they're misery porn.
Yeah.
They're awful. They're so sad.
They're
and
really
dark
like
and
bleak
awful.
and harrowing, and it's like I actually had fun with this movie. I liked it.
And the thing is, like, and you can't even really have that much fun with Aquaman, other than like it's clearly just a bunch of fucking nonsense. With at least fucking Shazam has a genuine like heart behind it. And you can't even say that about Wonder Woman because Wonder Woman raped a man.
Yeah, no, Wonder Woman is trash. Superman is destroyed by his movies. Batman didn't even get a movie, but all the movies he's appeared in have sucked.
I know.
So,
I'm a fucking I don't want to say an actual Superman fan, because that accidentally makes it sound one.
Oh, you're a hashtag real fan?
No.
Hashtag real fan.
As
Hashtag
somebody
only
who
fan.
has a hashtag Superman only fans.
Like super simp.
As somebody who does enjoy a lot of Superman stories, watching Zack Snyder turn him basically into Batman really pissed me off. Because Superman is all about being hopeful and actually seeing the brighter side of things. Not being told by his father figure that he should have let those fucking kids drown. Not to save his father when he very easily could have. And not to let fucking 17 buildings, God knows how many people, and then killing Zod. What the hell?
I don't even mind the killing Zod
Zod,
part
I don't
that
mind.
much.
It's more the
It's
embryo
just
thing that bothered
the
me.
sheer
The Krypton had its chance.
destruction. Yeah. Krypton has a chance.
In terms of like the Zod snapped neck, that only bothers me because since I personally as somebody who's read these comics, I'm like, I know what Superman could do, so why is this so hard? Like, start blowing ice breath, that cancels out the heat vision, or just fucking start like just nailing him in the fucking knees, punch him in the kidneys, move his head away, cover his eyes with your fucking hands. You're a Kryptonian. It'll hurt, but they should also the civilians should have been getting the fuck out of the way.
I mean, Man of Steel and BVS are both like
they're dog shit.
At best.
It's too far gone and it's shit, and it really pisses me off because I genuinely don't see Superman as a bad character. He's got a lot of potential, but his stories have been dog shit for the last few years.
Yeah. And I'd say that a lot of other stories that include him are also dog shit because they don't know how to handle the fact that he's so goddamn OP.
I honestly think my favorite parts of Superman have never been about the punch-ups. It's always been about what he stands for as a symbol, a god amongst men, and how he just wants to do the right thing. That's why I really want to watch Superman and Lois with you guys. To just, at the very least, just to have something, a bit of a palate cleanser after WandaVision. But just to have something good to fucking say about Superman again.
I'm still a little dubious as to how good it's actually gonna be, but we'll see.
I know. I'm gonna. I think we should. If we do, we should watch it like after the season's over, because it could have a WandaVision symptom again, where it's good for only like a few episodes, then turns to shit.
Very possible, and we do not want to live through that again so soon. Jesus Christ.
No, yeah. Then I'll be even.
Harsh drop.
No, even I'll be insanely more depressed then, because then I'd see it happen to somebody I actually genuinely give a shit. I didn't give a shit about Wanda before then, so if I saw that with Superman, I'd be like, all right, I don't want to see the character in anything ever again.
Wouldn't be the first time a Kryptonese person has been sacrificed at the altar of virtue signaling.
See, the thing is, Supergirl actually used to be a pretty good character, and now she's been.
Well, there's also been plenty of shitty interpretations of Superman, so.
Yeah.
So we still got the last minute of this. I guess this is just when he's
let him
closing
finish
the
it.
video.
Let's finish. Yeah.
The MCU isn't close to perfect when it comes to avoiding these issues, but at least there's times where they provide clear reasons as to why other heroes didn't show up. So
no. That argument, no.
I mean, we did bring that up too, is like how in some instances they will at least address the question.
Not so in.
They've started doing it in some of the more recent movies.
Yeah, they didn't do it. They didn't do it post Phase 2 for the longest time.
Yeah, it wasn't until like Far From Home where it's like so and so's out. You know, no one's available. It's on you. Like, but it's almost to the point now where they got used to hearing the criticism so much that they just started addressing it. But before then, they just kind of assumed everyone understood that all these movies were taking place at the same time.
Yeah.
Which was never made clear.
It was never made clear, and sometimes would counteract it. If I had a girlfriend, she'd kill me.
You do, and she might.
Like as far as like addressing the criticisms, like it's never been touched upon in both Iron Man 3 and Winter Soldier. It's just left alone, and it's not even the idea that they're having the stories at the same time, because like in terms of how the timeline looks, if you look at it from a pure like a line, they're happening like months apart. So Tony could have definitely gotten help from S.H.I.E.L.D. Cap could have definitely gotten help from Iron Man and Hulk. There's no way the Avengers were going to be able to help Thor. I'll admit that one. Because Thor was planet hopping, so it's like...
Yeah, he's off-world. Same thing with Captain Marvel. She's off-world, so unavailable.
Such as Doctor Strange making the distinction between mystical threats versus Avengers-level threats. But in this movie, they...
That's a later.
I mean, that's a reasonable distinction. I mean, it's very, very recent, but yeah.
Yeah, because they didn't talk about this in Doctor Strange. I'm pretty sure they didn't. I think it's actually just because in Doctor Strange they say like the Avengers wouldn't be able to understand this because they're just now.
Oh, yeah, it's like if you look at that first Doctor Strange movie and he's looking at like Dormammu and the cult that follows him, what Avenger do you call that would even be able to approach that problem?
How would Spidey have been able to help this?
Exactly. So.
Well, hold on. Dormammu just wouldn't have been able to kill Vision because Vision's made of vibranium. Dormammu, stop it! Because he can't say I've come to bargain. He's just like, stop it, and then just getting smashed over and over again, unable to die. Actually, that's not true. It's shown that vibranium may be one of the strongest materials on Earth, but against alien materials, it's fucking weak as hell. Hence why Thanos'
or
sword
against
could break
a
it.
dimension warping being like Dormammu wouldn't work. The only way Doctor Strange beat him was by introducing a loop of time into a timeless space.
Yeah, which, by the way...
just to annoy him into submission.
Well, yeah, that's actually the best part. He's smart about it.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of the few films where your protagonist dies like a dozen times.
It's why I really do like the, what do you call, like, in movies when they basically have a respawn mechanic, and they legit take advantage of that. Edge of Tomorrow is a great example of that, but that's because they literally are stuck in a time loop. And
Groundhog Day.
Groundhog Day, he fucking basically spends like 10,000 years learning every skill known to man.
No reasons for why the Justice League was absent when it would be out of character for them all to do nothing. And that's a wrap. Shazam is crap. In terms of entertainment, it's still a fairly enjoyable film for me, but in terms of quality, it's like a 3 out of 10 at best.
Wow. No, what's a 3 out of 10 for you guys?
That much lower than where I went, honestly. He's putting it a bit on par with the rest of them.
That's half my rating. That's why I'm like, what? That's like, I know I'm being generous with my rating, but still.
Well, like, if you're saying that a 5 is average, and we're selling somewhere between a 5 and a 6, then he's saying it is decently below average. Which, I mean, if we're going off of the EFAP scale, I mean, they have like a 1 is like Crisis on Infinite Earths, 2 is like Batwoman.
3
I
is
think 3 is
Mandalorian.
like Last Jedi.
No, they said 3 is Mandalorian. I don't even remember where they put Last Jedi anymore.
I mean, if you just look at it in terms of the other DC movies, a 3 kind of puts it on par with like Wonder Woman.
Which
No.
I wouldn't say is
No.
correct.
I would say it is definitely more competent than Wonder Woman.
Yeah, so it's
Yeah, that's kind of my point. Like, if you're going to say Wonder Woman is a 3, then this would bare minimum have to be like a 3.5 or a 4.
Or a 5. 5. It's watchable. You could
Yeah.
not sit me down and make me watch 84.
That's the
I
reason
couldn't
why I
do it.
wouldn't go any lower than a 5, because out of all of the DC movies, I could watch this movie multiple times and not be like suffering or irritated or whatever.
Or
you know?
memeing it up like me and Aquaman.
Yeah.
That's the only way
In
I
fact,
get through.
5 is exactly where it belongs because the plot actually tracks and makes
Yeah, it is a
sense
functional
coherently.
movie.
Yeah.
It's at the bar. That's where it belongs. It's not great. It's not super imaginative. It has its own problems. We pointed them out as we went along, sure. But
even with all of those
tracks.
issues, that still puts it at the top of the pile.
Suicide Squad and Justice League are like 2s. Let's see. Man of Steel. So personal bias aside,
There's nothing else that comes close. Can you even think of one DC movie other than Shazam that gets above a 4?
Above a 4? Absolutely not.
Like
no.
a 4? Yeah, I can't even think of one that deserves a 4. Most of them are 3s or less.
what about why? Okay, hold on. It's been such a long time since I watched it, so just hear me out. What about Wonder Woman on the 4? Just
the 2017 one?
Yes. Like just
No.
That's a 3.
Okay.
That's a 3. The only reason it got so much praise was that it was the first one of the DC films that felt different.
Uh-huh.
Like maybe they're on the right track, and so a lot of people kind of overhyped it, but it does not hold up upon multiple viewings.
I've only seen it once, and I don't really like. I watched EFAP's coverage of it, and I was just like, Like
it's really bad.
At what point do you consider the diving too deep into it? Because like especially when like Wonder Woman's getting shot at on No Man's Land, it was like I immediately went just like, yeah, it's the magic shield and the magic armor. Like the problem is that then they compare it to Mando. It's like I kind of get it. It's weird.
But she's literally only being shot in the shield.
And no, you
It's
see you see it hit her greaves, and they deflect the bullets too. That's the.
Oh wow.
No, I know.
Also,
like,
that's not even close to the worst part of that movie.
I know.
No.
I know it's not. It's just I'm more. That's where I've gotten in the review, and it's like, Maybe it's because of lack of exposure to World War I media. So this was like the first thing to just. It was stupid when you think about her like getting over No Man's Land. There should have been massive consequences for that. Because making a push like that would have massive consequences towards the war.
Well, and not to mention, making a push like that, you're assuming that the only machine gun firing at her is literally straight ahead. The reason that trench warfare was used is because they had entire lines of machine guns and mortars and grenades.
Yeah, the River Somme is the perfect example of this. The British literally
Standing there in the middle of no man's land is suicide.
Yeah, I'm surprised they didn't
Why they
try to
called it
gas
No
her.
Man's Land.
Surprised like how they didn't try to gas her. Because like I'm pretty sure gas grenades did exist. It wasn't just the
Oh yeah, but gas was something that you usually used against a large number of targets. If you see one scout or messenger going across no man's land, that was the sniper's job, or whoever was on machine gun.
Well, at the same time, the machine gun and just the rifles ain't working. It's like nobody thought to pull a gas grenade out. Yeah,
Like I said, it's by far not the worst part of that movie. There's plenty of other things that are very broken.
Yeah, I'm willing to rewatch Wonder Woman just to really see where it's fucking broken, because it's the it's like how I don't know if this is a good point, but when River was bringing up how our Batwoman knowledge is created from just watching the EFAP minis, how that can kind of construe with what's actually possibly going on screen because we don't have the full information. We just have them
I
reacting
have
to it.
watched
Yeah,
multiple people tear that apart.
I've only watched the
yeah, but
episodes.
also, I'm not really watching those things to be informed about the show. I have no interest in speaking as an authority on how good or bad it is. I'm just enjoying the coverage. I'm not gonna purport to be an authority on the show at all.
All right.
Yeah, I've watched EFAP cover it. I've watched Az cover it. I've watched Jay Longbone cover it. I've seen Neurotic react to a little bit of it. It's trash.
Yeah, I can. When they do show scenes where of it just being absolute trash, I'm like, yeah, it seems like trash. And I have no interest in actually watching the damn show because that's how broken it is. But guys, they're gonna solve kryptonite brain cancer.
Okay.
That's just such a that's a statement and a half.
That's not an accolade if the show is what gave you kryptonite brain cancer.
No, the that's the dumb part is the fact that like they when they brought in the Bruce Wayne guy and they said like the kryptonite bullet is the only thing to pierce through the armor.
Mm-hmm.
Oh god.
And there she has the green fungus whatever growing on her because she got
it's
irradiated.
spreading to her brain. That's why I was like, they're gonna cure kryptonite brain cancer, guys.
Yeah, they've got Mary's Tism blood. That's all they need.
I don't even think they've tried it yet. If they if not, that's like the first thing they should be doing.
I wish you want to bet that like having the Kryptonese bullshit in her is gonna make her somehow more powerful.
Oh yeah,
because not only is she like
it's gonna
the
make her
Black Batwoman, but now she's also a cancer patient.
No, it's
extra
gonna make
stunning and brave.
No, it's gonna make her even gayer. Dun
Oh,
dun
no.
dun 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 dun.
Well, we have gone off into the weeds.
Yep, let's bet the last 15 seconds. Let's do this.
I don't see why this is considered a step in the right direction in the DCEU. If anything, it reaffirms the notion that this broken universe is beyond saving and is in desperate need of a reboot. Pronto.
Gotham is beyond saving. No. And must be allowed to die.
So I'm actually gonna kind of put my foot in the sand and say that's not beyond redemption because they've got the perfect actors for these fucking people. Now except for Wonder Woman. Now fucking use them correctly.
I don't know. If they decided, you know what, we're just gonna scrap everything we've done so far, try again with an entirely new creative team, I think that actually would be the smart move than trying to salvage this shit.
Yeah, I mean, if they come out with a movie that is good enough and strong enough to reboot the franchise, I mean, they absolutely could.
All right, just my
'Cause,
caveat
I
would
mean-
just be just keep Batfleck and fucking Henry Cavill and actually use them properly next time.
They won't.
They won't.
But
I know
that's
they won't.
fine. I mean, it's the issue is like his take is that this isn't a step in the right direction, and I would argue that it's absolutely a step in the right direction in that it is not as bad as the other DC films.
Yeah, they can now learn
It's
from
not
this.
another one of those.
Yeah,
So
it's
even if it's only a baby step in the right direction, it is still, by definition, in the right direction.
I've thrown up the cover. That was
Exhausting.
definitely some fucking tism.
Yeah, it was a nice chunky episode.
Yeah,
Oh yeah.
almost 8 hours. Damn, we might be back in business, gentlemen.
Oh yeah. This is what happens when you have solid content.
Yep, and
I am dying.
die more.
I should have slept last night.
Wait, what? No, there's only one
Shut
thing.
up.
There's only one thing to do to bring you back to
No,
life.
fuck off.
Easy
I
for
will eat
delicious
this
fresh
thing,
salad.
yeah. No.
Carrots go just as easy.
Right, no. I'm muting that.
Carrots go just as. Goodbye, everybody. Fuck it.